contest.
And hello! Hello, everybody. Hello. Welcome! Welcome to the OC contest. Welcome to the winter special. It's been a long time coming. We've been here for a while. You guys have been doing your work and doing everything. But yes, we are finally here. We are finally here with the Arknights OC contest. Hopefully you guys are excited as we are for these. We have 21 in total. Thank you for splitting across 2 days. I think today's day 1 and tomorrow will be day 2. Well, without further ado, let me introduce our judges for today. As always, we have the man who came up with the idea in the first place that I am here showdowning it. We have Mr. Boop, Mr. Boopadoop himself.
Hello. I am alive.
That is certainly an intro of all time. And our guest judge for today, the one, the only, the horn enthusiast, is Duplicity.
Yo.
Yeah. Should be a fun time tonight. Should be a fun time. I think volume should be okay. You guys let me know how is everyone else's volume sounding, because it's different volume levels between different streams, so let me know how everyone's volume is sounding and I'll adjust as need be, but I think we should be okay here. Bumping volume a little bit. Alright, should be good to go here now after I adjust people's volume. By that I mean just max everyone out and call it a day. I mean what?
Nice.
But anyhow, I think everyone's volume should be good to go. Alright, well, without further ado then, think we're ready to begin? What do you think we're gonna see today for our operators? What do you guys think people are gonna do with today's winter event?
We're gonna see a lot of stuff that either doesn't gel with Gnosis or gels with Gnosis really, really well.
A little bit of a...
And then yeah, there's all the elemental damage stuff that is completely new to me, so it's just like we'll see how that goes.
We'll see how it goes. How about you, Duke? What do you think we're gonna see today?
I'm sure it'll be a lot of Yerog-based operators. You know, maybe a few lupos here and there, but we'll see, I guess.
Duke raging for lupos as I rage for dragons.
Real.
Alright. Time to get started. As mentioned with the list earlier that I posted yesterday, there was a slight adjustment for those who are unaware. To accommodate for someone's schedule, we have changed the order just a little tiny bit, which means that Kiwi, you are up first. Let's see what you have for us today. Also, if you haven't noticed, yes, we actually have proper logos and like branding and everything now. I know, right? It's so different than normal, and that's all thanks to our wonderful mod Cell. I'm not sure if Cell is here yet, but when she is, everyone be sure to thank Cell. But anyhow, let's get started because we're gonna get through about 10 today and then 11 tomorrow, and then the judge sees. But 10, 11 tomorrow. 10 today, 11 tomorrow. So let's get started. We have operator. I'm gonna try to pronounce this properly, but I'm probably gonna butcher it. I'm gonna say Draugr or Drawer.
I believe Draugr is the correct pronunciation.
He is a male, Elefia from Sami, and he is a 6-star Crusher Guard. Ayo.
Interesting.
A Crusher Guard. Now that should be interesting.
It should be a hard archetype.
Yeah. Crushers have been in like a funky situation, right? Where it's like,
I have very strong opinions about Crusher Guards as Quartz isn't the best example of a Crusher Guard, but
Look, let's be real.
hope.
Crushers only exist so that the 6-star can exist.
that's true when the 6-star eventually comes out. We all know they're gonna come out at some point. Just when they eventually, it's just gonna see what they're gonna do with it. But that's neither here nor there. Let's see what Kiwi has for their 6-star. Boop. Would you like to take away the stats?
Stats. Okay, so HP seems to be more or less on par. And by on par, I mean slightly above Wind Chimes. But before talent and stuff. Same for... Is that... Oh, no, that's 1500, right? 1585?
Yep, 1585.
Okay. The text is really small on my screen, so the 5 looks like a 1. So I just wanted... So yeah, everything's more or less on par.
So nothing too crazy we see from the stats here. The chunky
Yeah.
trust bonus from HP for HP.
Yeah,
though, I will
that's-
say that.
That's a big trust bonus.
So,
I think that's double Quartz's trust bonus
It's-
at 200%.
it is.
It Quartz. What is your trust bonus?
I think it's
Quartz's
300
trust-
HP and then 50 attack. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure.
Yeah, so like with the trade-off of 20 attack for an extra 300 HP, I think that's okay. Especially considering that higher rarities have bigger trust bonuses.
Also,
Mhm.
not to mention that you can't exactly slap on a defensive defense up for a Crusher Guard because it'd be
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. Let me add
plus
on.
yeah, plus 10 defense. Easy.
Got a whole 10 to that 0. Let's go. Alrighty. So then let's move on to talents and potentials here then. So, Dupe, if you would like to look at the talent and potentials here, and if you would like to read those out for us.
Okay, so talent 1 being Runic Greatsword. That's a sick talent name, first of all. Draugr has 2 runes that alternate after each skill's use. Runes change at the end of the skill. There's the Blood rune, which attack deals 140% of physical damage and ignores 20% of enemy defense. That's kind of big. And then the Frost rune, which attacks deal 80% of attack as arts damage and inflict chill of 0.75 seconds, and doubles the duration if Draugr's HP is more than 60%. Draugr begins with the Blood rune. And Talon 2, Berserker Sorrow, when deployed, gains up to 80% or plus 80 attack speed and 30% attack, reaching maximum effect after 80% of HP is lost. Pot 1, minus 1 DP, very nice. Pot 3, maximum HP plus 200. Pot 4, attack plus 40. Pot 5, redeployment time minus 4 seconds. And then Pot 6 is minus 1 DP again.
Interesting. So no talent. So no no talent buffing. Sorry, no pot buffing either of the talents here. Interesting.
I feel like the talents seem really strong, like as is, so buffing them would maybe be a little.
I think Talent 2 is okay, because it's just a slightly different version of a Musha talent, and I think that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Talent 1 is just a skill. Like both of those runes are just like, this could be a skill, you know?
It really kind of could. That's kind of my concern when I was reading along with as Dupe was reading. I was just like, 20% is a pretty hefty number, especially when you tack on the extra 140% fizz, and then you stop and go, hey, how much attack did they have again?
Yeah, it's like 1600 attack, right?
Yeah. So you slap all that together, you're like, oh good god, the each bonk, it's like, ooh.
Wait, you gotta, I guess, maybe this is where the Talent 2 comes in, but if it's just Talent 1, Crushers don't have that high of an attack speed, so
No.
it'd just be a big chunky swing every like 2.5 seconds,
Yes.
3 seconds, something like that.
But then once you incorporate that talent too, like,
Yeah, that plus 80 attacks, that is really strong.
I do want to say that it is based on HP. I'm assuming it works like a Musha a trait, by the way, or a Musha talent, where it's based on HP loss, right?
yeah.
So that is the case. So just like 20% of a Crusher's HP, just like if they're getting hit physically, it's very risky, more or less. But at the same time, it's just like they will be dishing out a lot of damage. And considering the survivability options in the game, I don't think it's that big of a downside to have 0 defense and 0 res at this point.
Like, it's a very offensive, I mean, it's kind of
Yeah.
Crushers in general, like, offensive. The only thing that I'm thinking about is if you're on Frost Rune, right? If you're on Frost mode and you're getting up to 80% attack speed, then again, I guess
that's
you're not
the
going to get
thing.
the double the freeze at that
Yeah,
point. Yeah, you're not going to have that
Frost-
double.
Frost Rune and Talon 2 kind of clash, because you need to be more than 80 or 60% for Frost Rune. I guess it doubles the duration of the chill, but you need to lose 80% to have Talon 2 active.
I think
at max potential.
I think that's okay though. I think that's like an intentionally good self-balancing section, because
Mhm.
otherwise, like, do we really want a Crusher Guard to be able to perma freeze of like, you know what, like a almost like with like a 1.5 second attack speed or something, just like bonk 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 bonk.
Yeah, that'd be a little too strong, I feel.
This isn't even counting the fact that Frost Rune also deals arts damage. So
Mhm.
you're dealing that Crusher's attack of 1500 plus what 1200, 1300 arts damage as well.
I'm assuming the way it works is for Frost Rune, like if Frost Rune is active, you're it's not an 80% like boost
it's
to
not
it. Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not an additional.
No, it's not
80%.
additional.
Yeah, it just
Okay.
switches it.
Yeah, it just switches it to arts, and then the
Okay.
attack gets cut down a little bit. So,
Okay, I misunderstood Talent 1. I still think Talent 1 is still like a skill rather than like a talent.
it's like
I'm a little concerned though about, since this is just the talent, what are the skills gonna be like?
yeah, it's like, oh, the skill's gonna be a little less powered up. Like, we'll see what that looks like, because like the Blood Rune Rush, like it kind of feels a little bit like a skill passive that, like, you know, if you just add like one little thing, you could absolutely turn Talent 1 into a skill. So I'm a little concerned with that Talent 1.
Mhm.
Talent 2 I think is fine. Like you're trading off
Yeah.
a lot of HP for that buff, right? And again, we're working off the assumption this works like Musha. So let's see what the skills are like. Let's see who wants to take over skills here. Who wants to read the skills here?
I'll do skills.
Sounds good.
Skill 1, Runic Strike. Activation, Manual Recovery. The auto duration instant. SP cost 5. Initial SP is 0. Strike twice and applies the effect depending on the current rune. Un Blood restore 25% of Draugr's HP. Frost Draugr gains 25% of Sanctuary effect for 2 seconds. So I don't see the point of. Oh wait, I'll read the rest. Do we read the rest of the skills
Yeah, let's get through all the
first, or do
skills
we-
and then we'll go back to all of them, I
Oh,
think. So that way
okay.
we don't spend too much time on a singular one.
Alright, fair enough. Skill 2, Bloody Respite. Manual activation, auto recovery, 15-second duration, 15 SP cost, and 0 SP initial. Effect changes based on current rune. Blood, stop up attacking drains, deals arts damage and heals Draugr by corresponding amount. The surrounding enemies 8 tiles. Health by 80% of Draugr's attack per second. That I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Frost Rune. Draugr freezes himself and recovers 10% of his max HP every second. After skill ends, immediately deal 280% of attack as arts to the surrounding 8 tiles and shield them for 2 seconds. Can manually deactivate the skill. Skill 3, Wrath of the One Left Behind. Activation manual, recovery auto. Duration infinite, SP cost 25 and initial 0. Increase the effective talent 2 by 2.2. Draugr gains 30% sanctuary and loses 10% of max HP per second. When this unit's HP becomes 0, immediately deal the corresponding effect based on the current rune. For the Blood Rune, deal 750% of attack as physical damage to all enemies 5 tiles forward. For the Frost Rune, 400% of attack as arts damage to all enemies in a Diamond Phalanx caster range, and freezing them for 3 seconds. Redeployment time is doubled if this effect is activated, can manually deactivate skill.
They seem really good. They seem really strong.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I think, like, I can see where these skills are going. I don't know if I like them on a Crusher though.
I'm just looking at 750 and I'm just like, oh sweet Jeebus. Looking at
Yeah.
the number, I'm like, oh sweet Jeebus, that's a lot of damage. Like, okay.
So
Like-
the one thing I noticed, skill 2 and skill 3 both seem like skills that go against talent 2. On top of that, Frost Rune's Talent 1. It seems like a lot of his balancing comes from not having Talent 2 be a thing, essentially.
Talent 2, the way I'm looking at this, like, you can make the Frost Rune work, right? If you're currently on Frost and you have, you're at, what is it, 60% threshold, right? Like, if you get to 60, you're like, okay, I want to keep the Frost, like, I want to take full effect on the Frost Rune, and you just hit the button, right? Although on the other hand, it's also attack, so, I mean, then again, if you're doing damage, doesn't that count? I think the way Arknights works is if you're doing damage, it counts as an attack. I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe so. But I will say S3 definitely seems like it would not pair too well with the Talent 2, right? Like, there's not much that, like, because you're dropping HP at this point, right? So it's like, okay, well, what do you do, right? Do you just buff HP the entire way, right? Increase the effective Talent 2 by 2.2. So, I mean, you're getting more attack speed. Well, actually, no, it combos with Talent 2. It doesn't combo with the Frost Rune of Talent 1. Correction. Because it combos with Talent 2, like, you just want damage, right? So the less HP you have, the more oogity boogity. So once you get down to sub 80%, you're getting some, like, super oogity boogities. Not to mention, like, if you're on, like, well, I guess with S3, though, it's like, hold on, I just realized there's a slight thing with S3 here. If the rune only changes when skill ends, right? Yeah, after each skill is used, they change at the end of the skill. So you're gonna start with Blood Rune, right? Yeah, you begin with Blood Rune. You're using S3. You're guaranteed to use Blood Rune for the first one. And then you have to, so if you want Frost, you have to wait a whole deployment cycle before you can use Frost again.
You can manually deactivate the skill.
Oh, that's true.
For skill 3 and skill 2.
Never mind this. So I guess you can't swap them back and forth. Okay. I don't know. 750 just feels like it's a lot, especially when
I think 750 is okay.
Well, 750, but remember, once you're getting the HP down to 0, that's another plus 30% to that too.
I mean, that's okay because it's just a burst.
Yeah,
right? It's a burst of 750, and then you have to wait a whole 60 plus 25 seconds, to do the 750 again.
Yeah.
Well, then it would be. Oh, I guess yeah, because you can manually deactivate
750, what is that then like? I mean, you're also attacking the entire way, right? It's like sort of if she didn't have the immo, kind of. It's like Fizz sort of without the immo, but you have just Crusher Guard range, which I think is just the one tile in front of them, right?
Yeah.
So you have pretty short range. You're hitting 2 targets, because wait, no, yeah, Crusher is not true AOE if I remember right.
Yeah, it is 2 targets. Yeah.
It's just up to right, it's up to their block count. So yeah, you're only hitting 2. So like trying to think how
my
much...
question is, if you S3 and you dive for the big blood burst S3, right? When you get to deploy him again, does he get Frost Rune on start, or?
I'm assuming the rune, yeah.
Blood Rune?
That's kind of a good question, because it's like they start with the Blood Rune, but it's like, because with the way this works, right? He begins with a Blood Rune. Like, as far as I know, stance changes do not hold through
after death.
Yeah, so you just start with Blood Rune again. So
if
you're
you
never
want
gonna...
Frost. That means
you
need to wait 60 plus 50 because you need.
60 plus 50. Yeah, you have to wait double. Because like, there's no Arknights precedent. Okay, you're saying Rune stays between deployment? I would say that if it stays between deployment, that's kind of a problem with like AK precedent and things sticking around. That's the thing, right?
He means it's always blood.
Oh, it's always blood. No rune stays between deployment. Okay. Okay.
So
yeah,
yeah,
okay.
so if you do the blood rune explosion first and you want to get frost for, let's say, like a boss or something,
Yeah, you'd have to do it
you would
again.
need to, you'd have to wait 50 plus the 60 the redeployment time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But then if you're using the frost damage, right? If you're using frost, you're getting double the
Redeploy time.
you're getting double the redeploy time.
I
But
would say that skill 3 Frost is like generally underpowered then
yeah.
for a 3-second freeze, because it's just like you have a Project Red who has a 2-second stun on a 20-second cooldown.
Yeah, at
So it's
that
just like
point, like
that's kind of like I think the 3 seconds can be increased a little bit.
granted it's freeze, and freeze does tend to affect more enemies than stun. But at the same
I
time,
think-
it's like
But,
I mean, usually
so-
if they can be frozen, they can be stunned. right?
yeah. Generally, but sometimes you get weird shenanigans. But it's like I feel like it's either you can freeze a little longer considering you're losing the operator, because it only freezes when he dies, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like you can actually boost a little bit of power to Frost and maybe take maybe just a little bit from Blood at most, but maybe not that much. It's like, honestly, Frost, I like how we started with, man, this seems broken. Wait a minute, this seems underpowered.
Or I mean, we're talking about skill 3 though. We haven't touched the
Yeah.
other 2 skills yet.
So I think, yeah, honestly, I think the Frost part of skill 3 could get a little bit buffed. Just a little bit.
Yeah, because I mean, think about it, it's like how difficult it is to get that going, you know?
Yeah, it is a big AoE arts, right? It's Phalanx caster like a burst of 400 attack arts. That is a lot of arts burst.
That is a lot. But I feel like if you do Frost, that is the one time, because Arknight stages generally aren't that long. So I feel like if you deploy him, wait 50 seconds for Frost like S3 burst, and then it doubles his redeployment time. That's like, what, 120 seconds for him to just redeploy? And then you have to wait another 25 for Blood if you want Blood. But if you want to get Frost again, that's like, what, 175 seconds? Like,
You're like halfway redeploying a robot at
Ooh.
that point.
Yeah, to put it into perspective, you can deploy a robot at the beginning of the stage, and when the stage is ending, usually the robot's not even done redeploying.
Like, unless you're doing like a
Usually.
turbo stall, right?
Of course, if you're doing like turbo stall, but if you're playing like the game normally, aka
Yeah.
killing the enemies as they come, then yeah, by the end of the stage, usually the robot is like 10 seconds away from being able to be redeployed.
So, bro, you get like
Right.
one use of Frost basically.
exactly. That's the point. Yeah, like if you get one use of that of the unit using skill 3 on Frost,
I think the damage is fine for Frost. I think maybe
Like
just bumping it to like a 4-second. Either
Yeah.
4-second or like maybe not a double redeployment time. Like something with that. Like either like it just feels a little. I don't know. It doesn't feel right, if that makes sense.
I would either go all in on the damage and have the freeze be very short, or have the damage be like 3, but the freeze is like 10 seconds, you know?
Yeah, like a little
Yeah.
bit of, I don't know, like Frost just seems like, Frost feels like, it feels like Blood, but you're punished a little more for turning it to arts. That's kind of just
Yeah.
what it feels like right now. Like you're
the
extra
way
punished.
the way I'm looking at it is you can't use the operator in any form once you use Frost once, right? Like you can't use him to block, you can't use him to auto, you can't use him to stall, like you can't do anything. He's just on cooldown. So it's like, imagine if like Therm X got super hyper buffed. But
Sorry
then-
to interrupt, but according to Kiwi Juice at Skami's clarification, the double redeploy is for the Blood Rune as well,
Oh, is it?
apparently.
Okay, in that case, the number for Blood and Frost are, like, the damage number for Blood and Frost are fine then. Like, that doesn't really scare me anymore. I
Yeah.
have very big questions for the redeployment time then, if that's the case. Okay, well that changed my whole outlook of skill 3. I think the redeployment time
It
is
does. It
kind of.
does change the outlook. I think the redeployment time doubling is unnecessary.
I think what you can do is shave a little bit of damage off of Blood and Frost, and then just like reduce more of the redeployment time, if you ask me.
Yeah.
On the other
It
hand,
seems.
you could also just use the skill without using that burst. But on the other hand, you're kind of losing a whole lot of damage. So it's like, it just feels unbalanced. Like, I don't know if it's like overpowered or underpowered. It just feels very unbalanced. Not in like...
It feels like it's on a very tight rope on falling either or. Like, completely broken or very weak.
Like, it's very one or the other. Which, like yes, we have seen operators do that, but, like, I don't know, it feels a little beyond that in terms of, like, the hard punish, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's go take a look at some of the other skills. Because we spent a good amount of time on skill 3.
Yes.
So skill 2 is basically so it's a drain, so Draugr gets healed by the amount of damage he does. And it's just the areas around him, okay. This is a stupid question. But what if he's like, wait, no, I don't think you can split box them when they're only on the singular tile, right? Like if someone's being blocked, they're usually straddling 2 tiles, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, because I was gonna be like, stupid question. What if someone's on top of him? But no, he's still blocking. So okay, never mind. My point is irrelevant.
The way I see Blood Rune skill 2, it's just like Penance skill 2, in a way. Except for, like, obviously, as a Crusher, and he heals himself. But also not arts damage, but it isn't arts. Oh wait, it is arts damage.
Yeah, it's arts damage.
I will say Blood, it's 1200 arts damage. That's true AoE, because it's all enemies in the surrounding 8 tiles. Per second for 15 seconds. And he's not going to die. It's just like, no, he's just not dying during those 15 seconds.
It's a lot of heals if you have the enemies there. I mean, on the other hand, you kind of have the condition that the enemies have to be there, right? So, like, this, you do have to set it up a good bit to get to that level. But, like, that's a lot of potential heals. That's a lot.
I mean, it's also a 15 SP cost.
Yeah.
Yeah, Penance's skill is 30 SP for 20 seconds of something, like, because that's the closest skill that is equivalent to this, I feel like.
Penance is defensive, though, for S2, right? Or is that auto?
It's arts damage. Yeah, it's 140% arts damage to all nearby.
Is recovery auto, or is the is that defensive recovery?
It's auto.
It's auto. Okay.
I will also say, I would stipulate that it's surrounding ground enemies. Otherwise, this could also mean that Draugr can attack drones, and I would rather that not be the case.
Thankfully, he's a Crusher Guard, and Crusher Guards have no means of hitting drones unless he's like, I don't know, like reaching very high. He's got like a step ladder or something.
Look, skill 3 Muinar can hit air units. That shouldn't be the case, but it is. So let's just say the stipulation should be there.
I'm gonna assume that for the sake of my own sanity, I'm gonna assume that he doesn't hit. I'm gonna give benefit of the doubt here and assume he doesn't hit air units because that'd be dumb.
Yeah.
For the benefit of the doubt here, because it wasn't clarified, but I'm gonna go ahead and go with it. It's just a lot of heals. That is a lot of heals.
That is a lot, especially for someone like a Crusher that has a lot of HP in general.
Yeah, like the damage is like okay, like I'm not really. It's like okay, you know, it's arts damage. It's not. You know, it's like what is this? It's similar to penance damage, right? But the difference is that I don't think penance heals by nearly the same amount from what I know of penance.
Penance doesn't heal, she just gets barrier.
Yeah.
She gets her shield back, and she gets 60% Sanctuary off of skill 2.
Yeah.
At M3.
But I'm assuming...
Penance skill 2 is really strong. It's great.
It's kind of like, well, I mean, with barrier and health, right? Like, health, you end up capped. Like, you can't have more HP than your max HP.
Yes.
Barrier, you can go beyond. Like, there's no cap to how much barrier you can have, right? So I guess the question then is, like, at most, he's going to be able to heal, like, what, 5.8k, because that's his HP, right?
Mhm.
But if you look at Penance, it's like, okay, what's her theoretical cap, I guess? Like, how much barrier does she gain from that? I suppose.
Is
what
a
I'm trying to
barrier
figure out.
capped at a certain percentage of your HP? Yeah. Oh
Barrier
yeah.
is capped at
Cannot
300%
exceed 300% of max HP.
How much? That's like, I mean, that's
She has-
12k. She has
Yeah.
4,000. That's 12k barrier. So it's like, because I guess Draugr has a higher theoretical heal ability if he keeps taking damage, but he has to take damage, right? So it's like I'm trying to get like a rough-ish comparison of Penance to whatchamacallit, Penance to him.
Well, theoretically, for every one Penance S2, Draugr could do 2, because it's half the SP cost.
That's true.
So that's another thing to keep in mind. Like, Penance can gain, theoretically, what, 12k HP, more or less?
Mm-hmm.
But if Draugr can gain, what was it, 4 point or 5 point something k?
5.8k HP, I believe, is our number. Yeah, 5.8k HP.
Yeah. Like, if we're talking just theoretical numbers, that means for every one Penance cast, Draugr can do 2. So that's like 12,000 as well, more or less, right?
He also doesn't have defense, so we do have to keep
Yeah.
that in mind. So he is a lot squishier because all damage is true damage when hitting this poor dude. But I feel like, I don't know. I feel like the heal is a little bit much for my liking, or the SP cost is a little too low. Something.
think
One of those two
it's,
needs to get adjusted a little bit, in my opinion.
I think it's okay, actually, because both Quartz and Wind Chimes increase their own HP. Draugr does not. But if Draugr were to be in the game, Draugr would be the only one out of the 3 to be able to heal themselves.
It's a bit of a trade-off then. Sorry, and then for Frost, for the Frost Rune part of it, frees himself, recovers 10% of max HP per second. After skill ends, deals 280% of art, attacks art surrounding 8 tiles and chills them for 2 seconds, can manually deactivate. And you're just kind of alternating between the two. So you either go, you go heal, then you go to freeze, then you go to freeze, then you go to heal. You're not going to be able to stack blood to blood back to back, right?
I mean, it's manual deactivation, so you could technically.
See, here's the other thing that I'm like that's kind of been sitting on my mind now that I look about this. Like, you have Blood Rune and you have Frost Rune, right? Like, it's one thing if it's just the talent swapping back and forth. I think my problem right now that I'm having more so is the fact that you have two very different effects depending on the rune, right? So it's like, don't you kind of have 2 different skills into one skill, right?
Essentially.
Like,
Because there's also the effect of the passive of Blood and Frost Rune.
yeah, it
No,
feels like
I
it's a
feel
lot
like-
of utility.
I feel like Blood Rune's, like, minus defense, ignore on skill 2 isn't gonna apply, I hope, since it's arts damage.
I was actually gonna say I don't like the way the skills interact with Talent 1 because it just feels very not counterintuitive, but it's just like, what do you call it? Like, for example, skill 3, you're not going to use Talent 1 or Talent 2, basically, right? If you want to use skill 3. And then for skill 2, he just stops attacking for the duration. So you're not using both Talent 1 and Talent 2 in the first place. And then skill 1 is just like, it's a double attack, you know? Plus it's not offensive recovery, so it doesn't get affected either way. It gets affected by Talent 1, but Talent 2 doesn't help skill 1, other than the damage.
It's like, I could see the stance change of, like, Frost Rune doing like, you don't necessarily have to swap immediately, right? Like, if you're on Frost, you can just stay on Frost for a bit and just do the arts damage. And then, like, do the oh shit swap, right? But it just feels like there's a lot of utility, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's a lot of utility, and, like, all of the utility is at full power, if that makes sense. Like, at least in my personal mind for balance, right? Like, if you have a lot of utility, like, just a lot of it, then the utility can't all be at, like, full utility as if someone else only had the singular, like, use of something, right? At least for my mind. Like, it feels like it's too much power and too much utility. Like, either remove a little bit of the utility, or remove a little bit of the power from the utility. Like, it just seems like it does a little bit too much in all the directions, right? That's my biggest concern with this one. I think individually they're all interesting, but I think it just feels like there were too many things that were trying to happen. And you end up
trying to look at it from, like, stage perspectives, because like, not every stage is the same, but you know, there's like chapter 12 has the DP mechanic, or there's like all these mechanics and events and just stages, so it's hard to imagine this in different scenarios of like how you'd use him.
Like, you're constantly cycling through this. Like,
yeah,
I don't know if anyone here plays League, but it's like, I'm getting a Felios 200 years vibes from this.
Yeah.
And not necessarily in a good way of like, oh, there's a lot of different things. It just feels like, holy shit, that's a lot of things that he can do. Like, that's my biggest concern. It feels like 200 years of Felios shenanigans. Just, you know, not with 4 weapons, with the 2, right? So.
Look, at least Draugr isn't a 14-year-old's edgy main character or edgy OC.
Could be Kirito, could be worse. Let's go to lore.
Could be worse. Yeah.
Could be worse. Let's go to the lore then. Okay, let's see lore. I've lost my name. A Draugr is fitting if you need one. During one of the expeditions in Sami, Rose Island operator has received the tip that there's a walking remnant with black stones jutting out from half his face roaming the wildlands of Sami. So he's like a zombie deer. Interesting. We're in a possible case of infected deep inside the Sami wildlands. Rose Island's Detective Initiative is investigate the case. What they found is a remnant, an old LFPM man suspected to be in his 50s with a late-stage infection. Despite starting hostile, subject is surprisingly lucid and open discussion. After some brief altercation and battle with Rose Island operators, found this man's infection has afflicted memories quite severely, and what's left in his mind is the urge to kill a figure that is resolved for his current, like, death state. He's aware that he's losing memories, what he was, and his loved one, and he decided to isolate himself off, not hurt other people because of his increasingly unstable emotions and the urge to destroy everything in his path. He realized the RIs and organization can help him in his cause despite rapidly losing memories and growing emotional instability. I'm assuming that's why he joined RI. The man and RI operators inside have formed an agreement that they'll keep an eye on the man and help him in exchange of his expertise in braving the Sami wilderness. Okay.
I don't know why, the first thing that came to my head when reading the lore, it just reminded me so much of Siegfried from Grand Blue.
Never played Grand
You
Blue.
guys are... Okay, fair enough. This the whole wandering, like, with the big sword and wanting to not go berserk mode and kill everyone, like keeping himself at bay archetype.
I see. Interesting lore.
I do like the vision of like because I'm trying to picture him, right? Like in like a character art form. I think it's a very unique look for an operator. I feel like it's not something that you'll see like covered in black or pithy. You know, old man in general. What is there? There's only like Helliger, right? Technically, as an operator.
What, like old man?
Yeah, it's just Helliger, right? As old man,
Like
operator?
old, yeah, probably.
I mean,
Lunar's like middle-aged, but he's like middle-aged, you know, corpo wage slave that's very unhappy with being corpo, you know, wage cage shenanigans.
Yeah.
So, I do like incorporating more like, you know, RI dealing with like like the very, very, very infected, right? I think it's like Ifrit's already very infected. A is also very infected, but like, you know, maybe exploring more of like how far we can go with infected, right? I think that's pretty interesting. That's a pretty interesting level that we can get to. All right, let's do some points now because we have spent a lot of time on the first operator as we normally do because we're finding our footing again. But we got 9 more weeks to go through, and probably not trying to be here till like 8 a.m. out of giggles. All right, ready to do some points then, or is there anything anyone wants to revisit before we move on? Anything y'all want to revisit?
I think I'm good.
Boop.
I'm good.
Cool. All right, Boop. You want to start us off with the pointeronies?
All right, so for the kit, which is, I feel, again, I like the kit. I don't like how the talents and the skills interact. I think it's very, it doesn't mesh well. I don't want to say counterintuitive because it's not counterintuitive, but it definitely doesn't like, they don't boost each other as much as they probably should. Right? So I'll probably give it like 0.7 for that. I think the balance is okay. I'll give that a 1.8. Just some shifting here and there for the numbers and it'd be a-okay. As for the focus, I can see the focus is there, right? It's like a bullseye, you know? And it's just like, it's kind of like you hit the bullseye, but you hit it from the other side of the target. So just like you hit the mark, just not in the right direction, you know? So I'll give that a 1. And moving on to a flavor. For integration, for how well the lore fits into the abilities and the skills, there wasn't really a lot of mention of the abilities or the skills in the lore from what I understand, unless I completely missed something. So I'll just give it a 1.5 because it was left very open-ended. And for how well it fits into the universe, well, we technically do have zombies. We have the Chapter 5 Mephisto mooks, because those are technically zombies. So I'll give that a 2. Because I feel like it does fit, it could be a real thing. It would just need to be explored a little bit more. And for character focus, I would give that a 2 as well. You can't really go wrong with that, considering that, well, yeah, the operator is involved with their own lore.
Cool. Puts us out at a 9.0 flat from Boop. Duke, do you want to go next, or would you like me to go next?
I can go next. It's up to you. Really.
Sounds good.
Alright.
You can go next then.
Alright, so I think for the kit, it is very ambitious. I think it's a cool concept, but I think it seems very not Arknights-y according to like the stages, and I'm more concerned about the timings. But if we're talking creativity, it's pretty creative, so I would say like a 1.1. The balance, I think the balance could use a lot of work, especially though it's really hard to balance a talent that is that involved with the abilities that he has, like the skills. So I think I'd give that a 0.8. As for cohesion, I think the skills and the talents 1 and 2 clash a lot. So I think I would give, I could see the like keeping yourself in balance to make him not broken from it, like self-nerfing himself essentially. But I think it clashes a little too much sometimes, to where sometimes I was really trying to figure out where you could use skill 3 Frost Rune, but it didn't seem like something you would really use ever, or unless you're doing a niche thing. So I would say for cohesion, like a 0.7. As for flavor, the integration for lore fitting into abilities, I'm left with a few question marks of is the runes an ability he has, or is it more tied into the weapon that he has? I would say like a 1.0 just for that. The lore, I think the lore was really good, so I give it a 2. I think the lone wolf archetype is really cool, and I like how he's different from the rest, like Wookie said before, being more zombified and more into Oripathy than just like a little bit. I thought that was really cool. And I think the character focus is nice because it's like a mutual agreement with Rhodes. It's not I'm joining Rhodes Island because they're the good guys. It's like he has his own interests. So I think that's really, really cool as well. So I give it 2 for the character focus.
Cool. A little bit harsher than Boop was as a judge with a total of 7.6. Alright, let's see what I do here. Kit, creativity, integration. It's definitely creative. Integration with Arknights. I mean, like, we do have precedent for, like, stance changes and everything, right? It's a creative kit. I'm trying to think how I want to word this. The only thing I'm a little, again, I think this probably goes more to balance, but, just with overall looking at the kit, again, it's definitely creative, like, you know, swapping between the stances, but I don't know, like, it just feels, I don't know, like, the double redeployment time is just, like, that part to me is just kind of like, oh god, right? Like, there's a little bit of just question marks I have with putting, again, what kind of feels like 2 skills into 1. That's the part of the integration that I'm a little, like, confused out there for, right? So I think I'll give it like a 1.2 for creativity. I mean, it's creative, but I have some questions with just, like, the putting 2 skills, like, basically you have 2 skills in 1, right? And you're just kind of cycling through it. Like, that's the part that confuses me a little bit with, like, all right, how well does it work with Arknights, right? How well does it all work together? But I do like the creativity. Balance-wise, I think in terms of overall power, it's like individually the skills are fine for me. Like individually, each and every one of them feel fine to me. But when it comes to, like, when you put them all together, like as a whole like a full operator, I'm kind of gonna fall back on my my Mr. 200 Years launch Aphelios shenanigan. I'm just like, that is a lot of thing to incorporate, a lot of utility to incorporate, just a lot of everything in general to tack on to one operator. Like, it just feels like you either need to do a little bit of this or a little bit less of that. Like, it just feels unbalanced, but not like broken, but just unbalanced. Like, there's a little bit too much here, a little bit that much there. I'll give you like a point. I'll give you like a 0.9 for that. I feel generous. Cohesion. Mostly cohesive. Like, I mean, you're working with the, you know, with the, like, everything does interact with the runes. There's a little bit of, I mean, everything kind of works together for the runes, but, you know, like, there is a little bit of anti-synergy. I get that you're trying to do it for the balance, but it is a little bit of anti-synergy, right? With, like, you're wanting to have more HP for a certain talent, but then you also have, like, you know, you also do more damage with the second one. Like, there is definitely some clashing there. So, I'll give it like a 1 point. Let's give it like 1.5 there, I think. Integration, I have the same question that everyone else has. Like, where does the Blood Rune and Frost Rune come in the lore? Like, where does that fit in, right? Like, the rest of the lore is great, but it's like, why does he have Frost Rune and Blood Rune? Like, where did he get those, right? Where did he get those things? So I'm gonna give it I'm gonna stick with everyone and roll with a 1 on that one. But I think lore and character focus, I think those are great. I think that's a full 2 for me for both of those. So I think mine is gonna come out as an 8.6 as soon as I figure out how to type again. It's an 8.6 for me. So our total for you, 1 orange kiwi juice, will come out to 25.2. And We have a proper leaderboard this time. Isn't it amazing? We actually have a leaderboard this time.
I miss our scuffed leaderboard.
No more scuffed leaderboard. We have proper ones now. So there you go. We now have a proper leaderboard. Isn't it amazing? Alright. Shall we move on to our next operator, y'all?
Yes.
Alright, let me clear the scores from this really quickly, don't mind me. As, well, they ain't gonna clear themselves, so let's zero that out, and then... This is Skami's operator. Operator from... So this should be interesting. Alright, so operator from non-binary, undisclosed race, country of origin Yan, class guard, and another 6-star crusher.
Another crusher guard.
Back 6-star crushers.
Justice for crusher guards.
Alrighty. Back-to-back crusher guards. Well, this should be interesting. Now I understand why Skami went, once I saw Kiwi's operator. I was like, I just saw I'm like, wait, why are we saying here? Oh, that explains it now. Should be interesting. There we go. Should be on the right screen. Boop. If you want to take us away for the stats.
Stats. We have slightly more HP, less attack than our previous crusher. In terms of comparing to ports, because I'm too lazy to open up wind chimes, we have more HP and more attack for wind chimes, because I might as well open up wind chimes. That's the E0 stats. We do also have more HP, and I believe less attack though. But we do also have to keep in mind that both wind chimes and courts increase their own HP from their talents.
Mm-hmm.
I think they overall have more stats though, in general.
Yeah.
Well, now give me.
But that's also because they're a 6-star, and Quartz is a 4, and Wind Chimes is 5.
I'm going to take one quick second here. My brother just got home. I will be right back. Feel free to keep talking stats while I'm gone, though. I'll be right back, though. Sorry. 1 second.
No, you're good. Yeah, so Quartz's HP with Trust... Wait, does Trust add on to the attributes in the character page, or no?
I am under the assumption that the Trust bonuses are already included.
Okay, so Max Trust Quartz has 5.7k HP. Minus talent, of course.
Yeah. Game Press doesn't include trust bonuses? Oh, I thought Duke was talking about the operator that's on screen.
Yeah, I mean I'm just looking at Quartz as the reference for Crusher Guard. But I'm just looking at it in game, not really on Game Press, so.
Oh, fair enough. I don't have Arknights open right now. I haven't opened Arknights in like 5 days.
I don't blame you.
Because I've just been sick, so it's just like I don't have the strength, you know?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Especially with the event right now. It's a little bit of thinking required.
I haven't farmed at all. I need RMA.
Alright, I returned. Sorry about that. Anyhow.
Welcome back.
Anyhow. By the way, just for stat purposes, trust bonuses and the trust bonuses, if they're not indicated, I'm just assuming that they are included. Just FYI.
Okay.
So, attack is lower than, I guess, our previous comparison to the other Crusher Guard, the first Crusher Guard that we had, I suppose.
Wait. They are included or they aren't?
I'm assuming they are.
Okay.
As in, like, if they're not mentioned that they haven't been included, I'm gonna assume that everything is added, because I think that's how Arknights works. Like, they are included.
It does. Yeah.
So
it does. They are included in the stats on like the screen in the operator status screen.
Yeah, so that's what
So
I'm.
they only
working on.
have like 27 more attack than Quartz.
From what it would look like, yes.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
Still a lot. All right, let's move on
Yeah.
to talents and pots because I have stalled a little bit longer, but my brother is home. So,
Nice.
You want to take us away for talents and
Invite
potentials?
him to the stream.
Oh hell no!
Yeah.
All right, dude.
So talent 1, Blooming of Life from the Cold. When attacking a frozen enemy, thaws the ice, increasing damage dealt to 250% and healing 11% plus 1% of maximum HP. But removing freeze and cold only applies if the target was frozen before the attack hit. Attack that triggers this talent and apply cold at the same time will have the cold removed. Talent 2, Permafrost. Every 3 seconds spent without attacking, gain 1 frost shield to a maximum of 5. After attacking, break 1 frost shield, gain 10% sanctuary, increased by 3% per frost shield. Pod 2, DP cost -1. Pod 3, max HP plus 300. Pod 4, attack plus 40. Talent 1 enhanced for Pod 5, and then DP cost -1 for Pod 6.
So, Skami, I have a question. How does this work with Gnosis skill 3? Because Gnosis skill 3 is they stay frozen until the end of the skill, right? But this removes the freeze.
As far as I know, Gnosis is first. Wait, hold on. You said Gnosis S3, right?
Yeah.
The Gnosis S3 hits, but the target isn't frozen on the first hit. If I remember right, he basically just starts attacking everything really quickly. If I remember Gnosis S3
Yeah.
properly. So
yeah,
like,
in Gnosis's skill description, the targets stay frozen until the end of skill if they become frozen.
I'm gonna work off of that. The newer one takes priority. That's how I'm gonna work off the assumption here, that like this overrides Gnosis's stays frozen until skill ends. I'm gonna work off of that. If that makes sense. Like, they'll get broken, and then if they get tagged more, they'll get frozen again. That's kind of how that's how I'm gonna operate off of it. Like, logically, that's what makes sense the most to me. Like the newest thing would take effect, right?
Alright, that's what Skami is basically saying as well, so good to clarify. Because if we're talking about freeze and cold, of course Gnosis is like the person we're going to be comparing it to.
Unfortunately, like, that's basically freeze and cold in a nutshell for Arknights right now. It's like, oh yeah, freeze and cold is interesting. Unfortunately, Gnosis exists.
Yes. Because no one else has useful freeze or cold.
Just like Gnosis exists. I do like the talent 2 though.
Yeah, talent 2 is really cool.
I really like the talent 2 so far. Because like, it's a good little defensive buff for a Crusher that we kind of haven't seen, but at the same time, you don't get to keep it forever. Like, if you start attacking, then, you know, you're ditching your shield, right, to attack harder. So I think that's pretty interesting.
Like a defensive form of what a Mystic Caster would have.
So, speaking of talents, so talent 2, it says Frost Shield. Is that just a fancy name for, like, a regular shield, aka, like, Mudrock Shield? Or is this like something else?
No,
and there's
like
a missing description.
This sounds like it's something else. Because it doesn't sound like the shield is like a true shield. It's more of like a stacked buff to me. Like,
yeah,
you have like each frost shield is just extra sanctuary, so you can get up to 25% sync with max frost shields, but it doesn't work as like a true shield. Right, like every time you attack, you're losing 3% sanctuary, essentially down to, 10.
Okay.
It's like extra little stacks.
Okay, I get it now.
Yeah.
Cool.
I assume it's the same as it has the same properties as skill 2 NTRK. Of any time she gets attacked, it gets rid of that one no damage shield she has. But instead of not taking damage, it would just be losing Sanctuary.
Yeah, like it doesn't block any attack on its own, I guess is the best way to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't block any attack. It's basically just a stacking, like, the more you have of this, the more Sanctuary you have. But then if you start attacking, you know, if you attack 5 times, you have a maximum of 5 shields, then you lose that extra, like, 15% buff that you had. And then you, it all goes away, right? And then you start, you know, if you don't attack, then you get it back again, etc., etc. Alrighty.
Yes.
I really like this. I really like the talent too. Talent 1, I think is fine because it's pretty conditional. Like, you have to hit a frozen enemy, but anything, like, if your attack for whatever reason sets a cold or a freeze, then you're not gonna be able to freeze, right? Like, it just, you defrost them and you do the damage, but they have to be pre-frozen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't freeze and defrost at the same time. You can't microwave something that you're trying to freeze in the fridge. I don't know. I guess that's a weird analogy, but
I mean, hey, maybe the skills will have something to do with freeze.
that's what I imagine. Let's take a look. Boop, or actually, I'll take over skills for this one because I know Boop, you're still recovering.
Thank you.
Skill 1, Hibernal Snowfall. Activation is auto, recovery is offensive. Infinite duration, interesting. SP cost 4, initial SP 0. Oh, okay, it's an ammo-based skill. Okay, so that makes sense then. Ammo-based skill on a Crusher, interesting. I guess it's just like charges. Attack plus 50% and attacks inflict cold for 4 seconds. Skill activation grants 3 ammo and the skill ends when all ammo is used. Okay, so it's basically 3. So when you pop it, you have 3 attacks of 50% buff and inflicting cold for 4 seconds. So you can, so basically, you can trigger Talent 1 on your own on the 3rd hit solo, to my understanding, with this skill. Interesting.
I'm a little confused on it. I'll wait for the other 2 skills.
Yeah,
I'm a little confused on skills.
Yeah, I'll get through all the skills, then we can break them down one by one. Skill 2, Suddenness of Spring. Activation is manual, recovery is automatic. 20-second duration, SP cost of 20, initial SP of 15. Stops attacking and instead inflicts cold on enemies that attack this unit for 3 seconds. Gradually increases attack over time to a maximum of plus 200 attack. When skill expires, deal 200% attack as physical damage to all units in the surrounding tiles. Can manually deactivate the skill. Okay. Skill 3, a passage between 2 worlds. Activation, manual. Recovery, auto. Duration is infinite. Another infinite duration. 50 SP cost, initial SP 40. Immediately increase the frost shield cap by 10 and regenerate all frost shields, but no longer regenerate frost shields over time. Attack interval, HP, and attack plus 100%. So you're attacking even slower, if I'm understanding that correctly, because attack interval is plus 100%. Whenever a frost shield,
be a 5-second attack.
That's a slow ass attack interval, but let's see what. Whenever a frost shield is broken, inflict cold on surrounding enemies for 3.6 seconds, and gain attack plus 10% and ASPD plus 10. Skill ends when all frost shields are broken. Okay, so it's also similar like an ammo skill. Okay, that's a neat way to go about an ammo skill, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine like 10 little layers, like 10 layers of bubble wrap, but not like true bubble wrap. Interesting. So basically every attack you're doing a cold, you're hitting him with a cold, and you're getting more attack and attack speed. So this is definitely more of a tanky one then. Like,
yeah, this seems more defensive.
You're tanking more, like you're still bonking decently hard, but not like the hardest, because you're bonking very slow, but you're very defensive now, because you basically get what, 30% increases frost shield capped by 10. So it's 5. So you're going to be up to 15. That is a lot of Sanctuary. Oh my god, that is very defensive.
You're not dying anytime soon.
That is a lot. And then you're going through it pretty slow. It's a very beefy it's a defensive crusher. Wait, that's interesting. Like you're instead of like stacking more onto the attack end of it, you're going, well, we're just gonna buff up the beefy HP-ness. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so going back to the S1 for a second, Duke, I think I understand how it works. So basically,
Okay.
you have 3 ammo. So each ammo is an attack, right? And when you attack, when you use the ammo and attack, you have plus 50% attack, and that attack inflicts cold for 4 seconds. So if you attack again, it's still the same attack damage, but then since they're still cold, they're gonna be frozen if it's the same enemies. And then the third one will do the same thing.
And then activate the talent
Yes, it would trigger talent
Okay.
1 with that boosted attack, basically.
So it's like a big, like almost like a nuke auto at the very end.
Yeah, it's kind of like a 3-hit. It's like a 3-hit combo. Think of it that way.
Yeah.
First one
With the
sets up
third
the
hit being the strongest.
Yeah. So basically, if you hit like an enemy that dies on like the first or second hit, you're not gonna be able to proc that talent 1 off of them, right? So think of it. That's how I'm thinking of that as like a 3-hit combo.
So it's something you would probably use against a tankier enemy,
Kind
not
of.
necessarily like a dog or something.
Yeah, that dog ain't gonna survive the second hit. I feel like.
Might not even survive the first hit, to be honest.
I know,
It's like
right?
that. It's like almost 1500 attack.
Just bonk. So it's like, interesting.
It's a better Aurora skill too.
I like the 3-hit combo. I do like it.
Yeah, skill 1 is nice.
SP costs 4, so if you come back really quickly, it's like, it's not automatic though, so you can't just like set and forget, right? You have to like carpal tunnel the shit.
Yeah.
Like you can carpal tunnel speed, although it's not that long. Like, or it's decently long based on the attack time, right? Like you're gonna need after the first attack, it's like 5 seconds to get that extra buff, to get that extra damage buff. But you're healing what 10% HP? It's like what 600 HP heal. So it's like it's enough to do extra damage and to sustain a bit, but like you're not gonna perma sustain because, well, at the end of the day, you're burning you're gonna be burning frost shields. And you're also, by nature of being a Crusher Guard, you do not have a lot of defensive stats. So, Skami, was this from playing Aatrox? Out of curiosity. Is this from Aatrox? Because this gives me like the Aatrox 3-hit combo vibe. Yes, I've been A-ramming a good bit, but this reads as Aatrox 3-hit combo for me. We're hitting the Q combo. I was thinking about Aurora S2. I see. 3-hit pass. I'm sorry. That was the first thing that my mind went to.
They ruined Mordekaiser, changed my mind.
Okay, so the S2 is stops attacking and inflicts cold. So this is more of like a crowd control ability then, from what I'm seeing. And the more hits you take, the more Also, I'd like to add, S3 basically guarantees a full stack of frost shields if you hold it the entire way, because you're not attacking, right? So S2, you're also gaining Sanctuary as you go, by the way, for S2. So, I'm not seeing anything particularly like, oh god about this. Like, it's Fizz damage. Fizz damage in general doesn't work as well as arts, right? So...
yeah.
It doesn't do as much shenaniganry.
But I do want to note, it says deals 200% attack to all units. So is this another thing where can you hit drones?
If it says all units, I'm gonna assume that this hits air. Yeah, because it says all units.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it would usually say like ground units, right? I'm gonna assume this hits all. Well, let's get shred drones. On the other hand, like, it depends on how long you're gonna hold the skill for, right?
I guess, yeah.
Because you can hold the 20, because you have to take the hits to get that extra, let's see, 200 over 20 seconds, so I'm assuming it's like, what is it? How do I math here? How do I math here? It's what? God, I can't math today. It's what, 10% a second, right? If it's a full 20 seconds. So if you want the max stack, you have to wait 20 seconds to get that max 200, and then you pop it. Then you get like that big kind of kaboom. So,
And this procs with talent 1.
I
Like the explosion can proc with talent 1. Like let's say they're frozen.
Yes, I believe if they're frozen, then yes, it'll pop. Yes, but
The Gnosis synergy goes crazy on this skill.
on the other
tell
hand,
you,
though, you are double.
It's
you are-
20.
Oh, sorry. go
By
ahead.
the way, it's 25k damage according to Skami for skill 2 at max max attack.
I will say, if enemies are already frozen, you're investing 2 skills into it. Like, synergy in my mind shouldn't be punished as hard because you're investing other operators into it, right? It's not just the op doing it solo. That's like the biggest like oh god for me. If you just see an op that does everything on their own. But considering that you're not inflicting freeze, like you need an outside source of freeze if you want that extra talent 1 proc.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's actually
I don't know.
fine.
I like synergies a lot, so like I can already see that synergy in my head.
Like, if you want a quick combo, you can just do, like, Gnosis S2, like a charge Gnosis S2, and then slap on this one, right? Because remember, like, this attack freezing them will not proc talent 1, they have to be pre-frozen. So you need, like, a Gnosis S2 full charge, and then you can proc this, and then you just go kaboom on everything. So,
That's awesome. I really like that.
I don't see any, like, I don't see anything particular from balance-wise that jumps out at me.
Yeah. I think it's very balanced. I do like their skills a lot in general. Like all 3 skills seem really cool.
Yeah, like it's. Yeah, I'm not getting anything that would make me like get big concerns. Like S2 definitely seems like the bigger potential, right, for big damage. Because S3 is definitely defensive. S1 is kind of like self-sustain. S2 is kind of like the AoE. And it all kind of works together with the talent. Also with S1, I mean, if you have the full charge, you can just proc it and then just wait, right? Like you're not attacking things all the time, so you can pre-proc it and just bing Jill. So yeah, I don't. Anything, Boop? Do you think? Are you seeing anything that might have any balance things? Because for right now, I don't.
No, I think it's cool.
All right, let's move on to lore. Duke, you want to take over lore?
Sure. So let me make this bigger. Man, I want to butcher the Sui names. So
You got this.
Ya failed the Shanghai Zhong and the second brother, so they were betrayed to the Sui Regulator. Ya was much lesser than the Sui himself, and so they could be sundered even by the Yanese Empire as it stands today. Ya themselves could cleave the seasons from the world and hold them apart from the world, but their weaker fragments are tied to the seasons of Terra as it stands, and each tied to one of the particular transitions between seasons. The passage of winter into spring is fundamentally hopeful, with a vision that the sins of the past do not have to be carried into the future. And Feng held onto this philosophy despite their imprisonment by the Regulator. When Rhodes Island and the Sui fragments associated with it came into conflict with the Regulator, both due to their callous disregard for the humanity of Farinmud fragments and their unwritten advancements of the second brother's plan, Feng and their siblings were freed, and Feng alone decided to stay with Rhodes Island. The winter is harsh and cold and may destroy all that we hold dear. Some storms cannot be endured, despite your best efforts. But even the deepest chill will eventually pass and give rise to new life, which has never known the bite of ice and frost. This is a truth which the 3 of you must come to know on your own. I'm glad to have the chance to speak with you further, Doctor.
That is very philosophical.
It is.
Thoughts, Boop? On the lore? Boop, don't
This
die.
gets my gears turning as a writer and a world builder, and I love every bit of it.
I'm a little confused. Are they a Sui sibling?
No,
Or...
they are.
It does not seem like it, no.
They're a fragment of Ya. So remember Vernal Winds, Chongyu's event?
Yes.
They're a fragment of the boss of that event.
I see.
Basically, because Ya failed and then they got betrayed. Because Ya is, weaker than big ol' Sui, current Yanese was like, oh, we can still shatter you into fragments. So that's what they did to Ya. And then they have the various fragments, and then Feng is one of the fragments. And that's how we end up with what we have currently. With the with the transition between seasons. And this one is again more transition around winter to spring.
I see. Wait, so the big Sui got turned into fragments, which is the siblings, right? Like
yes, so Yan, Ling, Dust, Chongyue, yes.
So essentially that just happened to Ya, and this is one of those, I guess, the Ya siblings.
Yes.
You could call it.
Yablings.
Okay, that's the Yablings. That's cool. I like that.
Are we ready to go into points here?
Mm-hmm.
Anything you guys want to revisit, or are we good to go into points?
I'm ready to go into points.
I think I'm ready to go into points as well.
Cool. All right. Y'all know how it goes. Who wants to open up this time?
I can open up because I need to go pee.
Go for it.
So I think the kit, I really like the kit as a whole. I think it's really cool to bring the aspect of a defensive Crusher Guard to Arknights as a whole, because I don't think Wind Chimes is defensive and Quartz is not really an operator in my opinion. But I do like the kit a lot, so I want to give it a 1.8. I think the balance is really nice. I think that the skill 2 balance is very, very dependent on other operators, which brings synergy into play, which is a really, really cool thing. So I think the balance, I would give it 2. For cohesion, I think it all blends in really well, of power and defensiveness. So I think for cohesion, I would give a 2 as well. For the lore, I don't really see the vision of winter going into spring with the abilities per se, because they seem very frosty, so they seem more winter abilities rather than the transition from winter to spring. So I think purely off of that segment of lore, I would say it's a 1.2. I think the lore itself is a 2. I think the lore is really cool. How there's now the Yablings, and Ya became more than just a boss. I think the character focus, there wasn't much on them as an individual. It felt I could be wrong. Maybe I interpreted it wrong, but
you want to take a look at it
felt.
again?
Yeah. Let me look at it really quickly.
Sure thing.
Yeah, it seems more like Feng is more built from Ya than an individual. So I think for that one, I would give a 1.3.
Okay, so it looks like we're coming out to run a 10.3. That is off center that I will throw a brick at later. Alright. I can go next. And then Boop, you can go last if that's cool with you. Or do you want to go first?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, you can go, it's fine.
Cool. Alright, let me think. So let me look at the guidelines here. Okay, let me think. Get creative. I mean, this is very creative, right? I think we can all agree. I think we can agree that this is a pretty creative kit with a defensive Crusher Guard that works around, primarily more defensive stats, but still kind of has an offense. Like, it's a good mix of everything, right? It's creative. It used a lot of existing. Pretty much used a lot of existing things, with the exception of the Frost Shield. I'm gonna give it like a 1.9 for creativity. Like, I really like it. I think the only thing would just be like, maybe if we added like a little bit something fresh with the skills, I would say. That would be interesting. But again, it's very good, not 1.9. I think balance, I'm gonna agree with Duke here. I think the balance is fantastic. Like, all the skills feel like they're good in their own ways, they have their own specific use cases. And they're not like, they feel strong, like, you look at like, yeah, I want to use this, and then, you're using like, oh yeah, for the situation that you want to use them for, it's like, yeah, it all feels strong but not broken. Same thing with synergy, right? Like, there's a lot of synergy being mixed in. I think with everything mixed in, I think it's a good time. So I think that's a full 2 for me on balance. Same thing with cohesion. I think it's a very cohesive, like, it all fits together very well with, like, the talents. They all, you can combo the talents with the skills can trigger the talents. Like, it all meshes together really well, I think. So I think this is another 2 for me in terms of overall balance. As for lore, let me think. How well does the lore fit in the ability skills? Personally, I think the lore fits a lot more with Talent 1 as opposed to the skills, in my opinion. Because it's a lot of, like, transition between spring and winter to spring, right? But in terms of overall thawing, it's really only the first talent that involves that kind of thawing, right? You're removing cold, and you're like you're thawing them from freeze, and then if you block them hard enough, you're thawing them from life as well. But there's a lot of the thaw, but less around like the overall rest of freezing part. So I think I'm gonna give this like a 1.3 for overall, like, for lore integration into the skills. It fits with the talent, but it doesn't quite fit with the skills, in my opinion. Lore itself's fantastic. I'm gonna give that full 2. Lore is a full 2 for me. Like, that, the lore is fantastic. Lore is just fantastic. So, I could see that too, Skami. I could see that as kind of like a thaw, but at least to me, the bigger emphasis is more on like the Frost Shield itself, right? I think that's more of the emphasis, at least the way that I looked at it. But I can see where you're going from too. But I think I'm gonna stick with it because the majority of it does still focus around, like, skill-wise, still focus around freeze, right? Like, it's more with the talents that it interacts a bit more with the thawing part. I think it's still primarily focused around more freeze than thaw. So I'm gonna stick with that. And then for character focus, I'm gonna give it a bit. Let me think. It's a good bit. It's a good explanation for like the overall why the fragment was there. I think it fits with why there was an RI. I think I would have liked a little more about, like Dupe said, I think I would have liked just a little bit more about them personally. Just a little bit more. But I think there's enough there where it's like, yeah, this is all pretty good. I'm gonna give this like... I'm gonna give this like a 1 point... I'm gonna give this like a 1.6, I think. I think a 1.6. Like, I like the addition of I think there's a lot more. I think there's more focus. So I will go. So that means I come out with a 10.8, which is probably gonna be off-centered. It is off-centered. All right, Boop, you're up. Let me know if I need to revisit anything for you, Boop.
I was muted. Okay, cool. I think for the creativity and integration for Arknights, I think it's very good. I think it was on the nose for talent 1 and the 3 skills. I think talent 2 is what kind of makes me a little bit nervous, because I can see where Skami was going with it, but it feels very out of place compared to how the other talent and the skills interact with each other, if that makes sense, right? So I'll give a kit a 1.5. For balance, I'll give it 2. I think it's balanced more or less perfectly. And for cohesion, I'll also give that sort of like a 1.8, 1.9. I'll probably say 1.9 because they are super focused. And again, it's the talent 2 that kind of makes me a little bit iffy about that last 0.1, because it's very... it just feels very out of place to me. For flavor, the integration, I do agree with Wookie that the talent 1 fits more rather than the skills or the talent 2. Especially, with the added context of how like talent 2 is like the frost thawing into a spring, like I can see it, but the description of that, and I guess like, because we don't have any visuals to go off of, right? Unless art is included, and even then, we don't have like the visuals for the skill effects, you know? Oh, so it's just like, just from like the skill description, it's very hard to visualize that, right? So, but I'll give it a solid 1.5. I think that they're integrated very well. And for lore, it's a 2. I love the lore. It tingles my jimmies as a writer and a world builder. And for a character focus, I would also give that a 2.
Which means that Boop score comes out to a 10.9. That is also off-centered. Skami making scores that are breaking our centering of the scores. Well, currently it appears that Skami will be the score to beat as of right now, but anything can happen, as we still have plenty of contests ahead of us. But that is a total of 32 for Skami, which will knock Kiwi from the top spot. 32.0. And there is our current leaderboard. Skami very quickly establishing themselves as one of the more scarier competitors, at least with balance. Alright, let me see. Next up. Alright, let me make sure Doopy back.
Yup.
Cool. Alright. Next up. Next up. As I go back to my scoreboard to clear things out here. Probably gonna have to adjust the centering of these a couple times because extra digits and whatnot. But next up, Operating Frostbite by Blue. Hold on, give me one quick second. I'm gonna do a little bit of an adjustment here. But anyhow, it is now Blue's turn. Again, give me one very quick second here. I very quickly realized there's something I could adjust. There we go. Just very quickly realized I did not quite have the, didn't quite have who each operator was by, but operator 1's by Skami, or operator 1's by Kiwi, second one's by Skami, this one is by Blue. There we go, now that it's updated. Anywho, here we are. That way it'll stay. Oh, let's try to start.
I have
Oops.
a question. Is this supposed to be a okay, yeah, it's okay. Just
yeah, I'll adjust that if needed, because sometimes I can't twist my tail on it, and yeah, it'd be like this sometimes. But anyhow, Alright, Operator Frostbite. So, she is a female Vulpo from Colombia, and she is a 5-star supporter. 5-star supporter. Alright. Boop, would you like to take the stats as our resident stat person?
Sure, just one moment. What archetype is this?
I forgot to type in the archetype because I am stupid. Give me 1 second. I think I also hit a wrong button in there somewhere. 1 moment, please. My browser is not cooperating. Okay, there we go. 1 second. I did say that. It's a good thing I have things open up on the side because...
Cellbinder. Okay.
There we go.
Let me open up Glaucus.
Sorry about that. Look, when there's a lot to do, you kind of miss a thing here or there. It's fine, don't worry about it. No, things just froze a little bit. My browser is cooperating with the theme of the event of ice and cold, so it likes to freeze up a little too now. You know, just playing along with us.
Nice.
Let me go to stats for you. Boop, there we go. Everything is
Alright.
fine.
So we have slight. So, from what it seems like trust is not included in the stats, which is fine, because these are basically Glaucus's stats with like a few points here or there. So it's just like, yeah, it's completely fine in terms of stats, because Glaucus has 1267 HP, 505 attack, 100 defense, so yeah, more or less just on par.
It's pretty on par with Glaucus. Nothing like particularly jumps out as like, oh god, what the hell is this? Cool.
Yeah.
Alright. Let's go to the talents, because 5-star only has 1. I think this is our first 5-star of the contest. Duke, would you like to take over for talent and potentials?
Sure. So, talent 1, low temperature art. Attack inflicts cold for 1 second, 20% plus 2% chance to inflict another layer of cold for 1 second when attacking. Pot 2 minus 1 DP, Pot 3 redeployment time minus 4, Pot 4 attack plus 23, Pot 5 increases talent by 2%, and then Pot 6 is minus 1 DP. So, you stack cold, from what I'm understanding?
So here's the thing though, stacking cold is not a thing, because the moment you stack cold, it's an automatic freeze.
So basically you have a 20% chance to freeze with each.
Which... I'm open to it, depending on what the skills are.
Yeah, like I'm kind of okay with that, because it's not like you're instant freezing, right? So it's like, it's not like, oh lord, what the hell is this? It's not like I'm okay with it. Like, it's honestly, Frostbite, she's kind of independent from Gnosis, the more you kind of look at it, because it's like, Gnosis can do cold, but it's like, you can kind of just sidestep it by just freezing on your own hit off an RNG chance. So I'm like, I'm kind of okay with it, but we'll see how it works with the skills.
Yeah.
And another thing I will say though is that we do have to remember that the enemy is also slowed for 0.8 seconds, and even if the enemy is frozen, you're losing out on the slow.
Mm-hmm.
So that is sort of like a cost.
I thought Chill only inflicts. I thought Chill inflicted ASPD down, not movement speed down.
No, the Decel Binder.
Oh, Decel Binder. Oh yeah. Decel Binder. Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, brain fart.
It's okay. Skill 1, Cold Wind, manual activation, auto recovery, 15-second duration, 25 SP cost with 10 initial SP. When activated, immediately inflict 2 layers of cold to all enemies in range for 3 seconds. Attack interval is reduced to 0.8 seconds. Attack an additional target, but only deal 75% of arts damage per hit. Skill 2, Snowstorm, manual activation, auto recovery, 25-second duration, 30 SP cost with 0 initial SP. Passive, enemies in range have minus 10% movement speed. Every 3 seconds, there's a 30% chance to inflict cold to enemies in range for 1 second. Each enemy will have their own separate chance. Active, if range expands to Angelina S3 range, attack plus 120%, attack 4 targets simultaneously, passive movement speed minus 30% instead of minus 10%. When the skill ends, inflict 2 layers of cold to everyone, both enemies and operators, in range for 5 seconds, and deal 300% of attack as arts damage to all enemies. Push all enemies in range moderately, force 1 in the direction this unit is facing. Can only use this skill twice per battle, can only use normal attack after the second use of this skill.
Interesting.
That's a paragraph and a half, but
That's an interesting way to nerf skill 2.
I'm gonna start with skill 1.
Go for it.
Because I feel like skill 1 needs to be addressed first. I think, skill 1 is a little... What do you call it? Because the thing about skill 1 is that during the 15 seconds, that's a perma-slow on 2 enemies. Which is fine.
Wait, how would it be on 2 enemies?
Because it attacks an additional target.
Oh.
Because it lasts longer than the freeze itself.
Okay. I get it now.
Which I'm okay with. I'm okay with the perma slow. I think the 25 SP cost is a little bit too low, though. Maybe 35-40 seconds with 40 SP would be a better skill cost for what the skill brings to the table.
I was gonna say, because you're essentially freezing every enemy in their range, and looking at Glaucus's range, that's kind of a lot of tiles that you just cover with freeze. For a 25 SP cost skill, I think that is, especially since you get 10 SP initially. It's a
Gnosis S2. Gnosis S2 is basically 12 SP for a freeze, for a 4-second freeze at S2 M3 for stat purposes. So it's longer than Gnosis for the freeze, but you're doing extra damage, right? And you're hitting more targets. I'm of the opinion that I don't think you need to increase the SP cost by that much if you want to increase it. Maybe like 30. I think 40 is excessive. I want to say somewhere between like that 30 to 35 at most if you're gonna increase it, in my opinion. So for S1 at least.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, I think 30 is like the sweet spot.
Yeah, I think at most a little bit, because you're doing 75% arts damage per hit, so like you have a perma-slow on 2 of them with a chance to freeze them, right? Because you're still attacking them, right? Based on that talent 1. So you do have a chance to freeze them with each hit, so you have more chances to freeze, but you're only hitting 2, right? And in general, I mean, you're using a D-cell binder, like, she's not exactly gonna nuke him down to kill, right? So I want to say S1 feels okay. Like, feels okay. Again, at most I would say SP cost increase for me. At least for me personally, I would maybe increase SP cost just like by 5. I feel like you don't need to adjust too much. I think I personally think S1 is decently balanced here.
Oh yeah, it's also not quite perma-freeze because they freeze every second hit as Ascami is pointing out, because the cold duration is 1 second from the talent.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like 0.2 seconds of freeze, which is fine.
Mm-hmm. So it's like I'm more okay with S1. Looking at S2, so it's a good bit of slow, it's a good bit of freeze, or not freeze, it's 4 enemies being slowed, right? And then all enemies get slowed. The 4 that they get movement speed down, not slow. Slow is a separate effect. 4 enemies get slowed, if I remember D-Cell Binder's skills correctly, hitting decently hard, and then the skill ends with a freeze of everybody in range. and then a big hit to enemies in range pushes them in the direction that they're facing. So it's a bit of a stall at the end. So it's 25 seconds of slowing them down and then stalling them. I'm just trying to think if there's any case where an enemy can just run out of the range. Just like, nah dog, I ain't staying in this.
I think my one question is, does the passive stay after the second skill activation? Because I think that's also, I mean, it probably doesn't matter in like most maps from a map perspective, but I still think that's something to consider. Because you also have to remember that the operator isn't attacking if skill 2 is equipped until the skill is activated twice, right?
Let me see.
Because it says at the third bullet at the bottom.
Yeah, they can only use normal attacks after the second use of skill. They're a D-cell binder. They still attack normally, don't they? Why would they stop attacking?
Considering that last bullet point can only use normal attack after the second use of the skill, I would assume they just don't attack.
What? Wait. Wait, D-cell binders attack normally, don't they? Because
yeah, they do.
Yeah, so it's just you can only auto attack, right? Like, wait, hold on, I'm getting a little lost here.
I'm assuming if skill 2 is equipped, they don't attack normally because of the last stipulation.
Hold on, I might be getting mixed up with something else. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I'm just being dumb. All right. Anyhow. I see what you mean. I don't think what I feel about the skill right now. It does seem like there's a lot of things happening for like a 5-star second skill, right? It does feel like a bit of a 6-star skill to me in terms of like overall complexity, but I'm trying to think what's the overall. Like, how do I go about the overall balance? Because like the attack itself isn't a lot, right?
If I may, I'm going to bring in Estina, because Estina is, I think it's like, what, attack plus 75%? Is it 75%? Let me check. Let me just bring up Estina, because I use Estina somewhat regularly. Estina, skill 2, S2, M3, range expands to Saria S2, attack plus 75%, and attacks 2 extra targets. So she attacks 3 targets, and she has 21 extra attack speed from talent at pot 6. So just like, this is just a better skill than Estina's skill 2, because Estina's skill 2 is also a 50-second cost with a 25-second duration, right? Now granted, this skill can only be used twice per battle, but considering like how long the maps are, or like you're not going to use this skill more than twice, essentially, unless you like spam it on cooldown, in which it's just like that's just bad play at that point.
Yeah, it's like I imagine using this like as on to deal with specific targets, right? At least hopefully, right? So
yeah, like this isn't a skill you would like spam. It's like, because the thing is, if you're using it only twice per map, it's like Susuro's skill 2, right? Susuro's skill 2, you only really need to use it twice per map. You're never really going to use it a third time, unless you're like low-opping or you're doing some wacky strat, you know?
So, for the record, right, skill 2 cannot be used if you retreat them and then redeploy them. Like, it's permagon.
Per battle.
Yeah, I would assume it's like a Amiya skill 2 in guard form.
Yeah, like you could only use it twice in the battle. It's not twice on deployment. It's twice per battle. So like, if you use it once and then you get retreated, or you retreat her and then you put her down again, you get one more use of the skill, not another 2. So
yeah, okay.
It's a good bit of stall and delay, I would say. Like, definitely has its use cases. I'm trying to think how this would. I mean, nothing really. I mean, I want to say nothing jumps out excessively to me. Would you all agree?
Yeah. Yeah, nothing jumps out too excessively. The only thing is, I feel like skill 2 just does a lot.
It does.
For
Again,
a 5-star.
Yeah, it absolutely does too much for a 5-star, right?
like it is limited to twice the skill, but at the same time, if you're comparing it to other 5-star skills, right? Like let me look at Sassoto. Like for example, I mean, Sassoto here is just her S2 isn't it just big heal? Yeah, big heal and big attack speed, right? Granted, she's a 4-star, but it's like big heal, big attack speed. Let me check Omnia Guard, because like the only comparison of like, you know, a 2 activation skill per battle we have on a 5-star is Guard Bia, I think, right?
It's only once per map for
Yeah.
skill 2 Amiya, though.
But it's like it's the only real comparison that we have, like in terms of power level and like things overall utility, right? I would say.
The thing about this skill is that I think the passive movement speed down is completely unnecessary.
It's 10, yeah, like 10% is not a lot. Like, it's there, I guess. Like, it feels like it's there and it doesn't need to be there, right? Is that what you guys are thinking too?
Yeah, I don't know, I feel like for a 5-star, there's just too much going on.
Like, too much utility, too many things that are happening, right? Like, a little bit of...
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I'm looking at Amiya's S2. Again, it's not... Like, you can't... It's pretty hard to compare, right? Because Diesel Fighter and Guard. And I'm trying to look at, like, overall utility. But, like... Amiya basically just does damage.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at, like, all kinds of different just 5-stars in general to see what they offer, not necessarily what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, Vanguard Texas, DP, stun, little damage.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Lapland, just more damage.
Mm-hmm.
Lazy, less or no damage fall off. On subsequent more damage, like Amiya Guard more damage.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And it's like they do 1 to 2, at most like 3 things. So it feels like a little too complex for a 5-star skill in general.
Yeah, like nothing jumps out as like broken. It just feels like there's a little too much. Maybe take like a little bit out of the utility here a bit. Like you could take out the push, right? I would say. Like I think you could take out the push. Like you could drop a little bit of things here or there. I think there's just like a little bit too much to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Taking out the push and the movement speed down, and I think the skill is fine.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
it's balanced. Like each part, like there's nothing that's broken about it. It's just there's too much into it. I think is the part that makes it questionable for me. Modules. I think it's our first stop with the module. I'll take care of the module because we do need to keep moving because we do have a good number tonight.
Yeah.
And so I am going to keep us moving here. So let's see, the trait for this module for the pair of gloves is the SP recovery is plus 0.2 per second when there are enemies within range. HP plus 120, attack plus 45, attacks inflict cold for 1 second. 25 with a plus 2% chance to deal, which inflict another layer of cold for 1 second when attack and deal 115% art damage. So it's kind of an enhancement to her, yeah, so it's an enhancement to her talent.
Talent 1.
And then it gets extra SP recovery when enemies are in range. I want to say that's fine for a module.
Is that SP recovery per enemy or just as long as there's one?
Based on the wording,
as long as there's one.
And when there are enemies, it doesn't word it as per, so I'm gonna assume that it is as long as there are, and that's what we're gonna roll with because that is what's written. Kind of sticking with my rule that like, hey, once it's here, if it's pretty written like clearly, we're gonna roll with that.
Without the decel module, because the decel module is SP recovery plus 0.2 per second. It is just if there's within range, increase the SP generation.
So I think it's fine.
This is This is just Yostar being a dumb nut.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fine.
I don't see anything that jumps out to me as bad. I think it's fine. I don't think there's anything like it fits. It's pretty balanced. You get a little bit of extra, right? You get a little bit of extra to the talent. Yeah, you get a little bit of extra to the talent. You get a little bit of more damage, right? If you get the cold proc. Like, I think it's fine. Lore. I'll take care of the lore here. Frostbite is an experienced caster specializing in lowering the temperature around her with arts. She was rescued by Frostleaf from a burning building when she was still young. Some years later, they meet each other during Frostleaf's visit to Columbia. Frostleaf then invites her to Rhodes Island. Her art has improved since the last time I see her use her art. It seems to be stronger than mine now, or I should say, much stronger than mine. That explains the higher amount of originium in her. I remember the day I saved her from a burning building, she always wanted to follow me around, but of course I'm on duty at the time, so all I could do is leave her somewhere safe and go back to do my job. I did come check up on her every now and then. Here, food and water. But one of these days she told me that she's infected, and that's the reason her parents decided to leave her in the building and burn it down, just so that they themselves don't get infected. But she never hates them, not one bit. Which frustrates me to this day. Why is she loving someone who's trying to kill her? Had it not been there that day, she isn't going to be here at Rhodes Island today. There's a reason I've invited her to Rhodes Island, that way she'll always find happiness around everyone here. And that was a conversation between Frostleaf and the doctor when checking up on Frostbite's infection status. The module notes looks like these are Frostleaf's gloves. She brought it during the winter at Columbia. It was the only pair left at the time. Size of the gloves was a bit too small for her liking, but she bought it anyways just to get by the cold day. After getting a more fitted pair of gloves, instead of returning the other pair, she kept it. Now the same pair of gloves has been giving it to me. I must wear it every day just to show Frostleaf how much this means to me. Okay. So basically she's wearing Frostleaf's gloves, but she still kind of wears it. Okay. My biggest complaint right there, or my biggest, like, point of criticism, this is a lot about Frostleaf and not a lot about Frostbite herself.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
This
feels more like Frostleaf lore more than Frostbite lore.
Frostbite is like, whatchamacallit? Frostbite is... This is like Frostbite is a side character in her own lore. That's my biggest criticism. Like, I do not learn a whole lot about Frostbite. And I learned... Well, not learn, but it's like, we have more Frostleaf. So, it definitely seems like there's more Frostleaf than Frostbite.
Yeah.
Finishing with that, are we ready to go to points, or is there anything that we want to take another look at?
I think I'm good to go to points.
How about you, Boop?
Yeah, I'm good to go.
Cool. Let's go to points then. I'll kick things off this time. Let me think. So, points. Judgment time. I think kit creativity, I think that's okay. Like, it fits in. I like, there's a random chance that she might just free someone outright. Like, I think that's fine. It kind of fits with the arts. Like, arts is kind of, sometimes people can't quite control the arts hard, so maybe she, like, over-arted it and froze someone was like, oh, wait, damn, how do I do that? Right? So I think that's fine. I think that fits in. Overall creativity integration, I think you're probably going to get dinged a little bit on integration and both on kit and balance for the reason that S2 is a little bit too over-kitted by 5-star standards, so it's like, it doesn't quite integrate with Arknights on that, and it's a bit excessive for their rarity, just FYI advance. But overall, I think it fits together pretty well. So, I'm gonna give it like a 1.3. It's like, it's mostly good, but like, that S2 just kind of jumbles things up a bit. Balance, it is balanced. Like, there's no skill that jumps out to me as very unbalanced, except that there's just too many things on S2. For that, I think I'll still give you like a pretty high score on power level overall, minus, just too many things on S2. It's like, it's not excessively too many things, but it's still enough things. And S1, I think, you could bump the SP conscious by a little bit. I'll give you a 1.5 on balance, because I still like the balance. I think there's just little things here and there. Cohesion, I think it's pretty cohesive. Again, basically, it's the S2 doing like a lot of things that kind of uncohesives it a little bit with adding the push to it. Like, the push seems unnecessary to me, like, just completely unnecessary. Like, why are we pushing here, I guess? but overall, I'd say it's cohesive enough. I'm gonna give it like a 1 1.7 on cohesion, I think. Like, it's cohesive. Again, it's just that S2 having too many things that kind of uncohesions it. How well does the lore fit? I mean, integrated with the kit, like, with what I could get from her being, lowering the temperature, I can see, people get colder, they're gonna move just by nature, just like a little bit, like they want to move faster, but, freezing people being slowed down a bit when they get frozen, right? With what I can see in there, I think it integrates pretty well with the whole slow freeze aspect of it. I'll give you like a 1.8 on overall integration. Like, I think it integrates well. Lore, it fits in with AK lore. Like, I don't see anything that jumps out at me as of overall AK lore, so I see no problem in giving you a 2 on lore alone. Character focus. Okay, I'm gonna ding you pretty hard here, Blue, because there's too much Frostleaf and not enough Frostbite. I'm going pretty harsh here. I'm gonna give you a 0.5 on character focus. Like, there was a little bit of Frostbite, but not enough for my liking. So you're gonna get a little bit dinged there. Overall score, it's still a good score. You're getting an 8.8 from me. Still a pretty good score, but it's the character focus that really killed you here. Alright, who wants to go next?
I'll go next.
Cool.
One moment. For kit creativity and integration, I think it's simple, but it's something that it's like we don't have this specific thing, and I'm okay with that. So I'll give that a 1.4 because it's just like I can see this being a thing, right? I can see Hypergriff very much making this a thing because they have the habit of making those 20% chance RNG talents, right?
Good old RNG.
For balance, I think again the balance is okay. It's just that again the skill 2 has a bit much, right? So I'll give that a 1.8 as well. Just because the skill 2 is a bit much, right? For cohesion, I think the focus is there. It's just that the talent and the skills don't interact with one another, right? It's more like the skills, because the thing is both skills have like this AoE freeze that doesn't do anything, take anything from the talent. It's just part of the skill, right? It's not like taking the talent and then boosting the talent, So I'll probably give that more of a 1.5 or 5 because just like, yeah, the talent's there and it does help freeze, but that's only like, it only interacts with part of the skill and not the full skill, For integration, in flavor, I'll give that a 0.5. It's like too much Frostleaf. It's like, yeah, the Frostleaf being there is fine, but having Frostleaf being mentioned multiple times is a little bit much, right? For like the lore. I realized I skipped into integration. That's my bad.
It's okay. Just go back to it.
Yeah, but for integration, even could you switch over to
yes.
the lore tab actually then for a moment, please?
Should be on the lore tab now. Yes.
Thank you. Unironically, I don't see how the abilities or skills are attached to the lore. Like, I can see, like, the whole arts thing, but that's, like, a very small part of it, right? Versus everything else that's there. So I'll probably give that a 0.8 for the integration. Because, again, like, just the mention of the arts, it's just like, you can't really go wrong with that, but everything, there's so much else that's missing from it, And for the character... Wow. Man, I skipped lore technically as well. I went straight to character focus with the first comment. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
But for how well does it fit into the universe? I think it fits into the universe perfectly fine. I'll probably just give that a 2 because you can't really go wrong with integrating another person into the backstory, right? Because it's not like we have a huge amount of Frostleaf lore. So it's not like I can go into the game and be like, ha, this one thing in Frostleaf's lore contradicts this, you know?
Zippy like that. Alrighty, so that's an 8.0 from Dupe. Or from Boop. God, both of you guys have the same, like, oop sound at the end of it. Alright, Dupe, you're up.
Okay, I think the kit, as said before, it's simple, but that doesn't mean it's bad. I think for 5 stars, having a simple kit is like very, very good. So I think for creativity and just integration, I think overall it's not bad. So I would say like 1.5. I think balance, we've all said it probably. The skill 2 is a little too much going on. But other than that, the balance is fine. So again, another 1.5 for me for that. Cohesion, I think the cohesion is fine, but I don't necessarily see the tie-in of the skills and the talent. So I think for that, I'll give you a 1.2. And as for flavor, I think the only bit of lore that fits the abilities is the first line where it says she's an exceptional caster or an arts user. Other than that, it kind of is like implied, or to me it feels implied, kind of like Frost Nova, where she just exists and everything freezes, but not to Frost Nova level. So I think for integration, it's like a 0.8. I think the lore is a 2.0. It's very Arknights lore, very fitting. And I think the character focus, it was said before as well, it seems very Frost Leaf focused, not Frostbite. So I think for that, I would also do a 0.8.
Hey. So that puts your score up at a 7.8 from Dupe. For real, he's Dupe this time, but not Boop, and not just me misspeaking. So that puts us at... Okay, I forgot a decimal point there. I nearly put in 80, which would have been, like, how did I get to 80? Puts you at a 24.6. So, let's see where that puts you on our leaderboard. That would put you currently at 3rd on the leaderboard. With a 24.6. Oh god, we're gonna have to speed up a good bit, aren't we? We are chugging along, but it's okay. We're speeding things up. We're getting the hang of things. We're remembering how to do things again. And speeding things up. Alright, next up. Okay, let's see if I can pronounce this name right. Or if I'm gonna just butcher it entirely. Alright, alright, let me start clearing some scores out. But this will be by Eden Boy. This will be operator, if I'm pronouncing it right, Yokel, I believe? Or Joe, I don't think you pronounced the J. I'm gonna assume that I don't pronounce the J here. So, it's a new name to the contest. Okay, so he's a male Elafia from Sami, and they are a 6-star summoner supporter. The pronunciation there. Understood. Understood. Okay, then. Let's see. Let me go find you on the list of operators I can pull up in case I need to make any edits as we go into stats. All right, Boop, take us away for stats.
One moment, please. What's the archetype again?
Summoner. 6-star summoner.
Do the stats really matter then? They're not going to see combat anyway.
Just make sure that nothing is going like, oh god, and then we can move on to the summon stats, because I think that's what's going to matter a lot more.
Yeah, everything's on par. There's no, oh god, this is too much. Everything's fine.
Cool. Well, here's our summon stats. We can also revisit this. We can definitely revisit this once we start getting better ideas of like skills and talents and whatnot.
To put it into perspective though, Ling skill 1. This has more HP by about 300 more HP. It has 200 or so more attack,
Mm-hmm.
10 less defense, but 10 more res.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, it's block 2 rather than block 1. But yeah, more or less, just like it's a better Ling skill 1. But granted, I'm also going to assume this summon is for like all 3 skills rather than, just 1 skill.
It would appear so.
Which is interesting, because the 2 6-star summoners we have, all of the summons change with each skill. So this is going to be interesting, actually.
Let's take a look.
Because the summon's not going to change with the skill.
So we'll see how it interacts here. Let's look at talent potentials. Dupe, would you like to take over for this?
Yep. So talent 1, Mirage Snow. Should I just read E1 level 1 or do or E2 level?
Let's go for E2.
Okay. So E2, you can summon 5 summons with a maximum of 3 deployed at once. Yokel and his summons have 40% chance to inflict cold for 3 seconds every attack. So he himself also can inflict frost. Okay. And then talent 2, Yokel and his summons ignore 165 plus 15 defense and 10 plus 2 res when attacking frozen enemies. Okay.
Okay. I think that's fine. Doesn't really jump out as like, oh loud, what the hell is this, right?
Yeah, I can see the synergy between the talent 1 and 2 together.
My only, not gripe per se, but just a thing to keep in mind, a frozen enemy already has minus 15 res. So this is essentially minus 25 res for talent 2, but I think it's okay. Because it's just like on top of the frozen thing,
Yeah, Freeze does ignore, it does, what is it, res shred a little bit, right?
It does, which is fine.
Skills. Alright, let's take a look at our skills here. I will do the skills here. Skill 1, Frost Aura. Activation is manual. Auto recovery, 25 second duration, 25 SP cost, initial SP of 15. Passive, summons may be deployed on melee tiles. Alright. Active, Yokel summons gain attack plus 75%, increase the activation rate of the first talent to 75%. So more often than not, you will be inflicting cold. Okay. For 25 seconds. Okay. 25 SP cost for 25 seconds. Okay. Anyhow, I'll go through all the skills and then we'll do back to these. Skill 2, Wild Winter. Activation is manual. Recovery is auto. Duration 25 seconds. SP cost is 30. So more SP cost. Initial SP of 10. Passive summons may still be deployed on melee tiles. Alright. Active, Yokel summons gain attack plus 100% and defense plus 50%. And attacks hit twice in a row. The effect of this unit's second talent increases by 1.5 times. Immediately gain 1 summon when the skill is activated. Okay. Skill 3, Eternal Blizzard. Activation manual. Recovery is auto. 20 second duration. 20 SP costs. So pretty small SP costs across the board. Initial SP of 15. Passive summons may be deployed on melee tiles. When a summon is deployed, deal 200% attack as arts damage to all enemies in the surrounding tiles and inflict cold for 3 seconds. Gonna revisit the summon stats right quick after this. Active. Yokel summons gain attack plus 60%, ASPD plus 60. Immediately deploys 2 summons at random deployable melee tiles, so kind of like Dusk, okay? Does not take deployment. Oh, okay, I have a mild concern with that one. Each summon inflicts cold to all enemies for 1.5 seconds in the surrounding 8 tiles every 1.6 seconds. And defense minus 30% to all blocked enemies inflicted with cold freeze. Alright. So you deploy 2, the passive triggers. You can keep deploying, right? I guess the only question is, well, you can use, what is it, 5? Hold on, revisiting summons for a second here. So can use 5, maximum deployed 3 at once. So you're basically popping 2 immediately.
But they don't take deployment
Yeah, so it's like, wait a minute,
right?
then that...
So is it like a Rosmontis pillar, kind of?
I would assume what skill 3 means is that you can deploy. They don't take deploy slots, but you can still only have 3 deployed at once.
That's my
Type of thing.
assumption. Because you can only have 3 and they still count for them. The HP and stuff is still there. So my assumption is that you could only drop 1. I guess you can also retreat them and then you could just, like, whatever, right? But... So...
Also, with a attack interval of 1.6 seconds, I feel like the permafreeze can get out of hand really, really fast.
Especially if they're right next to each other, right? So it's like, that gets a bit concerning. That is a lot of freeze. Like, one, you're basically, like, if they're next to each other, like, if you deploy it correctly, because it's on melee tiles, right? So, like, with the way Arknights maps are constructed, you're not really gonna see, like, the 4-lane map, right? Like, the 4-lane wide map.
Yeah.
It's basically like 1 or 2 for the most part. Like, rarely 3. And you're summoning them at random and deployable wait, hold on. At random deployable so just anywhere? Because that does kind of mitigate the freeze a little bit. If they're just kind of yeeting out to the 4, like, corners of the world, as long as there's enemies there, right? Because the way this is worded, and the way that we're interpreting it, because of the way it's worded, right, is that it's completely random. Like, there is nothing that says it has to be within Yokel's range, because you can deploy the summons anywhere, right? So, they kind of just plop in as long as there's enemies there. So that kind of does mitigate the freeze a little bit. Yeah, as long as there's enemies in it. But at the same time, like, the freeze is concerning.
You can hold on activating it, no?
Yeah, you can hold on activating. Yeah.
So you can hold on till their enemies are in the right position and then pop it, and then now you have permafreeze.
Yeah, you have, what is that, 20 seconds of permafreeze? Essentially?
For 20 SP cost, too.
20 SP cost, permafreeze. The summons are doing extra damage. And extra attack. So they're kind of going ham here. And they're taking defense. They're taking defense down. Going back to.
And then they also shred res because of the talent too, right?
They don't shred res. They ignore the res.
They ignore the
res.
It does.
So it's not something allies benefit from. It's only the summons and the yokel.
So you're doing extra damage to them too. And then you can theoretically keep the freeze going depending on, how RNG works with you. That is a lot of freeze. Like, a lot of... Well, I'm on modules. That is a lot of freeze. Like, S1 I'm okay with. S2 I think I'm also okay with. Because, like, you're not guaranteed freeze. I
think S2 is fine purely because the freeze is RNG off passive.
Yeah.
So it's an RNG skill.
Yeah.
I think my only thing is S3 feels a little too strong.
S3 is very loaded in power.
I do think skill 2 could use a slight increase in SP cost or less duration, because it is attacks hit 2 times in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And that does greatly boost the chance of freezing.
So it's like, yeah, it's okay. I'm less concerned with like the random deployment at this point, because it's like, it's like dropping. I mean, on the one hand, it's like dropping Ross pillars, but at the same time, it's like, it's freeze. It's double freeze.
It's just a permafreeze either way because of the plus 60 attack speed.
Yeah. Like S3 is where I have the most concern. Again, S2 I think is, like maybe a little more SP cost because of double hit, right? And being, having higher chances of proccing freeze, because you're at 40% normally on, when you're E2, you're at 40% normally. Again, we're considering these as if they're like, max, right? So,
yeah.
That's 2 for the summons, that's 2 for, it's double hit for Yokel, it's double hit for the summons, right? So it's a good bit of freeze. Like, it is a good bit of freeze. I will say for the S3, the only way you can recover summons is from the S2, right? Is from having them on S2, and you get one summon every however many, SP cost it is at 30, right? The other ones, like, once you start burning, like, you're gonna have to retreat the summoner by the end of it if your summons are dying. And the summons are, I want to say, relatively squishy, because you're not gonna be able to heal them, right? So, like, S1...
So you're using, like, a bard, right? Like Scotty Alter.
Yeah. But at that point, you're comboing more things in, and in which case, like, okay, there's more synergy built in, you have less deployment slots, etc., etc. Like, that works in a little more. Like, I want to say S1 and S2 are relatively okay, maybe some SP cost shenanigans at most, but S3 is just my biggest concern right now with, the big old freeze, right? I'm assuming if you already are at max cap on summons, you don't get more, right? I think also just them not taking deployment slots is a little bit concerning. Because, like, they are still doing attack, they are still inflicting freeze, like, they don't disappear when the skill ends, they're just there, right? Granted, they're kind of stuck there, but that's still places where they can stay there and do damage and do whatever still, while not taking deployment slots. Like, not taking deployment slots is huge in Arknights.
Yeah,
I will
that's
say,
2 more operators they can deploy, essentially.
I will say, skill 3 says nothing about refreshing summons, which, considering the upsides to the skill, I don't think doesn't matter. Like, it's inconsequential.
Yeah, like, you have... Again, it's a really cheap SP cost. That is really cheap for how long it is and how much freeze it inflicts.
And you get an initial 15, so you have to essentially only wait 5 seconds to start it.
That I'm less concerned about, because, like, a lot of skills at, M3, it's basically like you drop them in and 5 seconds later they're good to go, right? So... So, like, yeah, the S3, the way refreshing summons for S3 is with 2 summons that are immediately deployed, but you can only have 5 max, right? And if they're already there, then with the wording at this, right, with this current wording, based on how Arknights is how we were interpreting things, because again, we, like, once it's sent in, like, that's how we're gonna take it, right? With the 2 summons at random, like, if you're already capped at 3, then, like, because your maximum cap is 3, right? So you're only allowed to have 3 of these deployed at once. So the way we're interpreting this is at most you could only have 3 on the field at once. So if you already have 3 on the field and you hit, you activate the skill 3, then the 2 summons won't come out. That's the way we're interpreting it. That's the way we're interpreting this, because that's the way it's written, right? By does not take deployment slots, we're interpreting this as affecting overall deployment slots and not summon deployment slots. That's the way we're taking it. If it doesn't take from the 5, then I have even more problems with the S3. Let me just put it that way. I'm kind of giving you the benefit of the doubt on balance here. And I would advise that you roll with it. But if you insist on it being like it doesn't take from the 5 as well, then I'm going to have a very major problem with S3. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
But
I agree.
Right now, my biggest problem is just with the S3, with the permafreeze, how short it is, how long it lasts. Like, that is that is basically a 20-second permafreeze. So, yeah. Like, S3 is my biggest concern. S1 and 2 seem fine. For what it's worth, S1 and 2, they seem fine. Like, maybe a little tweaks here and there, but they seem fine. S3, big concern. Alright, let's look at modules, see how this affects things. The first mod deals arch damage, 2 summons in battle, so... The first summon unit does not consume deployment slots. The last summon unit does not return deployment slot when treated or defeated. Okay. I'm really not a fan of the deployment slot ones. Level 2 is summons ignore. Okay, so ignore more res, more defense. So, okay, level 3 is ignore
in defense
more.
of the modules, this is just a classic summoner module.
I know, but I just don't like it in general.
Fair enough.
Deals arch damage. Can use summons battle. Can hold 3 additional summon unit. 3 additional summon units, and summon unit deployment costs are reduced, becomes 14 DP. So level 2 can use 5 summons, max deployed. Wait. Can hold +3 Hold on, let me double check and make sure I didn't mistype something. Let me double check this, or if this is the way it's written. No, this is the way it's written. Wait, you got a little bit of wording shenanigans here. Can hold +3 additional, so level 2 can hold. So it'd be okay. I'm just gonna give you benefit of doubt and do the math here. Of you're gonna have the 5 + 3, right? So you can have 8. You can hold 8, but still only deploy 3 at max. Wait, +3 additional summon units. Yeah, I'm assuming it's okay. So you have 8 You have 8 in like the pocket.
It'd be 8 max, and you can still only have 3 deployed.
Yeah. Okay. I'm assuming. Okay. So you have more summons that you could play around with, but you know it's only one other one's died. Okay. All right. I mean, not really seeing anything bad with it. Like that's. Just...
I will say though, the increase to cold, the percent chance for cold, makes skill 1, 2, and 3 so much worse. From a balance perspective.
Yeah, that makes that just makes it scary. From like bad, not as in the skill is bad, as in that's kind of concerning. Like kind of very concerning. It's a lot. Like they're not as beefy, granted. Like they aren't as beefy, but that is a lot.
With the amount of passive healing in the game, it honestly doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of spook. It's kind of spook. Okay, moving on to lore. Known for its unhandleable terrain and cold climate, Sami is the home of some of the most powerful clans led by Snow Priests with the power to control ice. Snow Priest, nice. Yoko, who can control ice and snow, was a threat to the power the Snow Priests currently hold because of the proficiency in controlling and harnessing this power, and would find any means possible to eliminate him. Knowing this from overhearing discussion between the Snow Priests, he quickly escaped his clan, for death was certain had he remained there any second longer. The run seemed endless with every second he took, and the fog during the night didn't really tell him where he was heading, even with a dim lantern. Monsters were extremely active at night, and while Yoko had no problem fending against them thanks to his icy abilities as well as the ability to create clones of himself, it further tired him until he no longer had the strength to keep going. He fell forward in thick snow and started losing consciousness, waiting for the never-ending snow to consume him whole. Except he instead woke up at a random room with weird white lights, slightly blinding his eyes open. He then learned more about Rose Island, their moving landship, as well as how many others with different circumstances were brought here just like him. With nowhere to go, he decided to join Rose Island as both a scouting and reconnaissance specialist, knowing that he could use his powers to the fullest to help Rose Island in the future, as well as saving the lives of many. Okay. Okie dokie.
I think the lore is solid.
I think the lore is solid.
Yes, it's pretty solid.
Hit all the points. Hit all the point.
I think you shouted out the wrong person.
No, I didn't. You saw nothing. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. Anyone have any questions before we hit points?
Oh no, my illness has made me blind. I can't see.
Oh no. Oh no, how could this have happened?
What a tragedy.
Understood. Going to points unless we need to do something. Again, I'm not trying to rush us, but we do have a good number and I want to make sure that we can get through everyone and give them the time. We all good?
Is this our fourth one or fifth one?
This is 4.
I think this is 4.
Oh yeah, we should probably hurry up.
Let me scoot up a bit. Cool. All right, let's go to points then. All right, let's start. All right, you can start this time.
Okay. I think for kit creativity, so I think the creativity is fine. I think the integration with Arknights is a little scary, but that ties more into the balance aspect. I think for kit, I'll give it a 1.4. The balance, I think everything is fine except for skill 3, which is really scary, and module Y, which increases it to 50% with the double hit from skill 2. That's essentially a perma-freeze with that. And then skill 3, if positioned right, is a 20-second perma-freeze. So I think it's a little too strong. So I think for balance, it's like a 0.9 for me. I think cohesion, it's pretty cohesive. I like the RNG chance of freeze off of just the base talent being 40%. So I think for cohesion, I'll give it like a 1.3. For integration, I think with the way the lore describes him, he is very powerful, so I guess the power makes sense lore-wise. So that's like a 2 for me. I think the lore itself, I think is I would say a 1.8 purely because it doesn't really tell you how he was found by Rhodes Island, just that he was found. So I think that's like the tiny nitpicky thing for me personally. As for character focus, I think character focus was fine. I think it's a 2.0 for that one. So, yeah.
Okay, so that would be a drumroll 9.4 from Dupe. All right, Boop, going to you now.
All right, so for the creativity integration, I think it was pretty on par. I can see it being, this being in Arknights, right? So I'll give that what do you call it? 2. There we go. I'm like, what's the cap again? Sorry about that. For the balance, I think the balance is something entirely different. I have a lot of issues with how it all plays out. I'll give it a 0.5 for the balance because this again, like the skill 1 and the skill 2, they're fine, but then you take into account everything else and it's just very scary. If we could like physically test it out, maybe my opinion would change, but on pure theory, it feels very, very scary from a balance point of view because of the whole permafreeze aspect, even though it's RNG, right? Like 40% is like, it's not that low when you think about it in terms of like how fast things attack, and you've got 3 summons and the summoner, right? It's just a lot of things happening, and it's just very, very scary, especially when you start thinking about synergies and stuff like that. For cohesion, I do think that it's very focused. It does have that added benefit of, yes, this is exactly what I want to do. So separated from the balance, I do think that the cohesion is very on par, so I'll give that a 1.7. For the integration, for how well the lore fits into the ability and skills, I think that was done well as well. I'll give that a 1.5. Or how well the lore fits into the universe. Could you go back to the lore for a moment?
Yes, I can. There you go. It should be there. Yeah, okay. How we thinking, Boop?
I do feel like it does fit into Arknights, but it feels like it's missing a sort of not decisive factor, but a very what do you call it? A pillar to it, where it's just like, from what I can tell, it's just like this happens and all of a sudden they're at Rhodes Island, Oh, it's not sort of like the cause and effect is there, but the cause and effect is also helped a lot by a contrivance or a coincidence, which I suppose you could argue for that goes for anything. So I'll give it a 1.5 for the lore. And for the character focus, I'll give it a 2 because you can't really go wrong with that. Or at least I don't see anything wrong with it for how involved the character is in with the own lore, and narratively it kinda does make sense.
So 9.2 from the Boop. All right, so for me, creativity integration. Again, I agree that I can definitely see the character in Arknights. I can definitely see them, integrated in, right? It's pretty creative with like it's. I think I'm going to dink it just a little bit with the a little bit on the on the creativity side of things, just thinking a little bit, it kind of does feel like it's Ling. It's like the S3 feels like it's Ling, but ice, right? So I think there's a little more that I think you could have adapted a bit with things here, like, you know, flesh it out just a little more, in my opinion. But I'm still gonna give you like a 1.7 for creativity integration, because I can see this at Arknights. Like, there's just more things that I would have liked to see a little more of. Balance. S3, I definitely voiced my concerns with that. S1 and S2 were fine until I saw the second module. Then it got scary, right? So I'm gonna be a little more generous. I'm gonna give you like a 0.8 on balance, I think. Based on just pretty much like you had the right idea, that you kind of went like a little bit like, oh god, at the end there, a little bit, right? So let me think. Sorry, let me go back to the third one. Cohesion. Very cohesive. I will definitely agree that this is very cohesively built. I like the cohesion. I think it all worked together pretty well with like how the talents and everything play around each other. I think you had a very good vision with what you want to design. But again, it's the balance that killed you more. But I don't think I see anything wrong with the cohesion per se. So I think you get full points for cohesion for me. I see nothing wrong with cohesion. I see no reason to ding you on cohesion. More just on the balance is what's killing you here more than anything else. Integration. How does the lore fit into their ability to scale? I like what you mentioned with the clones, right? And how the summon's name is a snow clone, right? So I like how that played in with your integration of lore. I think at most maybe a quick maybe a line at most of just like how do the clones work, like how just maybe a line in of like, oh yeah, by the way, like, you know, his ability to spread it out via the clones is what made them extra scared of him or something like that, right? I think a little bit of that would have been nice, but I think I'll still give you like a 1.7 on integration. For how does the lore fit into the AK universe? I'm kind of in agreement that we're missing that little bit of like exactly why was RI there in the first place, right? Like he just kind of shows up at RI, right? He just passes out and then boom, he's at RI. So I'm going to think a little bit more on the terms of the lore. I'll give you like a 1. Give it a 1.5. We'll leave it at 1.5 for the lore. Character focus, I think you're very, very character focused. Again, I think I'm going to think you a little bit again on narrative sense, just in the kind of jump suddenly to RI. But I think I'll still give you like a 1. Go like a 1.7. So I'll give you 1.7 on that. So it puts me at the same score as Dupe with a 9.4. So that puts you at, because I can't do mental math in my head anymore, because it's only 11, but I already can't do math. Math major, what a good math major I was. Puts you at 28 in total. So, where does that put you on our leaderboard? Well, I believe some adjustments are going to be made here. So, I believe that we're going to be making some scooties here, as I will slowly move things over. Do I have a faster way of doing this? No, I don't. 28. Thank you for your operator. Alrighty. While I go clear out... Alright, let me go clear out some points here on the council's on the screen here. As we are getting ready for our next operator here. It's Operator Lucerne by Ostris, also known as Serene in Discord. Let me see. Where is...
Let's go Deadeye.
Hold on. There we go. Okay, so you suddenly don't want to... Yeah, suck to suck, you're sure now. Anyhow. Alrighty. So, let me double check everything that's good to go. Believe we are good to go. Let me just pull you up just to make sure in case I typed something wrong. I will have that ready just in case. Alright, anyhow. So, Operator Lucerne, she is a Zalek from Kiarag, and she's a 6-star Deadeye. Oh ho ho.
Lovely.
Alright, Boop, take it away.
Alright, stats are on par with a 6-star Deadeye.
Excellent. On par.
Yeah, it's not much to say.
Perfect. On par. All right, Duke, take it away for potentials and talent.
So, talent 1, crystallization, prioritizes cold enemies, increases attack to 130% plus 5% on pot 5 when attacking cold enemies. Talent 2, light the way, every 3 seconds when deployed, restore 1 skill point to all deployed Kiarog allies. DP cost -1 for pot 2, redeployment time -4, attack +40, talent 1 enhance with 5%, and DP cost -1.
Mm-hmm.
So very synergy-based talent too.
Mm-hmm. It's very
Yeah.
Kiarag, but that's that's not out of the order. That's not nothing crazy like we see in
I've seen
Casimir
Abyssal
specific.
Hunters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think both of these are fine.
I don't see
Yep.
anything wrong with these. So, skills. I'll get skills. Skill 1, Glacial Hunt. Auto activation, auto recovery. It's an instant skill. 7 SP cost. Initial SP is 7 unless I hit a wrong button. Let me double check that. Because I can be. Initial SP is 0. I am dumb. Anyhow, you saw nothing. So, next attack targets one more enemy and deals 200% attack as physical damage. So basically, every 7 seconds you get like an enhanced auto attack. Then, okay, that seems
Okay.
fine. Like,
That seems fine.
yeah, seems fine. Skill 2, Arctic Wind. Activation is manual this time. Automatic recovery. And it's also an instant duration skill. So instant duration. Lots of like instant effect ones. Interesting. 20 SP cost, initial SP of 8. Next attack creates an ice field for 15 seconds around the targeted enemy that deals 60% attack as physical damage to all enemies within the field every second. The movement speed of enemies within the field is slowed by 10%. Enemies that pass through the field are inflicted with cold for... that does say... Okay. Like, that does say 12.5 seconds. That is a very long cold.
That is a long cold, yeah.
It's a long
I think
cold, but it's
other-
not a long freeze, though. And I'd like to add that prioritizes cold enemies, but does not inflict cold. Except for the S2, so... It is a pretty long cold, though.
It is a long cold. I do like the synergy with the talent though.
Mm-hmm. I think it synergizes really cool. Like, you set it up for yourself, right? It is a pretty long cold. But the field is basically an 8-tile field. I'm going to assume that around is the surrounding tiles. So I'm just going to assume it's just like the, around the enemy, right? So I'm going to include the center for the sake of just field purposes. The slow is not a big slow.
Yeah, it's not that big of a slow.
It
I feel
doesn't-
like if it was more than that, it'd be a little too strong.
Yeah, it's 60% attack as phys damage, so it's not too much. Alright, let me finish the skill, then we go back and revisit. Skill 3, Hailstorm. Activation is manual, recovery is auto, 25-second duration, SP cost of 45, initial SP of 20. Immediately marks tile within attack range and greatly increases attack interval. So that means attack slower. Change attacks fire a burst of arrows, targeting enemies around the marked tile and dealing 155% of attack as physical damage 6 times. The first arrow of each burst inflicts cold for 2.5 seconds, increasing the effect of first talent by 1.5 times. So you're boosting your own attack with... So basically S1 sets up the arrow rate, but the other 5 hits. That's a pretty chunky amount of damage, but...
To be fair, it would affect all 6 arrows because debuffs are applied first before
Oh.
damage.
Never mind then. So that's a big amount of damage then.
Yeah, and it is multiplicative too. I don't know how I feel about that, but we would depend on how greatly increased the attack interval is, because a Deadeye's attack interval is already 2.7.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Um,
Also, does it attack an enemy on the tile that it targets, or are they safe in that tile?
I would assume that they're not safe because it wouldn't make sense, and that would be dumb.
I would assume that the enemy like, the mark tile is also, you're gonna suffer violence in that mark tile as well.
Okay, because the wording, it says targets enemies around the mark tile, and I was a little confused. I was like, if Patriot, like, let's say Patriot walks on the tile, is he just perma-safe?
He's just like, nah, dog, I am moving from my little circle of safety. Okay. Yeah, I'm assuming it's both like the 3x3s, because just around, I'm just gonna assume surrounding tiles. I would like numbers as to how much the attack interval is, like how much slower it is. Because, like, if it's a lot, then it's not as, like, the damage isn't as crazy, right? Because of the 25-second duration. If it doesn't increase by that much, then, you know, the damage scale kind of... So we're missing a little bit of information on attack, on, like, the interval. Something that I did think that I just thought of for this skill too. If enemies are already cold and get tagged with this, that's a 12.5 second freeze.
I don't think that's how it works.
I believe it is. It's the most recent effect that hits it, I believe.
Oh, I guess that's fair.
Because the cold triggers and then the freeze affects it. Like, it's the most recent one that takes effect. So I understand that it's probably not the intention.
I mean, in that case, you could just add the thing like, oh, if the enemy's already cold, it just increase the duration rather than adding another layer.
However, we have to take it as is. So
yeah, this is true. How dare you added a 12.5 second freeze? I
understand that's not the intention, but because of the way it's written, that's the way we have to take it, unfortunately.
Oh, that is kind of broken then, unfortunately.
That gets very scary.
No Liskarm charging S2 in my house. This is a crime.
You just Gnosis S2 into a fucking 12.5 second. Nothing moves. Oh god.
The stall comps are gonna be crazy.
Oh, no. You want turbo stall? Again, it's kind of on I mean, yes, it's on Yostar for not quite explaining, like, the mechanics behind it, but at the same time, like...
Yostar doesn't explain anything, let's be real.
Yes, but at the same time, resources are there, like, you can always ask. I haven't made any rules about asking for advice about how things work. Like, that's why we have the various chats, so... That's gonna hurt you on balance, I'm gonna put it that way. Let's just say that. But now you'll know.
Opium. Pinch out, copium. It's perfect for pinch out, copium.
Fuck you, pinch out.
You just reminded me that I don't have the pinch out medals because I didn't have any fucking time to finish it all.
But anyhow, S1 is fine. S2 was almost fine until we remembered how the freeze mechanics work, and then it very quickly got scary. S3, I think I would have liked a little more info on, like, just how much, like, the exact number with attack interval. I think that's the only thing I would have preferred. But I want to say it seems okay, just based on what's there. By greatly increase, I'm just gonna give you benefit of the doubt is that, like, it's a decent enough where I'll give you the balance on that one, in that you kind of jumbled the cold section. So I'll let that one slide, right? So I'll give you the benefit on S3, but S2 will hurt on balance, just so you know. Just FYI. I'm sorry, but that is how it's gonna go. Anything you guys think about skills? Anything else you guys want to mention about skills?
Not necessarily. I think you nailed it on the head.
Anything?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Cool. Alright, Dupe, you can handle lore here, because I'm going to be lazy for a second.
Alright, so when Lucerne first arrived at Rhodes Island, she merely introduced herself as Operator Lucerne of Yerog. Despite her reluctance to elaborate, her physical features made it apparent that she was a member of the Browntail clan. The natural assumption was that she had done something to be expelled from the clan, leaving her unable to operate under the clan name. The reality was Lucerne had denounced her own clan and left Yerog following the Snowcap incident. Although she recognized the tension had been growing, especially following Enkiodis Silver Ash's return to Yerog, she remained uninvolved and blissfully ignorant of the political schemes as each ruling clan tried to undermine the other two as a bodyguard for the Carlin Saintess. Her job description did not include becoming entangled in politics in any way, nor did her clan ever require her participation. Her only concern was preserving the Karagian faith and protecting the Saintess. Discovering how close to civil war Yerog had come to, not to mention her own clan's role in the event, infuriated her. The actions of those driven by greed and a thirst for power weren't completely against her belief, and she felt that even if people claimed to have learned their lesson, their hearts would not be so easily changed. The fact that the three clans would even put Yerog's future at stake to advance their own interests filled her with resentment. From the Brown Tails, all she saw were selfish liars and manipulators who took the most extreme measure possible for their own agenda. Disillusioned and lost, she left Yerog and followed the Saintess to Rhodes Island.
I think that's a pretty good beginning, middle, and end. Like, that is pretty comprehensive lore. Like, this one I think works for the she's just at Rhodes because she's just doing her bodyguard duty, right? And Rhodes has that in Schwartz and Ceylon. So, it's pretty comprehensive lore.
The only, I guess, tiny thing is, I don't like the first line of when she arrived. It doesn't really say how she got there. She just kind of appeared.
I'm assuming she just tagged along with Chromatics.
Yeah, based on the last line, I'm assuming she just kind of rolled in with Pram. Because, I mean, we have plenty of operations which kind of are there, but they don't quite mention how they ended up, like, in terms of, like, they just joined in, but they don't get mentioned as much, right? I think that's relatively okay. Because it does say, like, how she ended up there.
Yeah.
Like, I guess the way I'm trying to put it is, like, I'm assuming Rhodes' HR department is okay with walk-ins, right?
I mean, that's basically what Mustima does. Mustima just shows up whenever she wants to.
Yeah, just doesn't leave, hobo dragon that she is.
No. Yeah, this is also true.
So it's like, I'm assuming, like, yeah, you could just kind of show up as long as there's like as long as there's like a reason to it, right? So, and this one, I think she does have the reason of like she followed Pram to Rhodes, right? So I think that's, at least me personally, I think that's fine. Like, there's enough there. There's enough reason with how everything else built up. I think it's a good like conclusion to it. But again, that's my personal opinion though. And that's why we have three judges to give different That's why we have three different judges to give different values of points if there's things we don't quite 100% agree on, and neither we should be 100% agree on because that's why there's three of us.
Listen, if we agreed on everything, that would be an echo chamber, and echo chambers are not good.
Bro.
We say as all three of us echo it. Hell yeah, we're not an echo chamber.
Wait, someone disagree.
We're not an echo chamber.
Actually, I think echo chambers are great.
All right, let's do points there because it sounds like we're good to go for points. Again, we gotta keep rolling here. Sadly, we're on operator 5, and we should probably keep things going, so we're not here for like goddamn 8 hours. All right.
Let's see. So I'm gonna start with flavor first. I'm gonna just say 2-2-2 across the board. I think it's so just to get that out of the way. I think the integration and the creativity is also really nice. It's very simple, but it has that Arknights vibe to it, and I like it a lot. So I'll give that a 2 as well. For balance, I think the balance is good. It's just that one skill 2 thing of, yeah, it might be unintentional, but that's still sort of like a knock off the point. You didn't do your research. You're gonna pay the consequences for that, so I'll give that a 1.5. And for cohesion, for how focused it is, it's got that focus. You got your 3 darts, you bullseyed all 3 of them. I'll give that a 1.8.
The highest score Boop is highest individual score so far, because that is a 11.3 lore carrying. Actually, I mean lore and everything is just carrying pretty hard here. Alrighty, Dupe, if you would like to take the next one.
Okay, well, following the trend of flavor first, I do like the integration of the lore and the abilities. That's a 2 for me. And the lore itself is a 2 as well.
Mm-hmm.
And the character focus, I think, is also a 2. It really, you get to really get to know the character just off that bit of lore. Like just her personality as a whole and her moral state. In the world of Arknights, I think that is really good.
Mm-hmm.
I think creativity, I think it's a pretty creative kit. And I like it a lot, especially for a Deadeye. I think that's really cool. I think the balance, if the thing about skill 2 wasn't mentioned, that would have been like a really balanced for me, but because of the skill 2 12-second freeze, it's kind of a little too strong. So I'm gonna say a 1.4 for balance.
I missed your integration. What was your point for integration? The points?
2.
Oh, okay. 2.
I really liked it.
Cool.
And then I think cohesion, I like it a lot for the cohesion, so I think I would give like a 1.8 for the cohesion of the talents and the skills. They tie in all really well.
11.2 there. I think someone is nipping at the heels of one Skami right now. I think. Let's see. How do I want to break this down? All right, I'm gonna kick things off with flavor this time as well. Yeah, I'm gonna agree. That's we're not an echo chamber. Let's all give 6s for flavor. But it was well done. It was well done. Like, it really was well done. Like, you got beginning, middle, end. There's a lot that we know about the character, and like, it's the part about how she ended up on roads is simple and sweet, but it works. Like, it's okay. Yeah, she's a bodyguard. She showed up there. Like, there's all the rationale, right? And it's like, it works. So again, I kind of have to roll with this of a 6 on flavor. Creativity integration, simple but works with Kierag. I think I'm gonna disagree here with a little bit on the with the lore and talent too, just a little bit. Because, like, she kind of has, like, she kind of is, she has her beliefs and everything, right? But it doesn't quite say how she inspires people and grants them that extra skill point, right? Like, the closest comparison to skill point granting would be, like, just passive skill point granting would be, like, Chen, and that's kind of like, Chen's very harsh as a person, she's not, like, scolding them and everything, right? But you kind of see that as, like, its motivation. So I kind of would have liked to see maybe an extra line about, like, how she inspires others. Because right now it's less, she wasn't happy with the clan, right? But there's not quite as much of inspiration. I'm still gonna give integration like 1.8 though, because I think it's great. I think it still works really well. Sorry, not lore. Wait, hold on, fuck me. That was integration. Sorry, integration.
If I may, in terms of like how I thought that would apply for the talent too, it's just that because in some cases, just like the presence of like a holy warrior is enough to like increase morale of people, especially if they're of the same faith. So that's how I was thinking about it for that.
I think I personally would have liked it just a little bit of like people look up to her or something, as like she bodyguards them. I think personally, but again, that's personal disagreement. Sorry, I'm gonna adjust the integration to 1.8, but the rest of it is still 2s across the board on flavor. Sorry, rotating back to technical. Sorry, creativity integration. Yeah, I can see this absolutely being an Arknights character. S1 again, S1's simple, but it works, right? I mean, it's a pretty basic skill. Like, I think I would have liked to see just a little bit more creativity on the S1 end. Just a little bit more. S2 and S3 are fine. Well, S2 is fine on the idea basis. S2 on the execution basis was, we'll get to that. So, I think I hit this with like another, I think I hit this like a 1.9. Just minus that little, that's just, again, personal gripe on S1, but personal, right? That's why I'm just not really digging it too hard. Balance. Okay, S1 was fine. S3 was fine. S2 concerned, as mentioned. So I'm gonna give balance a. I'm gonna give it a 1.4. Let's say 1.4 for balance. Cohesion. Everything. I mean, things work with lore, like talent 2. Like it all works together pretty well, I would say. It all works together. I don't really see anything that doesn't quite work together. Again, at most, just again, I just kind of wish that maybe S1 played a little bit more with things, but again, that's a personal thing, so I'll still give it a 1.9 on it. So, still very, very, very good. That puts me at an 11.0. So I'm apparently the harsher one this time around, but an 11.0 just based on things that I would like to see. I think that means we have a new leader. Do you guys think we have a new leader here?
I believe so.
I think we do, yes.
That is, in fact, a new leader. Okay, we're gonna have to do. All right, you're gonna have to give me a second to scoop some, to do some
By a whole
scoocheroni.
point and a half.
We're gonna have to do some scooteronis here. Oh god, give me a quick second. We have a new leader. Skami has been dethroned. Oh my goodness, and that is a score of 33.5.
I do want to mention, everyone's score is really high, just in
Y'all are
general.
making good
I would say.
operators. Like, y'all are making very good operators. So now Ostrich takes the first place with 33 and a half. So it's like, despite the one balance, if you do everything else, if it hit really well, you're still good to go. Kind of goes to show that. Alright, so I'll give you a quick second to clear out some points here. Let me clear out some points. Clear out some points here. And let me set up everything else, and we should be good to go here. Let me double check my list. Sorry, there's a lot of back-end details that I am running right now. One moment. Let me just double check. Yeah, okay, cool. Alright. Alright, let me update things here. Wait. There we go. Alright. Operator Mane. She is a female Vulpo from Siesta, and she is a 6-star Blastcaster.
Let's go. Is Ifrit gonna be unhorsed?
Hey, yo. Well, Ifrit is a Sarkaz, not a horse. I mean, what? Alright,
Yeah, but Ifrit can ride a horse, though.
that is true. Alright, take it away.
I know this is a tangent, but can we talk about how like animals aren't a thing in Arknights?
I think their name is like Burden Beasts or like Finback or whatever, right? Like they have like various different names. Like they do exist.
Yeah, but it's not like I'm talking about like normal animals though, like
that's
cats and stuff. It's just like they're like they're like mystical creatures, and I'm like, what are you talking about? They're just regular animals.
That means we live amongst many gods in our world.
True. Okay, so for the for stats, we have a lot less attack and defense than Ifrit. Actually, just less stats than Ifrit overall by like a large amount. Like we're talking 150 less HP, 90 less attack, 40 less defense. It's a very pretty substantial amount.
I see. So definitely like a little bit under in terms of stats then, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe that'll get made up in talent and skills. I'll take talent, and then Dupe, you can take skills. So talents and potentials. Talent 1 is light as a snowflake. Attacks inflict cold for 1.5 seconds. Enemies inflicted with either cold or frozen within this operator's attack range have -1 weight. Talent 2 is imitation hailstorm. Attacks have a 25% chance to unfreeze frozen enemies. If this operator unfreezes an enemy, inflict 25% slow and 20% arts damage per second for 3 with extra 1 on the talent enhancement seconds. So pot 2 is DP -1, pot 3 is range 1 time -4 seconds, pot 4 is attack plus 40, pot 5 is DP -1, pot 6 is the enhanced the second talent. Interesting.
I think the -1 weight is really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
As
I
light
th-
as
I
Snowflake.
think
I like the playing in of it.
yes, it's nice. I think Talent 2 is a little weird, but we'll see how it works.
I will say Talent 2 is very dependent on frozen operators, like frozen enemies. I kind of agree on that. It's like Talent 1, big thumbs up. Talent 2, mild question mark.
The thing about Talent 2 is that I'm okay with the unfreezing. We'll see how it interacts with the skills. It's the RNG chance to unfreeze that raises a question for me.
Yeah, like it's already, like there's already a pretty, I want to say hefty enough condition with enemies being frozen in current AK, right? Like you just don't have a lot of sources of reliable freeze outside of our Michael Jackson lookalike in Mr. Gnosis. So that's the one that I'm curious on to see if there's anything that might trigger it more. Alright, Dupe, take it away.
So, for skill 1, Torrential Frostbite, manual activation, auto recovery, instant cast, SP cost of 5, initial SP of 2. Next attack deals 165 attack and attacks twice consecutively. Can store up to 3 charges. Okay. Wait, twice consecutively. So 2 double hits?
Tax.
Wait, what the fuck?
I'm gonna assume. I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt and roll with that it's a double hit.
Okay.
Just for the sake of. Like, it hit deals and attacks twice. Like, I'm gonna assume. Just based on AK and everything in general, I'm gonna give benefit of the doubt here and go with the double attack, right? Because we've been giving benefit of the doubt so far, so we'll roll with it.
Yeah, okay. Skill 2, Full Cone Spray, manual activation, auto recovery, instant cast again. SP cost of 10, initial SP of 0. Can switch between original state and the following state. Attack range changes, same attack range as Cholter. Attack minus 35%, attack interval minus 1 second. Attack inflicts cold for 2 seconds, 1.5 times all effects, and proc chance of talent 2. And then skill 3, Snow Torch and Corkscrew. Manual activation, auto recovery, 12 second duration, 30 SP cost, initial SP of 10. Deal 180% attack continuously every second to all enemies within attack range. When the skill ends, fire a shot that deals 450% damage and pushes enemies away significantly, and then unfreezes any enemy's hits. This skill can be manually deactivated. Okay.
So, skill 2 is not a permafreeze, but enemies are basically going to be frozen for a while because it's a 1.9 second attack interval with a 2 second cold infliction. Right? So it's just like, that's a little bit of a yikes.
They do have to stay in range, I will say. Well, actually, no, they're gonna basically, yeah, it basically is a permafreeze. Hold on, I forgot how to think for a second there. Yeah, because
the attack range changes, so it's much easier.
Yeah, it's easier, and then once they're frozen, they get popped again, and it's more frozen. So
yeah,
my thing is, there is no, like, you can turn it off, but you don't have to, so it can be permanently up.
Yes. And there's not really a reason to turn it off.
Exactly. So it feels kind of like little strong, as it's like an instant, or like you get it instantly. You can pop it the moment you deploy her, and then it's just there, and it's like almost a permafreeze for the entire duration of the map.
In defense of the skill, though, it's not a lot of damage because they're losing attack. Like, minus 35% is a substantial amount, and the attack is 790 plus 120, so that's 900. You're losing 35%. That's a good 270. You're losing like 340 attack, right? So you're dealing 600 arts damage once to all enemies within range, which it's not like a lot, but it's not like negligible either, you know? Plus you have to keep in mind that she's not ignoring, or they're not ignoring any type of res, because Ifrit has 44% res rate. But this and blast casters don't inherently have that. Though I guess you have to keep in mind that there's the RNG chance of, you know, unfreezing the enemy. But at that point, it's just like, that's just a detriment. Why would you want to unfreeze the enemy?
There's some anti-synergy here at this point. Like, I think I would have... It's like, you're doing the slow and the 20% art stab, but it's like... Aren't you just doing more damage just in general still, right? Like,
yeah, because freeze does have res shred
inherent
built
res
into
shred,
it, so just like, why would you want it to be unfrozen?
It does, I mean, it does increase the chances and proc chances, but like, why would you, right? Like, why would you? I do like the S3, I will say I do like the S3 does an extra hard yeet on things, because you have the talent 1 procking, right? So,
yeah,
you can have a pretty funny, yeet, if need be. The S2 is, yeah. I think S1 is fine, right? I think we're in agreement. S1 is fine. S2 is yabe, because that is permanent. There's, you know, it's a stance change. So
is S1 supposed to be manual activation or auto activation?
Let me double check, because I may be silly. That is a good question. One second. Sorry, usually I'm not accustomed to having to scroll through 21 or 23 different people. My browser appears to be chilled for a second. It is showing as manual trigger.
Okay.
Which is...
I think that's okay.
Yeah.
Because it's 5 SP. If it was auto activate, I'd be like, the SP should probably be a little bit higher if it's auto activate.
Yeah, but it's manual, so it's like, I think that's fine.
It's fine.
I mean, you can speedrun Carpal Tunnel just like mashing it, right?
I mean, like, yeah, which is completely fine.
So, I want to say S1, S3, fine. S2, what the hell is this? Right? I want to say that's kind of like our overall thoughts, or...
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Modules. Boop, if you would like to do modules for us.
Alright, one moment. Modules. Fake... Snow Machine, attack and defense up, change talent 1 to the following. Attacks inflict cold for 1.5 seconds. Enemies inflicted with either cold or frozen within this operator's attack range have -2 weight and take half of talent 2's effect when shifted. I think the -2 weight is a bit much. Does talent 1 have the inflict cold in the first place? I don't think it does.
Yes, it does.
It does. Okay. I think the -2 weight is a bit much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is, like, doesn't everyone basically shift, just only do -1? I don't think anyone really does -2, right?
No one does -2, right? Because here's the thing, right? If it was weightless -2, I would be okay with it, because weightless doesn't stack. But since this is not weightless and just -2, weightless would stack with it, which is why I'm averse to it.
Yeah, because weightless is its own thing, right? So, hold on. Remembering that S1 talent inflicts cold. Hold on, let me take a look at this again.
5 second
So
true
S1...
AoE instant freeze is fine. Oh yeah, that's right. Skill 1 would
S1 is a
instantly
freeze then.
freeze
Like, wait a minute.
something.
Yeah, that's less fine then. That is less fine now. Because you can store up to 3 charges. That is a lot of freezes. Never mind.
that would not be fine.
Like, wait,
Thank you
forgot
for
about...
pointing that out, Purdy Pudding.
I was
Oh
like,
my god, I didn't
you look
realize
at it,
that.
I thought about it, I was like, wait a minute. Oh, I was like,
Yeah,
wait a
that's
minute.
not okay. No, okay. Well, let's increase that SP cost by a good, like, 15 at the very least.
Or just remove charges.
Or that too.
I think
I
remove
think, yeah.
Honestly, I don't
One
think you need
charge
sort of-
is fine.
Yeah, I don't think you need to have 3 charges. I think 1 is fine, because it's just a freeze.
Yeah.
It's like a line freeze, right? And it's
Yeah.
like higher SP cost, single charge, still manual activation, but 3 charges, no. Okay,
Also, that would mean that skill 3 is also basically a permafreeze too.
I guess it depends on how the deal 180% continuously. Like, I get like, does that
It's
count as...
it's within every second. So
Yeah.
every second they're being cold for 1.5 seconds.
I'm trying to think if it would work, if there's any Arknights thing where it's like you do the damage, but it doesn't count as proccing a talent as an attack. But I don't think there's any precedent for that. So
There
never
is no
mind.
precedent for that.
So
no.
never mind. We are once again back to everything gets frozen because I totally forgot about the 1.5 second attack for a second.
Yeah. I think all of us just forgot that the
Yeah.
1.5 second cold was a thing.
Which is why it's a good thing we're taking a break after this operator. We're taking a quick 5-minute break after we finish this operator because holy fuck, we need to reset our minds for a second.
Yeah.
So this
Yeah,
doesn't happen
yeah.
again. Anyhow. Alright, so correction, there is way too much goddamn freeze.
Yes, I completely agree. There's too much.
Explanation. So Rivers Operator came from small community events in Hawaii where local ice companies would make or host fake snow days, either in community centers or in certain neighborhoods. There's some Mandela effect. Okay, I see. But, so fake snow machine. Interesting. So in CS, okay. This is what I do like about like having that little bit of explanation in there, where like
Yeah.
people can explain things that we don't necessarily know, right? Like in warm climate, like people want snow, like fake snow machines or like community events around that. So I think that's pretty cool. I'll take care of lore too, because lore is pretty short. They're an antagonist, plunging CS into a very cold snowy state during the equivalent of Christmas in order to liven up the holidays and won't be lighthearted. We're missing a lot on lore. I think the lore is very incomplete here.
Yeah.
This is very much a summary and not the lore that we asked for.
I do give you guys 300 words for what it's worth, so...
And trust me, 300 words is a lot more than you think it is.
It is. It's like simultaneously less and more than you think it is. Okay. Are we ready to go for points?
I am
Yup.
ready to go for points, yes.
Alright. I'll kick things off this time. I will kick things off this time. Creativity integration. I want to say none of the Blastcaster skills particularly look anything wonky in terms of overall idea in what's in Arknights. The part that concerns me that's like new and scary is the -2 weight, because that is unprecedented and very scary because it can stack. So like, for overall just creativity, that's okay. Integration gets a little spooky. I'm gonna give it like a 1 point. I'll give it like a 1.3 on that end, because this one doesn't affect balance, right? This is just overall ideas. But the integration part is I'm gonna ding it pretty hard for the -2 weight, because it's very different, right? Very, very different. Balance. There is way too much freezing. I will give this a point, like, 6 on balance, because everything basically sets a freeze, and there's a lot of opportunity for permafreezes, which is very, 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 very scary. Cohesion, honestly, I get that the intent is to freeze and unfreeze, and that is cohesive as an idea. I will give you that. But in terms of overall, like, functionality cohesiveness, it's honestly a good bit of anti-synergy with what you would prefer to be done in terms of clearing a map and, like, things that go on, right? So I'll give like a 1 for balance here, I think, or for cohesion, because it's like, it's cohesive but kind of not at the same time. Flavor, I'm not sure if I can give any points for lore here. I'm gonna be honest. I know nothing about the operator. I know that they're an antagonist. I don't know how they end up at Rhodes. I got a short summary, but I got nothing off of I have nothing off the flavor. I will just give like a 0.3 across the board as like a you gave us something. So like I'll give a 0.9 in total for flavor as like a you gave us something, but not nearly enough that I'd be happy with. So it's gonna be a pretty harsh score from me with a 3.8. Boop, would you like to go next?
Yeah, one moment. So for the creativity and integration, I think it's fine. I would give it a 1.5 because it's just like, yeah, it's an operator based around cold. Because I mean, what's the word? Yeah, it has like a clear cut like identity, right? And I think that it was, in terms of like theory, it was somewhat implemented well if we're removing balance from the equation, right?
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately,
balance is a thing, and I will probably just give it a big fat 0.2 for the balance, because it's just like, yeah, the stats are less than Ifrit. Why? Permafreeze.
Sorry, question one more time. What was the creativity integration score with Kit?
1.5.
Okay.
For cohesion, I'll probably give that a 1, just because of how egregious Talent 2 is compared to everything else.
Mm-hmm.
It's because the way I see it, I see Talent 2 as a Chongyue S2 moment, but implemented badly. Because the thing about Chongyue S2 is that he stops levitating the enemies he's attacking, but that's to apply his other talent, right? This Talent 2 doesn't do anything of the sort. It just unfreezes and then adds a little bit of damage. And it's just like, but with how freeze works, the damage is just so much less. And it's just like, yeah, you have the slow, but it's just like, at that point, the slow is not too impactful either way, because it's only, 25%? Which, again, isn't, like, it's not bad.
It's
but
not
I would
the
rather
numbers.
have the freeze.
Yeah, it's not the numbers. It's the, everything else of it.
Yeah. For the cohesion, I do think that it is focused a lot. That there's a clear-cut identity, and I'll give that a 1.5 as well. Because, again, that Talent 2 is just really egregious in terms of how cohesive it is.
Okay, so let me make sure.
Else.
Let me make sure then. So for Kit 1.5, balance 0.2, cohesion 1.5.
Yes.
Okay. Making sure.
For flavor, there's not really a lot of flavor. Our lore, like, we have nothing. We have a summary, which is fine, but that's not what we were looking for. I'll give it, for integration, 0.2, lore probably is 0.5, because I can technically see it happening, but again, we were given a summary, not like the actual 300-word blurb. And then for the character focus, I'll just say a 0, because we got nothing for that. So it's just like, yeah, we got the summary, but it's just like we got nothing for the character itself.
Alrighty, and doop. What you got for us?
So, I think for the Kit, the creativity, I really like Talent 1 a lot. So, I was hopeful, but I think with the skills, it didn't really play off of it too much. So, I think for the Kit, it was still good. I would give it a 1.6.
Okay.
I think for balance, it was so well, and then the module just completely broke the character, and I think balance is like a 0.3 because of that. I think for cohesion, I would say a 1.6. I like the S3 with the Talent 1 a lot, with the minus, I guess, 2 weight cost, or 3 with the talent. It's a little scary, but I could see it being really cool. For flavor, I mean, integration, I like the explanation behind it, so I'll give like a 0.5 for that. Lore, I guess I could see it fitting, so like a 0.2 because there wasn't that much. And character focus, I think like there wasn't really anything, so I'd have to say like a 0 for me.
And with all that, you are still the most generous of the points at 4.2.
To be fair, though, this is probably the lowest rated one out of the ones we have so far.
Just a little bit more consideration needs to be made for how freeze works, which evidently we're learning is not the easiest time for freeze mechanics. That is a 12.2 total. Okay, and with this, we're gonna take a quick break because we've been here for a while. Jesus Christ, Kai, save your money, goddamn. We're gonna take a very quick break, and by quick break I mean like probably take like a 5-minute break here. So, you know, give some time, get stretch, get some water, refresh, etc., right? So we'll be back in 5. I'll leave it on the leaderboard for now for you guys. Again, be back in 5 minutes, and you know, be nice to each other, talk about what you want to talk about. But we are going to stretch and again do a bit of a mental refresh. All right, so see y'all on the other side of this break. I will leave it on the leaderboard. I'm gonna bump the music a little bit so you guys can chill, and then once we reassemble, well, we shall reassemble. So you know, y'all make sure you guys get up, stretch, etc., do what you need to do, and again, catch you on the other side of the break. Okay, I think we're all back here. And yes, Lily, we were just coming out of intermission. We needed to stretch and do whatnot, so we've been sitting here quite a bit. So we are now no longer sitting here quite a bit, and we are stretching around a bit. But welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Are we ready to keep going, or do? Yeah, let's keep going, and then we can break down the leaderboard at the end today.
I have tea. I am ready to rumble.
Let's get ready to rumble. Alrighty. Alright. Let's continue then. Well, this should be an interesting competition for the top, judging by how Snipes did last time. So this should be interesting. If y'all remember the lightning round, I believe Snipes is our most recent champion of the lightning round. So we'll see how this goes.
Oh, let's go. It's a Charger Vanguard. We're gonna have someone who's gonna be either absolutely dog shit or they're gonna be bagpipe for levels of broken.
Bagpipe with the levels are broken. Oh no. But yes, she is Operator Maple. She is an LFBF from Colombia, and she is a 6-star Charger Vanguard. If I could find, God, there's so many people on this list, more so than normal. Oh my God, why do I do this to myself? Okay. Fun little tidbit. Just as like a side mention. Actually, I'll mention it after at the very end. But oh yeah, I need to adjust the volume. I cranked the volume on the music, and there. Now we're good. Thank you, Ronnie, and thank you, Puddin. Anyhow, so Operator Maple. All right, let's go on to stats then. Boop.
Stats. Let's see. We have decent amount of HP. I'm going to assume Trust is included, otherwise that would be an extra 100 attack on Bagpipe, which I'm assuming is not the case.
Got it.
Defense is on par as well. Yeah, everything's on par.
Cool. Everything is on par. Alrighty. Dupe, you want to take it away for talents and potentials?
Yup. So, talent 1, Avalanche. For 5 seconds after defeating an enemy, attack deals an additional 28% plus 3 of attack as arts damage, stacking up to 3 times. Resets duration of stacks upon defeating an enemy. Talent 2, Northern Pioneer. Redeployment time -10. Empowered 8 effects. Empowered 8 effect. All Vanguards gain status resistance while Maple is deployed. Empowered is if a corresponding number of enemies are defeated while this operator is undeployed, enters empowered state. Operators gain additional effect upon deployment in empowered state. Empowered state resets upon retreat. Okay, that's interesting. I think we need to talk about that one. DP -1 for pot 2, improve the first talent. with pot 3, plus 25 attack on pot 4, redeployment time -6 on pot 5, and DP -1 on pot 6.
So I really like Talent 1. I really like Talent 1. It's probably a little bit too much damage, but I really like Talent 1.
3 stacks.
However, Talent 2 feels very, very counterintuitive on a Charger Vanguard. Because you're asking enemies to be defeated before you deploy your Charger Vanguard, who's supposed to be deployed to help with the early stages of a stage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, that's
what I was
just
thinking,
very
too.
counterintuitive, you know?
I'm gonna assume that the 8 part of 8 effect, I'm assuming it just means effect, because I'm not sure what the 8 means. I'm just, for the sake of this, I'm just gonna pull it from this, so it doesn't confuse us.
I would assume it means 8 enemies need to be defeated for it to happen.
Okay. Never mind, adding it back in, if that's what we're gonna work off of then, because that's what's there.
So what is status resistance? What
that's
is status resistance?
less reduced
they,
stun time.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Reduced stun time, reduced, I believe, cold and freeze time. Basically, anything that would like stun, freeze, it's reduced time on that, if I remember right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It feels like Talent 2. I don't know. Yeah, it's because like once you retreat a Charger Vanguard, you have like 70 something seconds or 60 something seconds. That's normal, right? So, like, if you're rolling with a Charger Vanguard, like, you have to kill. I'm assuming this is 8, or if the 8 is not assumed again, we'll figure that out later. But even with the -10, like, how often are you like? We're talking about like general Arknights here, not for I mean, this would be brilliant for Vanguard Knights, I will say. From a niche POV, like, this would be great for Vanguard Knights.
Mm-hmm.
From a general use POV,
Talent 2 feels a little lackluster, I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, like, it's a little bit of anti-synergy. That being said, I mean, Myrtle's, what is it? Myrtle's talent, doesn't that give all Vanguards HP recovery? So...
It is HP recovery, yes.
So there's not
and then Grani's talent gives all Vanguards dodge, I believe.
Yeah, so it's like, it's not unprecedented for the empowered status to work. I'm just not entirely sure how well the empowered works with general usage. Like, you have to kill 8, but your Charger, like, even if you're playing Vanguard Knights, right? Like, I guess now you have Agent Vanguards, but for a lot of it, it's like, isn't your Charger Vanguard the one that's killing things? Just from, like, a logical standpoint? Like, yes, your Pioneers can kill, but don't your Chargers tend to be the ones cranking out the damage? So I'm a little... Talent 2 is a little bit synergy question mark for me, but we'll see. We'll see how it plays out.
This feels like this is supposed to go on some type of guard rather than a Vanguard, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I could see that, yeah.
Because we have a precedent for the redeployment time down on a guard, and we do have, like, the empowered effect also being a precedent on a guard. Like, it's not, like, the exact same, but, Siddharaka, her talent is that, if she kills, like, 7 or 8 enemies, she gets status resistance and a little bit extra attack speed.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, like, something similar, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Power Strike, let's go!
Yo, the return of Power Strike Gamma. I mean, I can't say that it don't fit. Would I prefer more? Yes, but the return of Power Strike Gamma. Well, I don't think we need any further explanation for Power Strike Gamma, as I'm gonna shrink that down just a little bit. I think I hit enter twice. Skill 2, Nerve Strike Flurry. Activation is manual. Auto recovery. Duration 20 seconds. SP cost 40. Initial SP 30. It's a pretty hefty SP cost. Although I guess you're... Well, actually, no, initial SP is fine, so you're probably... it depends on how you use it. SP plus 50. Talent 1 damage increased to 2 times. and immediately gain 2 stacks. Attacks and additional damage have 30% chance to inflict cold for 0.3 seconds. I don't mind that cold. That is a very short cold. It's like a quick stun, even if it happens. I think I'm okay with that. Skill 3, Orographic Blizzard. It's a 30-second passive. After deployment, attacks have a 60% chance to inflict cold to enemies for 1.2 seconds. If the target is frozen, attack increases to 170%. Redeployment time, -5 seconds when frozen enemies defeated, up to a maximum of 25 seconds, resets after deployment.
She feels very fast redeploy.
Which isn't bad, per se.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it feels like there's a conflict of interest.
Yeah, like... they're landing to do the kills, but the empower doesn't take place until they're undeployed? So it's like, I feel like empower would work better if they got the kills, is how I feel like it would have worked out better, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, like, it just feels like you could have done more with the damage being, like I feel like you could just have the damage be there, right? Like, I feel like it would have worked better with what you're trying to do if the empowered procced on stabby kills, as opposed to proccing on, you know, just while you're, like, being chilling, right? So, Talon 2 feels a little out of place with like, the overall way that I'm seeing how to use this operator.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Power Strike Gamma is Power Strike Gamma. I think Skill 2 seems fine to me. Like, you do more, you know, you do more damage, right? It's your more damage, extra stabby, and then you have a chance to proc cold. And it's not like a big cold either. It's like a nice,
I will say, for the damage Skill 2 brings, I'm not sure if it's worth the SP cost.
For what it's worth, when you're deploying, you only need to wait 10 seconds for what it's worth. And it's a 20-second skill.
That's fair.
Like, I mean, it's like, I want to say Bagpipe is something like a 40-second skill, or a 40-second, like 40 SP or something, or even more.
That's for Skill 3, though.
Yeah.
Her Skill 2 is like one of those
charge ones.
4 SP skills.
Yeah, but the way the S2 is kind of working, right? You have like this the way with S2 is looking for me, right? Let me check Bagpipe. Yeah, Bagpipe's also 40 SP. Force of Bagpipe does like 1 billion more damage, but Bagpipe is Bagpipe. I think that's the intention. Like, it's one that you generally not gonna, like, you still tend to not leave your charges on the field, right? So,
yeah.
So I think my bigger question is just, it's like, Talent 1, while the damage is a little high, it's like, it can get pretty high. But it's a Talent 2. Like, I just don't see how the Talent 2 works here.
I think Talent 2 could work if Skill 2 was also a fast redeploy type of skill.
But at that point, aren't you just making an agent with, like, extra steps?
That is true.
Like, if you put in redeploy, like, that's like agent's whole thing, right? So I'm just like, I can see maybe, like, you're trying to go for S3, right? You get that minus 25 second redeploy, and you get that maximum redeployment time down to, like, try to get that hassle. But it's just like, well, once you get it, like, what's the, I don't know. Like, you're gonna need a second deployment no matter what, because you're not gonna be sitting on your charger Vanguard to give your Vanguard status resist, right? Like, that's the part that I just don't see how that works with the current kit right now. I don't know about you guys, but I just don't see how that works.
Yeah, I don't know. I think my biggest concern is what, like, the charger having that much redeploy, or like minus redeployment time off of talent and skill 3. It kind of just is like, I don't see the synergy of that plus charger Vanguard.
For what it's worth, like, I mean, in terms of redeployment time, like, it does take a good bit to actually proc it, right? Like, I'm assuming that she has to get the 5 kills, like the kill on the frozen enemy, in order to get it before the time down. But it seems like you're trying to make a Charger Vanguard into a agent, or like not quite agent, but like a fast redeploy. But it's like, because agents exist, it just feels like you're trying to make an agent with extra steps. Whereas I feel like you could have had a better chance if you just leaned more into them being a charger. I think that could have worked better, in my opinion. How about you guys?
I agree.
I do feel like that. I get where this is going. I do, but with the existence of agents, there's definitely a conflict of identity here.
Like, it's just, I don't know. It just, I don't know. Like, it just feels like things don't quite synergize here. But let's see if modules fix anything. Duke, you want to take over modules for us?
Sure. So, Module 1, I'm just going to read the level 3. Northern Pioneer, deployment time -10, empowered 8 effect all vanguards. They gain the status reduced resistance and 8% redeployment time while Maple is deployed. So, wait, -8% redeployment time. So other vanguards get this.
It seems like it, yes.
Okay. And then Module Y. Avalanche for 8 seconds. After defeating an enemy, attacks deal an additional 33.3% of attack as arch damage, stack up to 4 times. So she just gains 1 more stack. I think.
Yes. 1 more stack and more attack per stack.
The attack speed would definitely helps a lot, because I'm gonna go to Power Strike here because I'm a big Power Strike fan. If she keeps, if they constantly have a target, the stacks could stay at 4 times because of how strong Power Strike is. A 290% multiplier, proccing on with the arts damage. Oh man, you get that first kill and it just keeps on stacking, and then that attack speed makes it so that you don't lose the stack as well. It's great. It's so good.
It's also a 3 extra second duration. But
yeah, the extra second duration is so good as well.
Power Strike Gamma viable.
Power Strike is always viable. As someone who has Silver Ash S1M3, it's my most used skill.
Power Strike Gamma extra viable.
Power Strike Gamma
Fun fact for Silver Ash S1, it is not affected by the attack debuff for Lords. It uses his base attack. It's great.
Huh. This kind of, I think I still have the same questions though for the overall operator here though, of just the Empower just doesn't feel like it fits. Lore. Operator Maple currently manages Rose Island initiatives in Northern Colombia, but she came from humble beginnings. She was born to pioneers settling in the north, pushing the boundary of the Icefield exploration process. She grew up with a fairly normal life, as far as can be considered normal for those who deal with biting winds and heavy snow on a regular basis. Much to the protestation of her parents, she had a habit of going for long hikes through the mountains surrounding their village. Eventually, she encountered a catastrophe messenger leading a struggling group of infected. She guided them home, and her home welcomed these people and aided them as they could. Still, many of the infected passed. Having witnessed the unfairness of Terra, she now seeks to make the world better by searching for people in need of help and delivering it. I would like to know how she ended up at Rhodes.
Yeah, that was my question too.
We're missing the little middle bit. I think personality-wise of Operator, I think that all fits. I think that's all fine. We're just missing that middle part. At least that's the only thing that I can see right here. How about you guys?
Yeah, I agree. That's the only part is I don't know. Like, we know where she is now. We knew the beginning, but how did she get to Rhodes, and how did she climb the ranks to become, the manager of initiatives in Northern Colombia?
She's climbed up to reach that high level of middle management.
Yeah, how'd you get the corporal? How'd she climb the corporal ladder?
Wait, question. How'd she climb the corporal ladder, and what's her secrets?
True.
Like, yo, let me climb that
it's
corporal
the
ladder.
king of the hill style thing. All she has to do is climb the mountain and stay on it.
Damn. But yeah, that's my question. That's my only really thing on the lore. Like, just where's that middle bit? Are we ready to hit the points then?
Yes.
Yup.
Okay. I forgot to clear out the points from last time. While we do that, Duke.
No, these are now snipes. Snipes.
Duke, go ahead.
So I think the kit creativity, I like the vision. Like I could see the vision for it. So I'm gonna give it a 1.6. I think balance. I mean, they don't seem like too strong. They seem fine. So I would say like a 1.5. It's nothing too crazy. I think cohesion is where it kind of lacks a little bit, and I still the idea of a super fast redeploy Pioneer Guard that lowers redeployment times is kind of a little weird and wonky. Or Charger Vanguard is a little weird and wonky, like said before, since we have agents now. So I would say for cohesion it's like a 1.1. I think integration, it makes sense. That's a 2. The lore, I like it, except for, you know, the lack of how did she get into roads. So I think for the lore I would do a 1.7 purely because of that. And the character focus, I think it's flawless too. I think we know a lot about the character off that bit of lore.
Okay, sorry, give me one quick second here. So it was 1.1 for the lore, right?
1.7 for the lore.
1.7 for the lore. And then character focus, you said that was a full 2. And then integration was
I forgot what I said. I think it's still a 2.
2 for integration. Okay. Okay. Make sure I've done my points right here. So 1.7, 2, and 2 for. So 1.7 on lore, 2 for integration, 2 for character focus. Okay, cool. Alright, puts us at a. That is a 9.9. Alright. Boop, what you got for us?
One moment, please. Let's see. So for creativity and integration, I do think it works if we didn't have agents. If we didn't have agents, I would be so much more receptive to this. But agents ruin everything. Change my mind.
But it's a part of the game, and we have to consider it all.
Yeah,
and you gotta do your research. That's just...
Okay, so I'll give it a 1. I think it was a fair shot. I think it was a good try. It just missed the mark on a lot of levels. For the balance, I think the balance is actually pretty decent compared to, like, if we're disregarding the whole agents thing, if we're looking only at pure numbers, the damage, etc., and stuff like that, I think the balance is actually really good. I'll give it a 1.5 for that, 1.5. For cohesion, I think it's a little bit all over the place. We do have skill talent 1. Talent 1 is just really simple, really good. I like it a lot. Power Strike, really good.
Power Strike, let's go!
Yeah, Power Strike. I think skill 2 is also really good. But I think just a little, the numbers could be fiddled with again. I also do think skill 3 could work, but just with the way talent 2 works and the way skill 3 works is a little bit wonky, and it's not really the same in terms of like the synergy that the other skills have with each other, right? So I'll give it a 1.3 for that. For lore, or for the integration, I think the integration was okay at best because we didn't really get much about the lore fitting into the abilities or the skills, so I'll give that a 1.2. For how well does the lore fit into the AK universe, I can see it happening. I can, but we're missing a few key parts. So I'll give that a 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
And then for character focus, I'll give that a 2 because it's involved with their own story. There's not much else to talk about there.
Okay, so that is an 8.5 from Boop.
Oh, I scored harsher than Dupe? Man, now I feel bad.
Wait, what? Wait, when did Dupe become the hardest score?
Am
Wait
I
a minute.
supposed to be a harsher scorer?
Like,
What is that?
Is Dupe now Simon Cowell?
Wait, did I say that out loud? Wait, hold on, let me get my gun. I didn't mean that.
Dupe is apparently Simon Cowell now. I'm sorry.
Snipes, come here. I have a gun.
Alright, so creativity integration. The creativity's there. I like the idea of what you're going for. I think again, it kind of struggled a bit with the talent too. Like that's the part where it gets a little weird with with trying to integrate a charger with that into Arknights. That's the part where it got wonky for me. I'll still give you props for the integration though. I'll give you like a 1 point, or for the creativity though, I'll give you like a 1.4 for the creativity and everything overall. Balance level, I think the balance is fine. Like holistically, just as the balance of the operator itself. Again, minus the talent 2 just working out weirdly. Like they're a balanced operator mostly, right? So like I'll still give it like I'll double it up with another 1.4 there. Just again, it's talent 2 that kind of jumbles up everything with how everything else works, and I have to consider that as part of the balance, right? Actually, you know, I'll be more generous. I'll give it 1.5 instead of 1.4. Cohesion. Okay, here's where I'm gonna hit you a little bit harder, right? Like, just with how the talent 2 tries to make everything else work. Like it's you know, talents are something that you do try to work with a good bit, and with like S3 encouraging more redeploy, but you need them on the field for the status resistance for the vanguards. Like there's a good bit of anti-synergy kind of working here, right? So I'm gonna drop this like a 1.2 for cohesion, unfortunately. How does the lore fit into the ability skills? We got like half of it. We got a lot of her lore of what she does and like why she might carry a spear, but I would like a little bit more of like how does the lore fit in? Like if we got more with how the lore fit into like the talent 2, I think that'd be a bit more interesting, right? But we're missing that little bits, so I'm gonna give you like a 1.2 on integration. Lore, I can see it fitting in AK. We're missing that RI bit, right? We're missing that kind of middle section, so I'll give you like a 1.5 because I think it's like it's a pretty decent enough deal for me that like, you know, why how did she end up there, right? Like how did you end up at Rhodes? Why did you become an operator for Rhodes, right? And then how involved these OC in their own lore? I mean, they're very involved in their own lore. I don't see a reason to not give this a 2. So that'll put you at an 8.8 from me. 8.8. Which puts you at, let's see, 27.2. A 27.2. So that puts you into 4th. Which means I have to boot everyone once again. Actually, wouldn't it be smart if I just did like... Nope, never mind, that would not work. Yeah, no, that wouldn't quite work. I'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Alright, so while I do this, Boop, quick, stall for me while I do these things. Or Dupe, one of you two, stall for me while I do things.
Alright, guys. I need all of you to give me a shitty operator idea right now so I can roast the living hell out of it.
I have one. It's a loophole fast redeploy that does 1,000,000 damage of true damage.
Nice.
It's
we have another helicopter, guys.
Alright, let's clear out the scores here. Alright, I got everything updated.
Attack recovery bard!
Oh my god, it's a terminal friend. The attack recovery bard. I still like how we read that like on screen, and the first thing he said was, "Oh no." Alright. Which just very quickly realized that a picture that I had did not get added. One moment, I do need to add a picture here. Don't mind me. Good thing I can sit here with time. I have time to do this. Don't mind me. Everything is fine. But we do have art for this one. We do have art. This is Operator Masaru by Sovinar.
Ooh.
And now with art.
I like their design.
Augur's art. Vanguard, Pioneer, let's go.
6-star Pioneer Vanguard. And Oni from Higashi. Alright, Boop, take it away.
Hold on, let me bring up Siege so I can see how outclassed she is. It's on par. Actually, it's pretty on par. The only, like, a quote-unquote egregious part is that Siege has, 30 less defense? Other than that, it's more or less the same.
Alrighty. So pretty on par with Siege, nothing too crazy, nothing too like, oh my god, what in hell's name is this? Alrighty. Alright. Dupe, would you like to take over from here?
Sure. So, Talent 1, Forged in Frost. Freeze any DP generated by Masaru, storing the DP until expending for honed abilities. Gain the DP back, max of 30 DP. Gain +1 DP for enemies chilled. Honed effects inflict frostbite to chilled enemies. Enemies can be frozen and frostbitten. Hone effect only applies upon casting, not during. And then Talent 2 is Piercing Ice, where you gain 4% attack. DP cost -1 for pot 2, redeployment -4, pot 3, attack +25, pot 4. Talent 2 enhanced up to 8% attack for pot 5, and DP cost -1 for pot 6. What does Frostbite do?
We'll see in a second. I believe that is explained later on.
Oh, it's okay. I was like, it's Frostbite or...
Here you go.
I don't remember Frostbite being...
Here's Frostbite.
I will say...
Oh,
wait, no, I was muted. Whoops. I will say, let's see, Talent 2 is very underwhelming.
Yeah.
I see the intention of what you went for, Sovinar. They went for 4%. They're trying to go for 4% attack per DP stored, but
with 30 DP, that's 120% attack.
Yeah, that's either way. One is too OP, the other is not too OP.
I think leaving it as +4 works out in your favor somehow.
I agree. I agree.
Because it is what I have on my submission. I'm looking at it right now. Gain +4% attack, period, for grammar. So, this is actually what I have. I'm sorry.
Frostbite enemies cannot attack for 4 seconds and have their defenses reduced by -8% after every physical attack, max 24% at max stack. Defense drop duration refreshes after every attack. So, the cannot attack for 4 seconds is very interesting to me. And I'm wondering if that's like a one-time thing only. If it's a one-time thing only, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I was about to say, if it's a one-time, I think it's fine. I think if it's refreshed every time, that's a little concerning.
Well, we'll find out as we go then. Oh boy. This is gonna be a long one. I'll take care of this one, as this appears to be a long boy for the skills. Alright, skill 1, Ice Casting Bulwark. Auto activation, auto recovery, instant duration, SP cost of 13, initial SP of 0. Instantly gain 6 DP and Ice Shield, blocking a single attack. When Ice Shield shatters, gain 2 DP and inflict chill on surrounding enemies. Shield does not stack, current shield will shatter instead. Interesting, okay. Honed effect, so with 15 DP stored. Gain +18 attack speed when shield shatters for 5 seconds, stacked only 2 shields. Okay. Skill 2, Glacial Armament. Auto activation still, offensive recovery, infinite duration, because I'm assuming this is based on durability, maybe? SP cost 40, initial SP of 0, so the passive is +60% defense, 30 plus 30 attack speed. I think I left that out. I'm gonna benefit of that. I'm gonna say plus 30 attack speed. Loses it after ability activates. Attack plus 120. Gain one of the following, swapping in order. Swapping to a new one if it shatters. Gain 5 DP every swap. So Spear, increase attack range by plus 1, 9 durability. So I'm assuming each attack takes 1 durability, because I'm just based on durability, weapon durability, and how, like, the implications there. Honed is an additional plus 20 attack speed. And then after that is Sword. Attack 2 enemies at once, so 7 durability. Honed, once it's honed, attacks 2 enemies at once. Or you get a shield, increase block count by 1, 10 durability for attacks by attacks taken, not attacks done. Honed is 20 DP, or at 20 DP, it's honed, same thing. Defense plus 50%, weapon shatters, inflict cold on surroundings. Do we have a Phelios 2.0? Skill 3, Frigid Mainax. Activation manual, recovery auto. Duration is the durability of the weapon. SP cost is 60. Initial SP is 25. Immediately gains 10 DP, plus 180% attack, plus 40% defense. 12 durability. Attacks now inflict cold. When ability ends, throw the axe 2 tiles ahead, dealing 240% attack as physical damage to enemies hit, up to 3. Gain 1 DP for each remaining durability when skill abruptly ends by toggle. Honed effect with 25 DP stored is plus 5 durability, plus 20 attack speed. All right.
There's a lot.
There is a lot.
I think I am one concern. Does honed sword not change anything?
Let me double check and make sure I wrote that down correctly. Nope. What's there is there. They both say attack 2 enemies at once. I am surprised it's not a goof on my side this time.
Okay.
So sword, you're just kind of shafted on sword then, aren't you?
Yeah, you don't gain anything off of being honed.
I have a lot of issues because for skill 1, starting off, Flametail S1M3 is 18 SP cost. This is 13 SP cost. And Flametail is only, her thing is only physical dodge, I think it is. Yeah, not dodge the next physical attack, and it doesn't stack, right? But from what I understand, for this skill 1, the shield will shatter, which means you get the 2 DP and the chill on surrounding enemies, regardless on whether you block an attack or not, if the skill activates. That's how I understand it, right?
Yes, if it activates and the shield doesn't get broken by an enemy attack.
Yeah, the current shield will shatter, and so you'll get it instead, it's more DP than Flametail S1, while also on a lower cooldown and applying chill, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a little bit of a yikes for me. Mm-hmm. For skill 2, it feels like I'm gonna completely ignore the fact that this is offensive recovery on a Pioneer Vanguard with a 40 SP cost. I'm going to completely ignore that for a moment and say that this feels like a circumvention of the ammo mechanic. I feel like this ability would be a lot simpler if it just used the ammo mechanic rather than whatever this durability thing is.
I think the intention for the durability is that once it's active, you just keep cycling through the weapons. You would start with spear, you go to sword, after sword you go to shield, after shield you go back to spear. It just keeps cycling once it's active. But yeah, it's offensive recovery with the 40 SP cost, so it's kind of a But yeah, durability in my mind is effectively ammo, the way I'm looking at it. Reminder for the talent 1, any DP is stored, but you only get it once you activate it when honed. So keep that in mind. So you technically aren't quite gaining that DP until you pop the honed. keep that in mind.
Okay. You do also get DP for chilling enemies, though, as well.
Yes.
So that's also something to keep in mind.
I just feel like there's a lot going on. With the storing DP, durability, the honed effects, and all that. I think and then the different weapons for skill 2, I think there's just a lot going on.
It is 3 mechanics for 1 operator, and I don't think that should be a thing unless it's a summoner.
Even though summoners, I feel like they don't even have that many things on them.
Yeah, it's just the way how their summons work. It's not really an entirely different mechanic either.
Mm-hmm. I think this might hurt. I think I might end up dinging this on integration, because in general for Arknights, skills are still relatively short and simple. Like, relatively. Even the complex ones aren't, like, super, I don't know, descriptive, I guess. But it's kind of like, it does feel like there's a lot. I'm not just going to ding it on that there is a lot, but I'm just trying to think, when would skill 2 ever activate? Like, that's 40 autos to activate it. Like, you do get plus 30 attack speed, so you get attack quicker to try to activate it, but it's a Pioneer Vanguard, aren't you? Like, isn't the whole concept of Pioneer Vanguards, like, you put them down, you hold until you can get, like, a defender or a guard in place, right? In general?
Yeah.
In general, yeah.
So
It kind of feels more like you said, a Phalios, like a league champ, more than an Arknights
like
operator.
I'm sorry, Hina, but we must be impartial. The council will decide Sovinar's fate. S3, I want to say, is mostly fine. Like, I'm trying to think about, is there anything weird with S3, but just
I
the way
like the S3. I really like the S3.
Mm-hmm.
The throwing the axe, I think, is really, really cool.
Yeah, it's like, I think the S3 is fine. The S1 is like fine-ish, question mark. The S2 is, when would I ever use it? Like, why would, like, let me put it this way, like, if I'm trying to use playing Arknights normally, right, like outside of a niche, right, like, in what situation, I'm trying to think, what situation would I use this skill to? It's for, like, wouldn't I just swap in a guard at this point, like, with offensive recovery? Like, it's the offensive recovery that's kind of screws us over the most. Like,
S3 also feels like it's a little bit too much of an SP cost for what it brings.
oh yeah, that's 60 SP. Never mind, that's 60 SP cost. Like, I'll just look at the what the ability did. But I think this suffers from having actually too high SP costs, which is something that I didn't think I'd say during the contest, because more often than not, we feel like we need to bump up SP costs. I think both of these would be a lot better if SP cost was lower and you take a little bit of the power out. Because, like, it kind of feels like you're making a guard, but you made them a pioneer and you kind of kneecapped them. It's just kind of all over the place right now for me, to be honest.
Yeah. I think there's just too much going on.
Like, it's also just kind of a cohesion thing of, like, Pioneer Vanguard, right? You're putting down a Pioneer to hold the line initially, and then you start putting your heavier hitters once you're able to get that extra little bit of DP, once you're able to hold the line a little bit now, and then, but in this, like, that's 40 attacks. It's not even 40 seconds, that's 40 attacks. Or 60 seconds.
Could you go back to the talents for a moment, please? Okay, never mind. Thank you.
It's I like the I see the idea that you're trying to go with, right? Like he's cycling through weapons and whatnot. I just think this would have fit a lot better on a guard as opposed to a Pioneer Vanguard. I think it's a case of like mistaken classes. Yeah, 40 attacks, lucky sword, and Thorns is 3. Yeah, but the difference is that, well, Thorns is a guard. He is a Lord Guard with range. This is a Pioneer Guard. Like that's kind of like the mis-synergy in my mind right now. So, let's move on to lore. Dupe, do you want to take over lore?
Sure. So, his father would teach him the ways of the smith at a very young age. However, his talent for the craft fell short of combat readiness. His father told him, "How can you take other souls that offend you with these futile weapons?"
That's metal as fuck.
Ultimately, because of his shortcomings, his father and clan would remove him as he harmed the clan's reputation, telling him to come back when he can make a weapon that isn't malformed as he is. With nowhere to go in a harsh winter, Masaru almost succumbed to hypothermia until a stranger helped him by providing food and warmth. The stranger introduced him into a mercenary group of scouts where he found a sense of home in. However, they were all manipulated as they were all to be sent off as fodder of war. In an expedition, an originium explosion occurred, causing most of the band to contract erypathy, including Masaru. Knowing their condition, they were all sent off to their death for the civil war that was brewing in Higashi. At their time of duty, many of his comrades fell. Masaru, as a last-ditch effort, forged an axe using his ice arts, killing his assailant. Masaru deserted the war in hope of justice. He decided to visit home, finding out his entire clan had been slaughtered by Hoshiguma's clan. Suppose the cold was more inviting than the warmth that always betrayed him. With his cold and murderous hands stained in blood, he goes to seek out the same evils that exploit others with weapons forged in ice. He now roams through war-stricken communities in the north, helping them rebuild, also honing and wielding his craft to take justice into his own hands. Masaru uses his weapons to protect others from exploitation rather than those that offend him. His deeds ultimately did not go unseen as Rhodes Island invited him to treat his erypathy and help him better control his arts.
That's some metal-ass lore.
Yeah.
I like the lore.
I like the lore. I want to know more of why or how Rhodes Island even found him.
I like...
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Boop.
Okay. Okay, so I like it, but the mention of Hoshiguma makes me take a step back, because I'm trying to remember my Hoshiguma lore, and I'm like, what is the, like, does she have, like, hard enough ties to Higashi, from what we know, that, like, this would be relevant?
I'm trying to think of that too, and it's like, I want to say most of what we know about her is
like, because she's
LGD
she's
related,
more
right?
or less from Lungmen, right? She's more or less from Lungmen rather than like I get like her origin is from Higashi, but I feel like
correction.
most of her lore's
She did in fact apparently kill her family and destroyed her home, leaving Higashi, and that's how she ended up in Lungmen. So
okay.
There's something wrong with her clan, which, well, as evidenced by this, maybe there is something wrong with Hoshiguma's clan, right? So I think that's actually fine.
All right, fair enough. It just felt very out of place.
I mean, they did leave Hoshiguma's clan pretty vague, so it's like, you gotta do whatever, right? So,
Fair enough.
and evidently there's
left-
something enough where Hoshi killed a lot of them, so...
To be fair, Hypergriff leaves a lot of things as vague.
Yeah, but I feel like that doesn't mean we should knock people's OCs for that, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
Because it's
Oh, yeah,
open-ended, right?
absolutely.
Like, them adapting open-ended things. That's HG for leaving open-ended. They're just filling in, it's HG's loose ends. They're tying them up.
Yeah, absolutely. My bad.
So, it's like, I personally think, it's like, I think maybe a little more of like, he cooperated with Rhodes on something, and that's how they took notice, instead of just like a quick Rhodes taking notice. I can agree with Dupe on that one. Um,
I also want to know like what he does in roads. Like, is he? Because if he's an operator, then he's working with roads. This just says they're inviting him to treat his neuropathy and help him hone, but it's not like he's working for them, you know?
yeah, it's like I would assume, and Rhodes does not do things for free. Last I checked, it's usually like you're doing something for Rhodes and they treat your stuff, right? So
Yeah.
it's like I imagine the implication is combat operator, based on the lore, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's I'm willing to give that like more or less of a pass, as like he's probably a combat operator based on how everything else is, right? Like there's not really anything about medicine or anything. So I'm assuming he does like he goes out and fights, and in return for treatment and arts control. So that part I'm willing to like be like, okay, I can see that. Like you don't like we don't have to write down everything, right? Implication is a thing in lore. I think that's okay, at least for my POV. I just would like to see like a little bit more of like the how did Rhodes get their eyes on him, which I do agree with. So, sorry, one more thing, and then Skami. Yeah, it's like I don't like Pioneers. I think they do stay out a little, like they do stay out more than Ages and Chargers. But at the same time, it's like I think there's a certain limit to how long they generally, quote unquote, should stay out, right? You generally don't see an Asian, or you don't see a Pioneer staying out for like that long of a duration just to activate their skill, and then they stay on the field longer. I think that's more my point with Pioneers. Like, I don't mind them staying out to use a skill. I think the issue is more when they have to stay that long just to get a skill activated. So I think that's more our collective like point of something seems a little off, right? So anything you guys want to take a look at before we move on?
I think
No, I'm good.
I think I'm good. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Who wants to go first this time?
I'll go
Right.
first. Why not?
Okie dokie.
One moment. For creativity integration, I think I do think it was creative. As for the integration, I don't think it would work, especially with how the game is coded, because you've got what is essentially an ammo skill on top of a duration, right? And I wouldn't entirely know how that would be able to be coded. And I think that would also probably mess up a few things.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll give it a 1.
Okay.
For the balance, I think the balance is also really wonky. I think I like the trying the new thing with the storing the DP. I think that was a good shot. I think the whole balance around that is also okay.
Mm-hmm.
But it was everything else that, again, it's a little bit wonky. I'll give it a 1.4 for the balance.
Mm-hmm.
For cohesion, I can see where everything was going. With the talent to be having like missing the other part of it, is probably a good thing for this part. Otherwise, this would probably be a little bit worse. But I do feel like there was a picture in mind, and that picture was somewhat drawn correctly. And I'm not speaking about the art. I'll give this a 1.4 as well for cohesion.
Mm-hmm.
For the integration, I think the integration was actually top tier. I think the lore fit in well in the abilities of skills, regardless of, the kit balance and cohesion. I would give that a 2.
Mm-hmm.
I also think that the lore fits very well into the AK universe. It's very harsh. It's very... It has that feel of hopelessness followed by a new beginning, in a sense. So I'll give that a 2 as well.
Mm-hmm.
And for the character focus, it did make narrative sense to me. It have the OC involved in it. I do feel like we were missing a few key details here and there. For example, at the very beginning of the lore, it's just like, oh, his weapons aren't ready for combat, but we didn't get any details as to why they weren't ready for combat, and then of course he joins up with this mercenary troop, but his role in that mercenary troop isn't there, like we're missing a little bit of his role in his own lore, right? So I'll give that a 1.5 for character focus.
All right, that puts you at a 9.3. All right, Dupe, what you got?
So I think if it was creativity only, it would be a 2, but I feel like it just would not go well in Arknights. I think there's just too much going on for one operator. So that's gonna ding it down to, I think, like a 1.4 for me.
Okay.
I think the balance is a little questionable with all the SP costs on top of every tiny mechanic it has. So I'd say like a 1.3 for balance. Cohesion, I mean, I think the skills are very involved with the talent. I think talent 1, since talent 2 doesn't really have much going on. So I think for cohesion, I will give it a 1.6. As for the integration for flavor, that is definitely a 2. I think it's done really well. Lore, I want to say 1.7 purely because of the lack of how RI got into contact with him, what went down, and all that. And then character focus is a 2. I think that was really good.
Cool. So that puts Dupe at a flat 10.0. Kind of goes to show that, like, we are handling lore and balance equally here. So, like, even if things aren't quite working quite well, you can still kind of catch up. Let me think. For me, yeah, I think I'm agreeing with, like, if it was purely creativity, it's a very creative operator. Integration wise, it just integrates really weirdly, both with the mechanic and with him being a pioneer vanguard. I think that just integrates really wonky. I'm still willing to give us like a 1.3 though. For balance again, it's wonky. Like, I'm still trying to think, like, how would I use this as a pioneer vanguard in terms of like how long they have to stay on the field just so that S2 or S3 can even activate, right? Like, that's the part that gets me the most on overall balance. I think the skills themselves, I don't see anything particularly crazy with the numbers that make me go like, what the hell is this, right? So on pure balance, that's fine, but on overall, like, balance usage, I'll still be giving like a 1.5, I think. I think I'll be generous and give it a 1.4. Like, I see what you're going for, but I think it's more just overall adjustments that I think need to be made, and I already took points off for, integration on that side. Cohesion, how focused is, I think things do work together very well with the talent, like everything does interact with it. It's a very cohesive operator, albeit just like, again, just the only thing that kind of lacks a little bit on cohesion, again, is just how long they have to stay with them being a pioneer vanguard. That's the part where it's a little bit not cohesive. So I would say like a 1.7 on cohesion, I think. Let's see. Flavor, integration. How's lore fit? That's a 2 for me. That's an easy 2. Lore, I would definitely like to see a little bit more of the RI side of things, right? So I would give it more, I'll give it like a 1. Yeah, I think a 1.7 is fair. Character focus, they are very focused on their own, like, it is very focused on them as a character. Narrative sense, yes, for the most part. Again, we're kind of just missing that little bit of, again, I would just like Rose to be evolved a little more. That's the only thing, so I'll give it like a 1.8, which means that I think Dupe and I are matching point-wise with 10s from both of us.
We are not beating the echo chamber allegations.
We really are we? Well, it's like
What do you mean? Echo chambers are the best. Come on.
We're hitting like the same things, but we're not like Like, we're getting a similar point values, but for different reasons, is what it feels like. We're just convergent.
Yeah.
We're like convergent evolution, is what this is. Which is still enough to bump Sophidar to 3rd place. Gotta go to
Apes
show you.
together strong.
Apes together strong. That is a 29.3, which means I have more point adjusting to do. Stall for me.
That was a
Did you
lot
know-
higher than I expected it to be.
Did you know that subs right now are discounted by 25%? And you guys should sub to your favorite streamer at
Yeah,
Jesus.
Oi.
Yeah,
Oi, I hear what you
Make-
rats are trying to do to me.
you need to remember that it's 2 zeros and 2 E's for Wookiee.
Alright, there we go. Wait.
You
Yeah, there's 2 more
can't.
left.
You've been sniped. Just gift someone a sub. Easy. You can do your own sniping. Pew pew, motherfuckers.
Wait, so that was number 8, right?
Yes, that was number 8. We have 1 by Sir Quacker and 1 by Let Reality Breaks. I had to stop and think for a second too. It's okay, it's not just you. So 2 left, 2 left. We're almost there, we're almost there. Almost there for day 1. Remember, we got 11 more to go through for day 2, but I think we're going to be faster on day 2 because we're already speeding up here, like a good bit. Like minus some other discussion points. Which means now we can bring up, there we go, Norn. It is Sir Quacker's, which we did get art for like right before the stream started. So I will very quickly get this art in.
So, unrelated, but for some reason, that one Pokemon with the giant tongue has been stuck in my head for the past 3 days, and I can't get it out of my head.
Lickitung?
It's just so funny to me.
Or Licky Licky.
Sure,
I don't know. I don't know anything about Pokemon. I just know the appearance.
The one with the big tongue. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? Alright, here we are. It is Operator Norn by Sir Quacker. So I will update the thing on the side.
Dreadnought. Ooh.
6-star Dreadnought Guard from Sami. Female Sarkaz. Somewhere out there, I could see Undust just like Undust going, yes! Out there somewhere in the world. Alright, Boop, take it away.
We have a Dreadnought with an axe. Let's go. Automatic 0 out of 10 for me. Next operator. Oh, hold on. Let me bring up Neural. Similar amounts of HP, attack, and defense. Yeah, more or less on par.
Okay, more or less on par. Nothing too crazy. Good to know. Good to know. Dupe, would you like to take over this?
Yes. So, Talent 1, Fimble Winter. After not attacking for 4 seconds, the next attacker skill inflicts a layer of cold for 2 seconds. When skills inflict multiple layers of cold, this will apply first before skill effect. And then Talent 2, Brittle Fate. Against frozen enemies, ignore 20% defense. DP cost -1, redeployment time -4 on pot 3, attack plus 32 on pot 4, redeployment time -6 on pot 5, and DP cost -1 on pot 6.
But no talent enhancements.
Talent 2 being a worse neural talent makes me feel very sad.
It works with Frozen. It's physical damage against Frozen. But yeah. Look at the
I
skill
do
mod.
like Talent 1 a little bit.
That's
pretty
I'm not
cool.
gonna lie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Talent 1 is cool.
Yeah, it's like you get cold, but it's like you kind of have to charge it up a bit before you do the bonkery with it, right?
I've always had like a soft spot for the whole Mystic Caster don't attack to get something out of it. So I think
Is
that's
it
really
CC
cool.
first then damage? Yes. It
Yes.
is CC first then damage.
But at the same time, like the cold will not stack because you have to not attack for 4 seconds in order to proc that cold. So the cold will not persist off of Talent 1 alone. You need other sources for it. And you have to not be attacking, right? So. Alright.
I also like the whole not attacking for 4 seconds to increase the duration of the cold rather than, having like an RNG chance to get like a half a second of cold or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Skill 1, Urge Withdrawal, auto activation, auto recovery, 4-second duration, SP cost of 14, initial SP of 6. Interesting. Give me one quick second just to make sure everything's good. Yeah, okay. Next melee attack received by Norn makes her frozen and reduces block count to 0. This frozen state cannot be cleansed or shortened by status resistance. During skill, restore 2.5% HP per second and slow enemies in the tile occupied. At the end of the skill, clear all negative statuses, deal 200% attack as physical damage, and inflict a layer of cold for 4 seconds to ground enemies in the tile occupied. So you can proc a freeze then with skill 1. Skill 2, Verdandi Shatterer. Activation is manual, auto recovery, instant duration. SP cost of 12, initial SP of 8. There is a passive and active. So passive, attacks and skills, prioritize frozen enemies. When damaging frozen enemies, remove frozen, and additionally deal 100% attack as AoE physical damage. Active skill is stores up to 2 charges, throws her axe at an enemy within the 3 tiles ahead, dealing 150% attack as physical damage, and inflict a layer of cold on enemies not frozen for 2 seconds. Norn then recalls her axe, repeating the same damage and effects on the same target. Cannot attack until axe has been recalled. Oh, these are funny ways. These are fun ways to try to proc that talent 1. I'm liking this. Skill 3, Skill Severance. Activation is manual. Recovery is auto. Infinite duration. SP cost of 50. Initial SP of 30. Interesting. Stops attacking and blocking. Norm will appear in the deployment list and can be relocated for no cost while skill is active. Can be manually deactivated to refund 45 SP. Cannot relocate to the tile occupied. Relocating removes all negative and buff effects, retains HP from the previous position, and does not grant initial SP again. When relocated, deals 700% attack as physical damage and inflicts a layer of cold for 6 seconds to ground enemies in a spread shooter range. Trying to visualize skill 3 here for a second, but
the closest thing I can get is like Inez on first deployment, where you deploy her, she gets the little mark, and then you comes back, you can deploy her again, and the mark follows. But instead of the mark, it would be
her.
Yeah,
kind of. Except she's still there when you first deploy her, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're kind of just like yeeting her around. It's kind of like a wire.
Stops attacking. She stops attacking and blocking.
Mm-hmm. So she kind of works like whatchamacallit. So she's like, it's kind of like a wire bug almost from the Monhunt event.
Yeah.
Except
it is kind of like a wire bug.
Except you do a big damage, but then you have to wait 50 seconds to use it again, which is longer than a wire bug. So you get the first one pretty quickly, but you also can't put the same tile occupied. So you're kind of doing this like weird, like, if you want to keep her in place, you just kind of have to do this like forward one, back one, forward one, back one shenanigan.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I really like her skills. I think they're really cool.
I think, like, conceptually, yeah. I think that's really interesting. I like that all 3 of them have a means of proccing that talent 1 in some manner. Mm-hmm. Whether it's, like, by your choice or by, well, you're now a frozen, brick of ice, right? I really like that. I'm looking at the damage. I want to say it's fine. S2 doesn't freeze. At least not on the axe throw, because it's a layer of cold on enemies not frozen. Oh, actually, no. So it can still freeze. I lied. But she also can't detect that the axe be recalled, so it does proc her freeze.
So it's kind of like Jaeyun and Shiryuki, where they throw their ring and then they can't attack. But the ring just... That's really cool. I like that.
Cool. Hold on. So I guess it's okay. So basically, last 2 seconds, she recalls it, and then they get hit again. Because I'm trying to think, or is it just like boom, boom? It's like a double hit. I'm trying to think how it works here. I guess like I am missing I would like an idea of how long it takes for the recall, like how long before she recalls. But conceptually, I like it. S3 is a lot of damage, but it's on a pretty long cooldown.
And it's also physical damage, so...
I almost want to say that S3 doesn't do enough... Like, I want to say S3 can do more damage. Like, you can add a little more damage to it.
feel like either add more damage or maybe lower the SP cost a little bit.
It almost feels a little underwhelming from a damage perspective, weirdly enough. Because like you can proc freeze with like the stop attacking part, but I'm trying to think, like, you basically do the burst and then you're just a normal operator, right? It's like I do like to relocate. I'm just trying to think, like, is there anything else that you can get from this? Like the 700 is a lot, but I'm trying to think, like, is there any, like, I think maybe just like a little bit of a passive buff for before you relocate, I guess. That might be I think that might be more what I'm looking for. Just like a little bit. I don't think it needs too much. I think a little bit. It's like whether it's a little bit more of like, does more damage while attacking or something. I don't know. How about you, Boop? What do you think?
I think it's cool. I do think the operator is cool. It feels like everything does gel well and things, right? And I like how everything interacts and it's cool. But it feels like there's something missing, if that makes sense.
I think for me, it's just from the S3. It feels like the S3 is just missing a little bit outside of the reload. Like, the relocate is cool, and it's very strong. But I think for that SP cost, you could add a little bit in, so you're not just like, I don't know. Like, when you activate it, I don't know. It just feels like it's basically a 50-second wire drone with a big burst at the end, right? That's kind of what it feels like to me. I don't know. It just feels like you could do something feels missing. I can't put my finger on what, but it just feels like S3 is short just a little bit of something. I just don't know what.
You could add something like on Neon's module, she gets like stats from her shield breaking, right? You could have something like that for the skill tree, where every time you use the skill, she gets like attack or attack speed.
Yeah, it doesn't
stacking up to like 5 times.
It doesn't have to be a lot.
Do they have modules?
Dreadnoughts? Yeah.
Dreadnoughts
No.
Oh,
like
in fact, yes, they do.
Yeah, Neon has both modules. Yeah.
Neon has modules. Lauren also has modules, which we can take a look at, because this is a perfect segue, and we can revisit skills after we look at the modules. Boop, do you want to do modules?
Oh yeah, sure. DRX level 3. New trait, increase attack to 115% when attacking blocked enemies. Attributes gain 400 attack, 90 attack, 400 HP, 90 attack. Brittle Fate, 8 against frozen enemies, ignore 25% defense. Also applies to damage from attacks and skills that are caused enemies to be frozen. That would always be the case because that's how debuffing works in Arknights. DREY level 3. When defeated, does not retreat, recovers HP, so the standard module. Gain defense and attack. Inevitable winter after not attacking for 4 seconds. The next attack inflicts 2 layers of cold for 2 seconds. Skills will unconditionally inflict a layer of cold before skill effects.
That's a freeze.
So you get a freeze, guaranteed freeze,
and a revive
on a 4-second thing.
Which is fine. I
mean, you have to not attack.
If we're going back to the talents, I would probably change it so that there's maybe like a 12% ignore defense against all enemies and then triple it against frozen enemies or something like that, just so that it's a little bit more widespread, because right now it's just a worse neural talent.
Never really did skew balance a bit, huh? Okay. Interesting, though. I do like how interesting. I like how cohesive it is as a whole, though. Like, with how everything kind of plays off of each other. Alright, lore. Profile. A wanderer from Sami. Nord is supposedly gifted with the ability to see people's past and future. Oh, I like that. I like that reference. Though she refers she herself refers to it as a burden. The only time she believed her foresight was a blessing was when she saw an interesting future with Rhodes Island. Her exceptional combat prowess and extensive knowledge of Sami have earned her title as an elite Rhodes Island operator and is often assigned to deep operations in Sami. Trust increased talk. Doctor, whatever pain of the past has got in store for you, you don't have to be in such a hurry to trudge through it. Who you are now is who will pave the road to the future. Believe in what you choose to do now and your comrades. Although this is a pretty big gambit I'm making, I have faith you'll pull through for both Rhodes Island and Sami.
I like this.
It's mysterious.
It's mysterious, but I feel like the mystery fits the gifted ability.
Mm-hmm. It's like, it's things that it's like, it sets up for exploration. If, like, there's enough setup where, like, I could see, like, an event based around her, right? Like, she sees something, like, how does she end up with Rhodes? Like, you can see that, like, the lack here is more, I don't know, like, there's more to it that makes that future make more sense of, like, how she's just suddenly at Rhodes, right?
Yeah.
It's enough for it. I mean, that's what I got here. I do like it. I'm trying to think if there's anything that I would maybe nitpick a little bit at. I think, again, I do like it. I think maybe just a little bit more. I think we're a little bit... I think a little bit more on the profile, a little bit more on the lore would be good. You do have 300 words to work with here. I think a little bit would have been nice. Just a little bit more. But I do love the tie-in of the name Norn with her ability, or the supposedly gifted ability. I love that tie-in.
I'm uneducated here. Could you educate me on the whole Norn being tied to
If I remember
seeing abilities?
If I remember right, in my Norse mythology, the Norns are responsible for, like, shaping destinies and, like, you know, doing stuff for the future.
Yeah, they are.
And
You
just,
are correct.
you know, like, it's like kind of like the fates from Greek mythology, similar in a sense, if that makes sense.
Duly noted.
So it's pretty neat. Yeah, goddess of time and destiny. And they're named the same as the name of skill. See, that I actually didn't know, but that makes me love the lore tie-ins even more.
Yeah.
Are we ready to do points?
I'm down.
Cool. All right. Who wants to start off this time around?
I can start it off.
Cool.
So I think creativity and integration, you knocked it out of the park. That's a straight 2 for me. I really like this operator personally. Like I love how each skill is so different, but it all works so well, which I guess that goes into cohesion. I think balance, I would say 1.8, purely because skill 3, the damage is a little low for how much it costs, but I love the concept and everything else works really well. Cohesion, I think that's a straight 2 for me as well. I think everything ties in really, really well, and it's all very well-rounded, and she just seems like such a solid operator off of everything. I think integration is also a 2. I really like that it wasn't just, oh, her name is Norn, and that's it. Like, just a nod to it. Like, it's actually well thought out with both the abilities, name, and the lore tie-in of her being able to see destinies and past and future. How well it fits, I think, with how mystical Sami feels, I think it fits really well. So that's another 2 for me. And I think for character focus, maybe I wanted a little more on that part. So I would say like a 1.8 for character focus.
I think Ostrich might have someone nipping on her heels too, as that is a 11.6 from Dupe. Things are getting spicy in Arknights OC contest land. Ho 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 ho.
Oh.
All right, Boop, what you got for us?
So for creativity integration, that's a 2 for me. I love it. I love the operator. For the balance, I think the balance is a little bit on the weaker side rather than the stronger side. I feel like it could have been buffed slightly, so I'll give that a 1.8. For cohesion, I love it. I think it's a 2. I think it had a very clear goal, and I think that goal was well met. But and that's separate from the balance, which is why I'm giving the cohesion a 2.
Mm-hmm.
For the integration, for the lore, I believe that's a 2 from what I'm hearing. I don't know much about Norse mythology, but from what I'm hearing and seeing in chat, it does fit well into the abilities and the skills, and it's very, very much well thought out in that regard. For the lore and how it fits into the AK universe, I'll also give that a 2. I very much do believe that this is very much an AK style of, hey, this could very easily be a whole event crafted around this one operator because of the mystery and the backstory that is implied. And for the character focus, I would also give that a 2.
So another 2 for character. So at 11, is that an 11.8 coming out from Boopadook that I'm seeing here?
It is.
Ostrich, you better be careful. Sir Quacker is quacking at your heels there. Because these are some damn high points that are coming out here. You guys are not making our jobs easy. Just so you know. You guys are not making these jobs easy. Alright, for me, let me think. Kit creative and integration. I mean, ooh. It's all there. What can I say? It's all there. It all be there. Like, everything kind of flows in together. You got things working off the talents. You got things working off the fates. Like, ooh, excellent. It's 2 for me for there too. Balance wise, yeah, I think you could use a little more power in the kit. I'm gonna be a little bit harsher in a 1.7 in that I think she could have been stronger. I think she could have had a little bit more, but I think she's still brilliant. Cohesion, that's a 2. That's an easy 2. Actually, I'm gonna bump my balance also to a 1.8. I think. Integration. I think in the integration for the words and everything, like for how the overall lore and the mysticalness of Sami working and everything, I think that's brilliant. I think something that I would like to go in just a little bit, that I would have liked to see just a little bit on, the more I looked at lore, is I would have liked to see a little bit more on how she was why was she trained, like it's on the combat end just a little bit more. I guess she's a wanderer, but like I would like a little bit more on like why she's good at combat and everything. But it's not enough for me to think it too hard, so I'll just give I'll give a 1.9 on that one. I would just like that little bit extra. How does it fit into AK? That's a solid 2 for me. And how involved is the OC in their lore? I mean, that's a solid 2 for me as well. So, that puts me at an 11.7 for you. And I also like how our collective thing of like, no, there is no perfect operator yet. We will not give out a perfect score to anybody yet until we see the perfect one that we all agree on. Or not necessarily agree, but just like, we haven't had a perfect operator. But damn, this one came close.
This one
really came
I feel
close.
like the best way to describe it, this is an operator I want in the game.
This is the operator I want.
This is an E2. This is an instant E2 on release type operator.
Hypergrip. This is free money. Free ideas for you.
Mr. Lowlight Arknights. Yo, come on the show. We'll farm people for content for you. I mean, what? We'll get you new op ideas, and they'll be balanced for the most part.
Yeah, no more Texas Yato altar.
Duh. But I do believe that means we have yet another lead change on. Holy crap! Day 1 was stacked.
It really was.
Good lord, good heavens! Day 1 was stacked. Why is Kyan continuing to shoot money at people? Why is everyone continuing to shoot money at people?
Because it's 25% off.
Hype train. W.
bet.
Yeah, it's you guys better not waste it.
That is a 35.1. That is a very,
That is a
very,
near perfect score.
that is
Very
a
close.
very high score. So who's last today? Oh, it's reality. No pressure?
All right. First 0 of the day. Let's go.
No pressure? I also like that Sir Quack. I didn't even notice that Sir Quacker's name has scooted off the screen. It's their power level. It would not fit. Sir Quacker's power level was not fitting on the screen for the winter theme. All right.
It's Jover, guys.
Operator Oak by Let Reality Breaks. He is a male Clodus from Ursus, and he is a 5-star flinger.
There's like, what? It's just Rosmatus, right?
Gray Altar.
And
I'm
Gray.
great.
And Gray.
Gray the Light.
Oh, and the cats. And the cat. The
True, the
Monster Hunter
cats.
cat.
The cats don't exist. Change my mind.
Fuck you, they exist.
They don't exist.
Yeah, they do.
That's a lot of attack.
They exist.
That's a
in lore.
lot of attack. Yeah. Oh my god.
Let me make sure I got the. Hold on. Let me make sure I got the numbers right. That I didn't accidentally punch something wrong. Give me a quick second.
I'm assuming you added an extra 1 by accident.
I think I may have added an extra 1 by accident. Let me double check.
Well,
I did in fact
Us-
add an extra 1 by accident
Yeah,
because
so
it
I
did
was
not
like,
look right.
whoa,
okay,
whoa.
so the numbers are on par with Gray.
I did in fact hit a wrong number. Don't worry
Actually,
about
no,
it.
it has 5 less res than Gray. How much res does Responus have?
10. Or 15 at E2.
Okay, yeah, this has 5 less res than the other 2.
Mhm. So a little less res, but otherwise kind of on par. Right?
Other than that, it's on par, yeah.
Cool. Boop, do you want to take talents and potentials this time?
Sure. Alright, talent 1. Surprise snowballs. If the same enemy received 5 attacks from Oak, they will be chilled for 1.5 pot 4 seconds. And for pots, it's the standard pots DP -1 for pot 2 and 6, -4 seconds for pot 3. Pot 4 is the attack pot, and then pot 5 is that talent improvement. So I do have a question for talent 1. It says for the 5 attacks, do you mean instances of damage or attacks?
That's a good question, because flingers do aftershock damage.
Oh.
I will let you clarify on this one. Let reality, because that is a pretty distinct thing, so I will let you clarify that. Because I think AK is a bit funky with the attacks. So 5
Attacks,
direct
okay.
attacks, not aftershocks. Okay.
10 seconds. Okay. That is... Because here's the thing, that would be... Yeah, that's... So for in 10.5 seconds, they'd be chilled for 1.5 seconds. That's...
It's a lot of investment for a chill. For a 1 second
Yeah.
chill, I will say.
If it was a freeze, I would be okay with it.
Feels underpowered, honestly.
Yeah, it does feel a little weak.
Yeah,
But
so if
maybe
it
the
was just...
skills will.
Mhm.
Yeah, the skills might change it.
Alright, Dupe, you can take skills.
Alright. So, skill 1, double the snowball, double the fun. Auto active, auto recovery, instant, 15 SP, and 0 initial SP. Oak throws 2 snowballs towards the enemy, can hold 2 charges. So, fairly simple. Skill 2, snowball barrage. Manual activation, auto recovery, 20-second duration, 40 SP cost, and 15 initial SP. Decreases attack interval by 1.5 seconds, decreases range, a marksman sniper, plus 75... does 75% more attack. Enemies that are frozen shall receive arts damage instead of physical. So I think this is where skill 2 is where talent 1 comes into play, I feel like.
It's still a good chunk of time to get a freeze going, because you're not going to be able to...
Yeah.
like-
Yeah, because if the chill is only 1.5 seconds long, you still need 5 attacks, right?
Mhm.
So it's just like this operator needs other operators that chill to make use of the second part of skill 2.
Yeah. I also feel like for what you get, I think 40 SP is kind of a little steep.
Yeah. Like, you have less range, you attack a little faster, but
You do more damage.
you're reliant on enemies being frozen, so it's like, unless you're able to set up freezes, that second part of the skill doesn't do too much, right? So
Yeah.
I'm okay with the 40 SP cost if you remove the decrease range.
mm-hmm. It's like you're kind of nerfing yourself with that decreased range. And
Yeah.
it doesn't feel like you need to. On the other hand, I will say I like as a personal design point, I would prefer things to be a little more underpowered. And like, you know, be a little more quote unquote boring or safe with the meta as opposed to like just punting it out the window, right?
Yeah.
So like
100% I agree.
Like me
Yeah,
personally,
I'd rather want like a weaker operator than Texas Alter 3.
Yeah, this definitely does feel very safe, and that's not a bad thing, but I do think it's too underpowered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's definitely lacking something.
And I think it's just because the talent is just very, very underpowered, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like as I was saying earlier, if that chill was freeze, I would be okay with it.
Yeah, honestly, if it was a freeze after 5, like, that's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because just off skill, that's every 10.5 seconds you're freezing for 1.5 seconds. Like I would feel like that's okay. That's a good trade-off.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Modules. So, attack deal 3 inches of physical damage at ground enemies in a small area. At level 3, if the same enemy receive 5 attacks from Oak, they will be chilled for 1 second or bind them for 1 second.
That's a worse talent.
That's actually worse.
That is a worse. I don't want a coin flip between a bind or a chill.
Yeah, I think this is like a self nerf. I feel like.
I think I would have liked to see this as like 4 attacks and a freeze. I think that would have been fine. Or even 3 attacks and a freeze.
Yeah.
And I think that would have been acceptable.
Yeah, like it reduced that 5 attacks to 4 and then increase the chill duration to 2, maybe 2.5, or maybe just decrease it to 3 attacks and keep the chill duration. I think either would have been fine.
Or I think if you just make the aftershock count as an attack for the chill, it would be fine as well.
I would disagree on that because it would be chilling every other attack because there would be 2 aftershocks. If it was still only like 1 aftershock, then yeah, I would agree that the aftershock damage being counted as an attack would be fine.
I will say, from a visual perspective, just like visualizing things, it is really funny to me just to see like a Benoi boy start yeeting snowballs that do aftershock damage to the ground. Just the visual of that just looks really funny.
Hold on. Let's be real. Gray the Lightning Bearer's skin is going to be a winter skin, and it's going to be him throwing snowballs.
Maybe. It might be. Who wants to take lore? I'll take lore. Oakley and his father, Cacao, has joined Rhodes Island under the request from their village to help their treatment of their oropathy. Oakley has shown Ice Snow are exceptionally well, being turned by one of the elders in their stay in the village. He showed perfect accuracy and brings a chilly sense into his own foes. On board, rather for me as I, Prince Oakley. Oh my god. I'm not going to try to pronounce that, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to butcher it so badly.
He's a chuny.
He is very chuny. You accept your sign, okay? He is very, very chuny.
He is like exceptionally chuny.
He is super chuny.
I don't know who's more chuny, him or Mephisto.
Who is this sassy lost child?
Jokes aside on lore though, they joined Rhodes for treatment oropathy. I can see that. Like that's a good enough reason, right? Like, and they're serving in combat. But I'm trying to think. I mean, you get a lot of his personality. I do like that.
I feel like you're just missing a lot of his background or like story about the village he was in.
Yeah, we're missing a good bit of just everything outside. Like, we got a really good dose of personality. I do. You know, not that I like chuny characters, but I think he did a good job of showing off their personality, right? Of being super chuny. But we're missing I feel like we're missing a lot of like older story. Or not older story, but like more backstory. I think is what we're missing.
Yeah.
I would like to see a lot more backstory. Anything dupe on lore?
No, I think that's it. I personally really like chuny characters. I like, on a side note, I think it'd be really funny to see this guy and Mephisto just like
Have a chuny be off.
have a chuny off. Yeah.
The thing about a chuny characters is that they have to be written well for me to like them, like Seiza. Seiza's great, right?
My boy.
Mm.
All right.
I think like the best thing about Seiza is that it's all an act. Like, you read more of his lines, you read his files, it's just like you just realize it's an act, and it's great.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. I love it.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Sounds like we're good. We're ready to go into points then.
Yeah.
Cool. Last points of the night before we before we adjourn for the day and come back tomorrow for day 2 and the final results tomorrow. Alright, so for point wise, let me think. Hit, I mean, I feel like it doesn't push the envelope in either direction for me. Like, it's not like, oh wow, you did a really good job with this, but it's also not like, oh, you kind of like crapped the bed with it either, right? It's very safe, but with how safe you made the character, they're very bland as a result. So I'm gonna give it like a 1.2 on this. Better than flat average, but not by too much. Balance, definitely weaker. Definitely on the weaker side. Like a good bit on the weaker side, in my opinion. But I do still like weaker more than overpowered, so I'll give you a 1.4 on balance, because you could always adjust weaker, but stronger is going to be more finicky to adjust, right? So, as for cohesion, there's just not much that works with each other there. Like, they kind of just feel like 3 separate things between talent, skill 1 and skill 2. There's not as much interaction. Like, S1 could get you closer to proccing talent 1, I guess, with the double charge. So it's like auto pop both of them, but you only get like second. Like, it just feels like you're not doing too much overall, right? So I'm gonna give this like a 1. I'll give it like a 1.5. That'll be nice. I'll give it a 1.5 on cohesion. Like, it's there. It's just kind of bland with cohesion. Just things don't quite work, but they don't not work either. So it's kind of there. Integration, how well does the lore fit? They're good at Ice and Snow Arts, but I would have liked more on Ice and Snow Arts, right? Like, what is he doing where if he's throwing snowballs, like, what the hell is causing aftershock damage from it? Like, what is happening there? I want to see what's going on there, right? I want a little more on that end. So, I'm going to give it like a 1.3, I think.
The aftershock is the enemy cringing from his chuny behavior.
God damn it. I mean, should have had that written in then. Lore. How does lore fit in the AK universe? Very kind of bland. Again, it's very bland lore. For how well it fits, like, it's there, but not really much outside of that. So I'm gonna give this like a 1.2 on that. Like, it's there. There's just not much outside of it. How much character focus? I think the character focus is great. We got a lot of personality. We got a lot of, I mean, there in a sense it's like, but we got a lot of personality, and that's where I'm more focusing on with character focus. So I think you'll get like a 1.5 on this one. So it's like, it's a very safe operator, but with how safe the operator is, you end up with kind of, you know, you're trying to cook, but you didn't add enough salt. Could have added like a little more spices in, right? It lacked a little bit of spices. All right. Who wants to go next?
I can go next.
Okay.
I think the kit. I think integration it'll fit Arknights because of how safe it is, but I think creativity, it's very, like Wookie said, I feel like it's a little bland. I feel like there could have been more to it. I think for kit, so I would say like 1.2 for the kit. Balance, I think they're very weak and they lack a good bit of oomph. So I would say like a 1.4. Cohesion, it kind of feels like different skills just put together. Like different safe skills with a safe talent and a safe module that it doesn't really fit well. So I would say like a 1.0. As for integration, with how chewny the guy is, I was hoping the abilities would represent like the chewniness of like, I don't know, a big snowball being the biggest snowball in the world or something like that. So I would say integration is also like a 1.0. The lore, I think with how open-ended it is, it feels like it could fit almost any media, not just Arknights. So I think I'd say like a 1.1 for that. And then character focus, I think that's a straight 2. I think the chewniness is really like boosting him up, and I wish it was played more into the chewniness overall for the character.
So, sorry, points on that one?
2.
Okay, 2. Got it. So 7.7 from Dupe. All right, Boop. What's going to be our final judge score of the night?
All right. So for kit, the creativity, I think it is simple, and again, that doesn't mean it's bad, but I do feel like it is slightly uninspiring, so I'll give it a 1. For the balance, it is definitely very underpowered, and I do feel like that is a detriment in this case rather than a plus side, so I'll also give this a 1. For the cohesion, for how focused it is, I can see, like, again, there was a picture and it was painted properly, but again, and that's, separate from the balance and the kit, so I'll give cohesion a 1.7. I do feel like there was like a proper image in mind for what this operator wanted to be. For the integration for the lore, I don't think we have enough information about it. I don't think we have any information at all other than, it's arts, right? And I feel as if we need a little bit more than that, so I'll give this a 0.5.
Okay, 0.5.
For how well does the lore fit into the AK universe? Well, it fits decently well, but again, we're missing some information. I'll give it a 1.5 for that. And then for character focus, they're of course are very much involved, but again, we got more personality rather than backstory, so I'll give it a 1 for character focus.
Got it. So our final score from Boop for the night would be a 6.7. Which is at a total of, as I quickly do some maths here, 22.5. Very safe. Very safe. But you will not crack the top 10 with an operator that's this safe, unfortunately. $22.5 in total from you. Let me double check that. Okay. So, that means, okay, let me clear out some points. Actually, no, I don't declare points. So we're just gonna, so on the leaderboard here, we're gonna recap the leaderboard as this was our last one for the night. We got another 11 to go through tomorrow. But a recap of the leaderboard. We have Sir Quacker taking the lead with 35.1 points. Ostrich with 33.5. Skami with 32.0. Top 3 so far. Silvanar just missing the cut at number 4, Edenboy at number 5, Snipes number 6, Orange Kiwi Juice at number 7, Blue X at number 8, Let Reality Breaks at number 9, and Cyanide at number 10. we'll see what happens tomorrow, because again, this will be a 2-day event, as there were 21 of you. Also, Judge OCs will be there tomorrow as well. Judge OCs will be tomorrow after we finish with everything else, but otherwise, I think we're all ready to get some rest, because we got another long day ahead of tomorrow. I think we should be able to get through operators a little bit faster tomorrow compared to today, because we were kind of finding our footing, but tomorrow we should be able to hit the ground running. Your judges again have been Boop and Duplicity, so let me do this right quick. Make sure to go follow them both, and a big thank you to both of them for showing up today and soon to be tomorrow as well for this kind of this winter special of ours.
I am ready.
Yup, same
So
here.
it should be a fun time tomorrow. It'll be start at the same time. Day 2 people, I will read out the names for day 2 just so we have that there. Day 2 will be, so in order, it will be Operator Carmilla by Undusk, Point by Dissy, by Dissimir, Sermina by V1 Boulder, Snizana by Lazy Couch, Squall by Dead Gamers, Saint Delivery by Gobo, Vetter by Abos, Whiteline by Ambrisk, Xuejin by Marhios, Xueliu by Huatio, and Zaphagel by Puddin. So, everyone there, please be prepared with, hopefully you guys can be there. If not, feel free to send me an explanation if you aren't going to be there, if you can't make it and you want to make sure to get some explanations in. So, day 2 tomorrow should be a fun time. Once again, here is the leaderboard, and reminder that the top 3 of the leaderboard are currently in line for the prizes. First place prize, again, Sir Quacker currently in the lead for the first place prize, which is that $25 Google Play or Apple Store gift card, depending on what you use for playing Arknights or, your shenanigans. Second place is a $15 Google Play or Apple Store gift card that is currently going to Ostrus, depending on if any of you can dethrone the top 3. And third place is a $10 Google Play or Apple Store gift card going to Skami at the moment, depending on if you can dethrone them. So again, that's our top 3 prizes that are going out right now, and we'll see if anyone can knock them off the top tomorrow. So otherwise, I think that'll do it from us tonight. No raid tonight because we're just finishing up with our contests, so I'm going to tell you how to scatter to the 4 winds. And otherwise, I will see y'all tomorrow. Again, 8:30 p.m. Pacific time. Hope to see y'all there, as we'll finish everything up tomorrow and celebrate the new year with Arknights OCs. So, you all have a great day, great night, great wherever you are. And, yeah, see y'all tomorrow.